Chapter 14 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14 Honourable Scars. During the time that the greater part of the crew of the Henrietta had been occupied with the fire ship, the enemy had redoubled their efforts, and as the sailors returned to their guns, the mizzen-mast fell with a crash. A minute later, a Dutch man-of-war ran alongside, fired a broadside, and grappled. Then her crew, springing over the bulwarks, poured onto the deck of the Henrietta. They were met boldly by the soldiers, who had hitherto borne no part in the fight, and who, enraged at the loss they had been compelled to suffer, fell upon the enemy with fury. For a moment, however, the weight of the numbers of the Dutchmen bore them back, but the sailors, who had at first been taken by surprise, snatched up their boarding pikes and axes. Prince Rupert, with the other officers and volunteers, dashed into the thick of the fray, and, step by step, the Dutchmen were driven back, until they suddenly gave way and rushed back to their own ship. The English would have followed them, but the Dutch who remained on board their ship, seeing that the fight was going against their friends, cut the ropes of the grapnels, and the ships drifted apart, some of the last to leave the deck of the Henrietta being forced to jump into the sea. The cannonade was at once renewed on both sides, but the Dutch had had enough of it, having lost very heavily in men, and drew off from the action. Cyril had joined the fray. He had risen to his feet and drawn his sword, but he found himself strangely weak. His hands were blistered and swollen. His face was already so puffed that he could scarce see out of his eyes. Still he had staggered down the steps to the waist, and recovering his strength from the excitement, threw himself into the fray. Scarce had he done so when a sailor next to him fell heavily against him, shot through the head by one of the Dutch soldiers. Cyril staggered, and before he could recover himself, a Dutch sailor struck at his head. He threw up his sword to guard the blow, but the guard was beaten down as if it had been a reed. It sufficed, however, slightly to turn the blow, which fell first on the side of the head, then, glancing down, inflicted a terrible wound on the shoulder. He fell at once unconscious, and when he recovered his senses, found himself laid out on the poop, where Sidney, assisted by two of the other gentlemen, had carried him. His head and shoulder had already been bandaged, the prince having sent for his doctor to come up from below and attend upon him. The battle was raging with undiminished fury all round, but for the moment the Henrietta was not engaged, and her crew were occupied in cutting away the wreckage of the mizzen-mast and trying to repair the more important of the damages she had suffered. Carpenters were lowered over the side and were nailing pieces of wood over the shot-holes near the waterline. Men swarmed aloft, knotting and splicing ropes and fishing damaged spars. Sidney, who was standing a short distance away, at once came up to him. "How are you, Cyril? My head sings, and my shoulder aches, but I shall do well enough. Please get me lifted up onto that seat by the bulwark, so I can look over and see what's going on. I don't think you're strong enough to sit up, Cyril." "Oh, yes, I am. Besides, I can lean against the bulwark." Cyril was placed in the position he wanted, and leaning his arm on the bulwark and resting his head on it, was able to see what was passing. Suddenly a tremendous explosion was heard a quarter of a mile away. "The Dutch admiral's ship has been blown up," one of the men aloft shouted, and a loud cheer broke from the crew. It was true. The Duke of York and the Royal Charles, of 80 guns, and the Endracht of 84, the flagship of Admiral Obdam, had met and engaged each other fiercely. For a time the Dutchmen had the best of it. A single shot killed the Earl of Falmouth, Lord Muskerry, and Mr. Boyle, the 3 gentlemen volunteers who at the moment were standing close to the Duke, and the Royal Charles suffered heavily until a shot from one of her guns struck the Dutchman's magazine, and the Endracht blew up, only 5 men being rescued out of the 500 that were on board of her. This accident in no small degree decided the issue of the engagement, for the Dutch at once fell into confusion. 4 of their ships, a few hundred yards from the Henrietta, fell foul of each other, and while the crews were engaged in trying to separate them, an English fire ship sailed boldly up and laid herself alongside. A moment later the flames shot up high, and the boat with the crew of the fire ship rowed to the Henrietta. The flames instantly spread to the Dutch man-of-war, and the sailors were seen jumping over in great numbers. Prince Rupert ordered the boats to be lowered. but only one was found to be uninjured. This was manned and pushed off at once, and, with others from British vessels near, rescued a good many of the Dutch sailors. Still the fight was raging all round, but a short time afterwards 3 other of the finest ships of the Dutch fleet ran into each other. Another of the English fireships hovering near observed the opportunity and was laid alongside, with the same success as her consort, the 3 men of war being all destroyed. This took place at some distance from the Henrietta, but the English vessels near them succeeded in saving, in their boats, a portion of the crews. The Dutch ship Orange, of 75 guns, was disabled after a sharp fight with the Mary, and was likewise burnt. 2 Dutch vice-admirals were killed, and a panic spread through the Dutch fleet. About 8 o'clock in the evening, between 30 and 40 of their ships made off in a body, and the rest speedily followed. During the fight and the chase 18 Dutch ships were taken, though some of these afterwards escaped, as the vessels to which they had struck joined the rest of the chase. 14 were sunk, besides those burnt and blown up. Only 1 English ship, the Charity, had struck, having at the beginning of the fight been attacked by 3 Dutch vessels and lost the greater part of her men, and was compelled to surrender to a Dutch vessel of considerably greater strength that came up and joined the others. The English loss was, considering the duration of the fight, extremely small, amounting to about 250 killed and 340 wounded. Among the killed were the Earl of Marlborough, the Earl of Portland, who was present as a volunteer, Rear Admiral Sampson, and Vice Admiral Lawson, the latter of whom died after the fight from his wounds. The pursuit of the Dutch was continued for some hours, and then terminated abruptly, owing to a member of Parliament named Brouncker, who was in the suite of the Duke of York, giving the captain of the Royal Charles orders, which he falsely stated emanated from the Duke, for the pursuit to be abandoned. For this he was afterwards expelled the House of Commons, and was ordered to be impeached, but after a time the matter was suffered to drop. As soon as the battle was over, Cyril was taken down to a hammock below. He was just dozing off to sleep when Sidney came to him. "I'm sorry to disturb you, Cyril, but an officer tells me that a man who is mortally wounded wishes to speak to you, and from his description I think it is the fellow you call Black Dick. I thought it right to tell you, but I don't think you are fit to go see him." "I will go," Cyril said, "if you will lend me your arm. I should like to hear what the poor wretch has to say. He lies just below. The hatchway is but a few yards distant." There had been no attempt to remove Cyril's clothes, and by the aid of Lord Oliphant and of a sailor he called to his aid, he made his way below, and was led through the line of wounded until a doctor, turning round, said, "This is the man who wishes to see you, Sir Cyril." Although a line of lanterns hung from the beams, so nearly blind was he that Cyril could scarce distinguish the man's features. "I have sent for you," the latter said faintly, "to tell you that if it hadn't been for your jumping down onto that fire ship, you would not have lived through this day's fight. I saw that you recognized me, and knew that as soon as we went back you would hand us over to the constables. So I made up my mind that I would run you through in the melee if we got hand to hand with the Dutchmen, or would put a musket ball into you while the firing was going on. But when I saw you standing there with the flames round you, giving your life, as it seemed, to save the ship, I felt that, even if I must be hung for it, I could not bring myself to hurt so brave a lad. So there is an end of that business. Robert Ashford was killed by a gun that was knocked from its carriage, so you have got rid of us both. I thought that I should like to tell you before I went that the brave action you did saved your life, and that, bad as I am, I had yet heart enough to feel that I would rather take hanging than kill you." The last words had been spoken in scarcely an audible whisper. The man closed his eyes, and the doctor, laying his hand on Cyril's arm, said, "You had better go back to your hammock now, Sir Cyril. You will never speak again. In a few minutes the end will come." Cyril spent a restless night. The wind was blowing strongly from the north, and the crews had hard work to keep the vessels off the shore. His wounds did not pain him much, but his hands, arms, face, and legs smarted intolerably, for his clothes had been almost burnt off him, and refreshing as the sea bath had been at the moment, it now added to the smarting of the wounds. In the morning Prince Rupert came down to see him. "It was madness of you to have joined in that melee, lad, in the state in which you were. I take the blame on myself for not ordering you to remain behind. But when the Dutchmen poured on board, I had no thought of aught but driving them back again. It would have marred our pleasure in the victory if we had won had you fallen, for to you we all owe our lives and the safety of the ship. No braver deed was performed yesterday than yours. I fear it will be some time before you are able to fight by my side again. But at least you have done your share and more, were the war to last a lifetime." Cyril was in less pain now, for the doctor had poured oil over his burns and had wrapped up his hands in soft bandages. "It was the thought of a moment, Prince," he said. "I saw the fire-ship head steerage way on her, and if the helm were put down, she would drive away from our side, so, without stopping to think about it one way or the other, I ran along to the stern and jumped down to her tiller. Yes, lad, it was but a moment's thought, no doubt, but it is one thing to think and another to execute, and none but the bravest would have ventured that leap onto the fire-ship. By tomorrow morning we shall have anchored in the river. Would you like to be placed in the hospital at Sheerness or taken up to London?" "I would rather go to London, if I may," Cyril said. "I know that I shall be well nursed at Captain Dave's, and hope ere long to be able to rejoin." "Not for some time, lad, not for some time. Your burns will doubtless heal apace, but the wound in your shoulder is serious. The doctor says that the Dutchman's sword has cleft right through your shoulder bone. 'Tis well that it is your left, for it may be that you will never have its full use again. You are not afraid of the plague, are you? For on the day that we left town there was a rumour that it had at last entered the city." "I'm not afraid of it," Cyril said, "and if it should come to Captain Dowsett's house, I would rather be there, that I may do what I can to help those who were so kind to me." "Just as you like, lad. Do not hurry to rejoin. It is not likely there will be any fighting for some time, for it will be long before the Dutch are ready to take the sea again after the hammering we have given them, and all there will be to do will be to blockade their coast and pick up their ships from foreign ports as prizes." The next morning Cyril was placed on board a little yacht called the Fan, belonging to the prince, and sailed up the river, the ship's company mustering at the side and giving him a hearty cheer. The wind was favourable, and they arrived that afternoon in town. According to the prince's instructions, the sailors at once placed Cyril on a litter that had been brought for the purpose, and carried up to Captain Dowsett's. The city was in a state of agitation. The news of the victory had arrived but a few hours before, and the church bells were all ringing, flags were flying, and shops closed, and the people in the streets. John Wilkes came down in answer to the summons of the bell. "Hello," he said. "Whom have we here?" "Don't you know me, John?" Cyril said. John gave a start of astonishment. "By St. Anthony, it is Master Cyril! At least it is his voice, though it is little I can see of him, and what I see in no way resembles him." "It is Sir Cyril Shenstone," the captain of the Fan, who had come with the party, said sternly, feeling ruffled at the familiarity with which this rough-looking servitor of the city trader spoke of the gentleman in his charge. "It is Sir Cyril Shenstone, as brave a gentleman as ever drew sword, and who, I hear, saved Prince Rupert's ship from being burnt by the Dutchmen." "He knows me," John Wilkes said bluntly, "and he knows no offence is meant. The captain and his dame and Mistress Nelly are all out, Sir Cyril, but I will look after you till their return. Bring him up, lads. I am an old sailor myself, and fought the Dutch under Blake and Monk more than once." He led the way upstairs into the best of the spare rooms. Here Cyril was laid on a bed. He thanked the sailors heartily for the care they had taken of him, and the captain handed a letter to John, saying, "The young Lord Oliphant asked me to give this to Captain Dowsett, but as he is not at home, I pray you to give it to him when he returns." As soon as they had gone, John returned to the bed. "This is terrible, Master Cyril. What have they been doing to you? I can see but little of your face for those bandages, but your eyes look more like slits. Your flesh is all red and swollen. Your eyebrows have gone. Your arms and legs are all swathed up in bandages. Have you been blown up with gunpowder? For surely no wound could have so disfigured you." "I have not been blown up, John, but I was burnt by the flames of a Dutch fire ship that came alongside. It is a matter that a fortnight will set right, for though I doubt not that I am an unpleasant-looking object at the present, and it will be some time before my hair grows again." "And you are not hurt otherwise, master?" John asked anxiously. "Yes, I am hurt gravely enough, though not so as to imperil my life. I have a wound on the side of my head, and the same blow, as the doctor says, cleft through my shoulder bone." "I had best go and get a surgeon at once," John said, "though it will be no easy matter, for all the world is agog in the streets." "Leave it for the present, John. There is no need whatever for haste. In that trunk of mine is a bottle of oils for the burns, though most of the sore places are already beginning to heal over, and the doctor said that I need not apply it any more unless I found that they smarted too much for bearing. As for the other wounds, they are strapped up and bandaged, and he said that unless they inflame badly, they would be best left alone for a time. So sit down quietly and let me hear the news." "The news is bad enough, though the plague has not yet entered the city. The prince told me that there was a report before he came on board at Lowestoft that it had done so. No, it has not yet come, but people are frightened as if it was raging here. For the last fortnight they have been leaving in crowds from the West End, and many of the citizens are also beginning to move. They frighten themselves like a parcel of children. The comet seemed to many a sign of great disaster." Cyril laughed. "If it could be seen only in London, there might be something in it. But as it can be seen all over Europe, it is hard to say why it should augur evil to London especially. It was shining in the sky 3 nights ago when we were chasing the Dutch, and they had quite as good a reason for thinking it was a sign of misfortune to them as have the Londoners." "That is true enough," John Wilkes agreed, "though in truth I like not to see the thing in the sky myself. Then people have troubled their heads greatly because, in Master Lilly's almanac and other books of prediction, a great pestilence is foretold." "It needed no great wisdom for that," Cyril said, "seeing that the plague has been for some time busy in foreign parts, and that it was here, though not so very bad, in the winter, when these books would have been written." "Then," John Wilkes went on, "there is a man going through the streets night and day. He speaks to no one, but cries out continually, 'Oh, the great and dreadful God!' This troubles many men's hearts greatly. It is a pity, John, that the poor fellow is not taken and shut up in some place where madmen are kept. Doubtless it is some poor coward whose brain has been turned by fright. People who are frightened by such a thing as that must be poor-witted creatures indeed." "That may be, Master Cyril, but methinks it is as they say, one fool makes many. People get together and bemoan themselves till their hearts fail them altogether. And yet, methinks they are not altogether without reason. For if the pestilence is so heavy without the walls, where the streets are wider and the people less crowded than here, it may be well that we shall have a terrible time of it in the city when it once passes the walls." "That may well be, John, but cowardly fear will not make things any better. We knew when we sailed out against the Dutch the other day that very many would not see the setting sun. Yet I believe there was not one man throughout the fleet who behaved like a coward. No doubt, Master Cyril, but there is a difference. One can fight against men, but one cannot fight against the pestilence. And I do not believe that if the citizens knew that a great Dutch army was marching on London, and that they would have to withstand a dreadful siege, they would be moved with fear as they are now." "That may be so," Cyril agreed. "Now, John, I think that I could sleep for a bit." "Do so, master. and I will go into the kitchen and see what I can do to make you a basin of broth when you awake, for the girl has gone out too. She wanted to see what was going on in the streets, and as I had sooner stay quietly at home, I offered to take her place, as the shop was shut and I had nothing to do. Maybe by the time you wake again, Captain Dave and the others will be back from their cruise." It was dark when Cyril woke at the sound of the bell. He heard voices and movements without, and then the door was quietly opened. "I'm awake," he said. "You see I have taken you at your word and come back to be patched up." "You are heartily welcome," Mrs. Dowsett said. "Nellie, bring a light. Cyril is awake. We were sorry indeed when John told us that you had come in our absence. It was but a cold welcome for you to find that we were all out." "There was nothing I needed, madam. Had there been, John would have done it for me." Nellie now appeared at the door with a light, and gave an exclamation of horror as she approached the bedside. "It is not so bad as it looks, Nellie," Cyril said. "Not that I know how it looks, for I have not seen myself in a glass since I left here, but I can guess that I am an unpleasant object to look at." Mrs. Dowsett made a sign to Nellie to be silent. "John told us that you were badly burned and were all wrapped up in bandages, but we did not expect to find you so changed. However, that will soon pass off, I hope. I expect I shall be all right in another week, save for this wound in my shoulder. As for that on my head, it is but of slight consequence. My skull was thick enough to save my brain." "Well, Master Cyril," Captain Dave said heartily as he entered the room with a basin of broth in his hand, and then stopped abruptly. "Well, Captain Dave, here I am, battered out of all shape, as you see, but not seriously damaged in my timbers. There, you see, though I have only been a fortnight at sea, I'm getting quite nautical." "That is right, lad, that is right," Captain Dave said a little unsteadily. "My dame and Nellie will soon put you into ship-shape trim again. So you got burnt, I hear, by one of those rascally Dutch fire ships, and John tells me that the captain of the sailors who carried you here said that you had gained mighty credit for yourself." "I did my best, as everyone did, Captain Dave. There was not a man on board the fleet who did not do his duty, or we should never have beaten the Dutchman so soundly." "You had better not talk any more," Mrs. Dowsett said. "You are in my charge now, and my first order is that you must keep very quiet, or else you will be having fever come on. You had best take a little of this broth now. Nellie will sit with you while I go out to prepare you a cooling drink. I will take a few spoonfuls of the soup, since John has taken the trouble to prepare it for me," Cyril said, "though indeed my lips are so parched and swollen that the cooling drink will be much more to my taste." "I think it were best first, dame," the captain said, "that John and I should get him comfortably into bed, instead of lying here wrapped up in a blanket in which they brought him ashore. The broth will be none the worse for cooling a bit." "That will be best," his wife agreed. "I will fetch some more pillows so that we can prop him up. He can swallow more comfortably so, and will sleep all the better when he lies down again." As soon as Cyril was comfortably settled, John Wilkes was sent to call in a doctor, who, after examining him, said that the burns were doing well, and that he would send in some cooling lotion to be applied to them frequently. As to the wounds, he said that they had been so skillfully bandaged that it were best to leave them alone, unless great pain set in. Another 4 days, and Cyril's face had so far recovered its usual condition that the swelling had almost abated, and the bandages could be removed. The peak of the helmet had sheltered it a good deal, and it had suffered less than his hands and arms. Captain Dave and John sat up with him by turns at night, while the dame and her daughter had taken care of him during the day. He had slept a great deal, and had not been allowed to talk at all. This prohibition was now removed, as the doctor said that the burns were now all healing fast, and that he no longer had any fear of fever setting in. "By the way, Captain," John Wilkes said that day at dinner, "I have just bethought me of this letter that was given to me by the sailor who brought Cyril here. It is for you from young Lord Oliphant. It has clean got out of my mind till now. I put it in the pocket of my doublet, and had forgotten it ever since." "No harm can come of the delay, John," Captain Dave said. "It was thoughtful of the lad. He must have been sure that Cyril would not be in a condition to tell us aught of the battle, and he may have sent us some details of it, for the Gazette tells us little enough, beyond the ships taken and the names of the gentlemen and officers killed. Here, Nellie, do you read it. It seems a long epistle, and my eyes are not as good as they were." Nellie took the letter and read it aloud. "Dear and worthy Sir, I did not think when I was so pleasantly entertained at your house that it would befall me to become your correspondent, but so it has happened, for Sir Cyril being sorely hurt, and in no state to tell you how the matter befell him, if indeed his modesty would allow him, which I greatly doubt, it is right that you should know how the business came about, and what great credit Sir Cyril has gained for himself. In the heat of the fight, when we were briskly engaged in exchanging broadsides with a Dutchman of our own size, one of their fire ships, coming unnoticed through the smoke, slipped alongside of us, and the flames breaking out would speedily have destroyed us, as indeed they went near doing. The grapnels were briskly thrown over, but she had already touched our sides, and the flames were blowing across us when Sir Cyril, perceiving that she still had some way on her, sprang down onto her deck and put over the helm. She was then a pillar of flame, and the decks, which were plentifully besmeared with pitch, were all in a blaze, save just around the tiller where her captain had stood to steer her. It was verily a furnace, and it seemed impossible that one could stand there for only half a minute and live. Everyone on board was filled with astonishment, and the prince called out loudly that he had never seen a braver deed. As the fire ship drew away from us, we saw Sir Cyril fasten the helm down with a rope, and then lowering a bucket over, throw water onto it. Then he threw off his helmet and armour, his clothes being by this time all in a flame, and sprang into the sea, the fire ship being now well nigh her own length from us. She had sheered off none too soon, for some of our sails were on fire, and it was with great difficulty that we succeeded in cutting them from the yards and so saving the ship. All, from the prince down, say that no finer action was ever performed, and acknowledge that we all owe our lives, and his majesty owes his ship to it. Then, soon after we had hauled Sir Cyril on board, the Dutchman boarded us, and there was a stiff fight, all hands doing their best to beat them back, in which we succeeded. Sir Cyril, though scarce able to stand, joined the fray, unnoticed by us all, who in the confusion had not thought of him, and being indeed scarce able to hold his sword, received a heavy wound, of which, however, the doctor has all hopes that he will make a good recovery. It would have done you good to hear how the whole crew cheered Sir Cyril as we dragged him on board. The prince is mightily taken with him, and is sending him to London in his own yacht, where I feel sure that your good dame and fair daughter will do all that they can to restore him to health. As soon as I get leave, though I do not know when that will be, for we cannot say as yet how matters will turn out, or what ships will keep the sea, I shall do myself the honour of waiting upon you. I pray you give my respectful compliments to Mrs. Dowsett and Mistress Nellie, who are, I hope, enjoying good health. Your servant to command, Sidney Oliphant. The tears were standing in Nellie's eyes, and her voice trembled as she read. When she finished, she burst out crying. "There!" John Wilkes exclaimed, bringing his fist down upon the table. "I knew by what that skipper said the lad had been doing something quite out of the way, but when I spoke to him about it before you came in, he only said that he tried his best to do his duty, just as every other man on the fleet had done. Who would have thought, Captain Dave, that quiet young chap who used to sit down below making out your accounts was going to turn out a hero?" "Who indeed?" the captain said, wiping his eyes with the back of his hands. "Why, he wasn't more than 15 then, and, as you say, such a quiet fellow. He used to sit there and write, and never speak unless I spoke to him.
'Tis scarce 2 years ago, and look what he has done. Who would have thought it? I can't finish my breakfast," he went on, getting up from his seat, "till I have gone in and shaken him by the hand."
"You had better not, David," Mrs. Dowsett said gently. "We had best say but little to him about it now. We can let him know that we have heard how he came by his burns from Lord Oliphant, but do not let us make much of it. Had he wished it, he would have told us himself."
Captain Dave sat down again. "Perhaps you're right, my dear. At any rate, till he is getting strong, we will not tell him what we think of him. Anyhow, it can't do any harm to tell him we know it, and may do him good, for it is clear he does not like telling it himself, and may be dreading our questioning about the affair."
Mrs. Dowsett and Nellie went into Cyril's room as soon as they had finished breakfast. Captain Dave followed them a few minutes later.
"We have been hearing how you got burnt," he began. "Your friend, Lord Oliphant, sent a letter about it by the skipper of his yacht. That stupid fellow John has been carrying it about him ever since, and only remembered it just now when we were at breakfast. It was a plucky thing to do, lad."
"It turned out a very lucky one," Cyril said hastily, "for it was the means of saving my life."
"Saving your life, lad? What do you mean?"
Cyril then told how Robert Ashford and Black Dick had been brought on board as impressed men, how the former had been killed, and the confession that Black Dick had made to him before dying. He said he had made up his mind to kill me during the fight, but that after I had risked my life to save the Henrietta, he was ashamed to kill me, and that, rather than do so, he had resolved to take his chance of my denouncing him when he returned to land.
"There was some good in the knave, then," Captain Dave said. "Yes, it was a fortunate as well as a brave action, as it turned out."
"Fortunate in one respect, but not in another," Cyril put in, anxious to prevent the conversation reverting to the question of his bravery. "I put down this wound in my shoulder to it, for if I had been myself, I don't think I should have got hurt. I guarded the blow, but it was so shaky that he broke my guard down as if I had been a child, though I think that it did turn the blow a little, and saved it from falling fair on my skull. Besides, I should have had my helmet and armor on if it had not been for my having to take a swim. So you see, Captain Dave, things were pretty equally balanced, and there is no occasion to say anything more about them." "We have one piece of bad news to tell you, Cyril," Mrs. Dowsett remarked, in order to give the conversation the turn which she saw he wished for. "We heard this morning that the plague has come at last into the city. Dr. Burnett was attacked yesterday." "That is bad news indeed, dame, though it was not to be expected that it would spare the city. If you will take my advice, you will go away at once before matters get worse, for if the plague gets a hold here, the country people will have nothing to do with Londoners, fearing that they will bring the infection among them." "We shall not go until you are fit to go with us, Cyril," Nellie said indignantly. "Then you will worry me into a fever," Cyril replied. "I'm getting on well now, and as you said when you were talking of it before, you should leave John in charge of the house and shop. You'll be able to do everything that is necessary for me. If you stay here and the plague increases, I shall keep on worrying myself at the thought that you are risking your lives needlessly for me, and if it should come into the house and any of you die, I shall charge myself all my life with having been the cause of your death. I pray you, for my sake as well as your own, to lose no time in going to the sister Captain Dave spoke of down near Gloucester." "Do not agitate yourself," Mrs. Dowsett said gently, pressing him quietly back onto the pillows from which he had risen in his excitement. "We will talk it over, and see what is for the best. It is but a solitary case yet, and may spread no further. In a few days we shall see how matters go. Things have not come to a bad pass yet." Cyril, however, was not to be consoled. Hitherto he had given comparatively small thought to the plague, but now that it was in the city, and he felt that his presence alone prevented the family from leaving, he worried incessantly over it. "Your patient is not so well," the doctor said to Mrs. Dowsett next morning. "Yesterday he was quite free from fever. His hands were cool. Now they are dry and hard. If this goes on, I fear we shall have great trouble." He is worrying himself because we do not go out of town. We had indeed made up our minds to do so, but we could not leave him here."
"Your nursing would be valuable, certainly. But if he goes on as he is, he will soon be in high fever. His wounds will grow angry and fester. While yesterday he seemed in a fair way to recovery, I should be sorry to give any favourable opinion as to what may happen if this goes on. Is there no one who could take care of him if you went?"
"John Wilkes will remain behind, and could certainly be trusted to do everything that you directed. But that is not like a woman, Doctor."
"No, I am well aware of that. But if things go on well, he will really not need nursing. While if fever sets in badly, the best nursing may not save him. Moreover, wounds and all other ailments of this sort do badly at present. The plague in the air seems to affect all other maladies. If you will take my advice, dame, you will carry out your intention, and leave at once. I hear there are several new cases of the plague today in the city, and those who can go should lose no time in doing so. But even if not for your own sakes, I should say go for that of your patient."
"Will you speak to my husband, Doctor? I am ready to do whatever is best for your patient, whom we love dearly and regard almost as a son."
"If he were a son, I should give the same advice. Yes, I will see Captain Dowsett."
Half an hour later, Cyril was told what the doctor's advice had been, and seeing that he was bent on it, and that if they stayed they would do him more harm than good, they resolved to start the next day for Gloucestershire. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Plague. Reluctant as they were to leave Cyril, Mrs. Dowsett and her daughters speedily saw that the doctor's advice was good. Cyril did not say much, but an expression of restful satisfaction came over his face, and it was not long before he fell into a quiet sleep that contrasted strongly with the restless and fretful state in which he had passed the night. "You see I was right, madam," the doctor said that evening. "The fever has not quite left him, but he is a different man to what he was this morning. Another quiet night's rest, and he will regain the ground he has lost. I think you can go in perfect comfort so far as he is concerned. Another week, and he will be up, if nothing occurs to throw him back again. But, of course, it will be weeks before he can use his arm." John Wilkes had been sent off as soon as it was settled that they would go, and he had bought at Epping a wagon and a pair of strong horses. It had a tilt, and the ladies were to sleep in it in the journey, as it was certain that until they were far away from London they would be unable to obtain lodgings. A man was engaged to drive them down, and a sail and 2 or 3 poles were packed in the wagon to make a tent for him and Captain Dowsett. A store of provisions was cooked, and a cask of beer, another of water, and a case of wine were also placed in. Mattresses were laid down for the ladies to sit on during the day and to sleep on at night, so they would be practically independent during the journey. Early next morning they started. "It seems heartless to leave you, Cyril," Nellie said as they came in to say good-bye. "Not heartless at all," Cyril replied. "I know that you are going because I wish it." "It is more than wishing, you tiresome boy. We are going because you have made up your mind that you will be ill if we don't. You are too weak to quarrel with now, but when we meet again, tremble, for I warn you I shall scold you terribly then." "You shall scold me as much as you please, Nellie. I shall take it all quite patiently." Nellie and her mother went away in tears, and Captain Dave himself was a good deal upset. They had thought the going away from home on such a long journey would be a great trial, but this was now quite lost sight of in their regret at what they considered deserting Cyril, and many were the injunctions that were given to John Wilkes before the wagon drove off. They were somewhat consoled by seeing that Cyril was undoubtedly better and brighter. He had slept all night without waking. His hands were cool, and the flush had entirely left his cheek. "If they were starting on a voyage to the Indies, they could not be in a greater taking," John Wilkes said on returning to Cyril's bedside. Why, I have seen the captain go off on a 6 months' voyage and less said about it. I'm heartily glad they're gone, John. If the plague grows, there will be a terrible time here. Is the shop shut? Aye. The man went away 2 days ago, and we sent off the 2 prentices yesterday. There is naught doing. Yesterday half the vessels in the pool cleared out on the news of the plague having got into the city, and I reckon that before long there won't be a ship in the port. We shall have a quiet time of it, you and I. We shall be like men in charge of an old hulk." Another week and Cyril was up. All his bandages, except those on the shoulder and head, had been thrown aside, and the doctor said that ere long the former would be dispensed with. John had wanted to sit up with him, but as Cyril would not hear of this, he had moved his bed into the same room so that he could be up in a moment if anything was wanted. He went out every day to bring in the news. "There is little enough to tell, Master Cyril," he said one day. "So far the plague grows but slowly in the city, though indeed it is no fault of the people that it does not spread rapidly. Most of them seem scared out of their wits. They gather together and talk with white faces, and one man tells of a dream that his wife has had, and another of a voice that he says he has heard, and some have seen ghosts. Yesterday I came upon a woman with a crowd around her. She was staring up at a white cloud, and swore that she could plainly see an angel with a white sword, and some of the others cried that they saw it too. I should like to have been a gunner's mate with a stout rattan, and to have laid it over their shoulders, to give them something else to think about for a few hours. It is downright pitiful to see such cowards. At the corner of one street there was a quack vending pills and perfumes that he warranted to keep away the plague, and the people ran up and bought his nostrums by the score. I hear there are a dozen such in the city, making a fortune out of the people's fears. I went into the tavern I always use and had a glass of Hollands and a talk with the landlord. He says that he does as good a trade as ever, though in a different way. There are no sailors there now, but neighbors come in and drink down a glass of strong waters, which many think is the best thing against the plague, and they hurry off again. I saw the Gazette there, and it was half full of advertisements of people who said that they were doctors from foreign parts, and all well accustomed to cure the plague. They say the magistrates are going to issue notices about shutting up houses as they do in St. Giles, and to have watchmen at the doors to see none come in or go out, and that they are going to appoint examiners in every parish to go from house to search for infected persons. I suppose these are the proper steps to take, Cyril said, but it will be a difficult thing to keep people shut up in houses where one is infected. No doubt it would be a good thing at the commencement of the illness, but when it has once spread itself, and the very air becomes infected, it seems to me that it will do but little good, while it will assuredly cause great distress and trouble. I long to be able to get up myself and to see about things. The streets have quite an empty aspect. So many have gone away, and what with that, and most of the shops being closed, and the dismal aspect of the people, there is little pleasure in being out, Master Cyril. I dare say, John. Still, it will be a change, and as soon as I'm strong enough, I shall sally out with you." Another fortnight, and Cyril was able to do so. The plague had still spread, but so slowly that people began to hope that the city would be spared any great calamity, for they were well on in July, and in another 6 weeks the heat of summer would be past. Some of those who had gone into the country returned. More shops had been opened, and the panic had somewhat subsided. "What do you mean to do, Master Cyril?" John Wilkes asked that evening. "Of course you cannot join the fleet again, for it will be, as the doctor says, another 2 months before your shoulder bone will have knit strongly enough for you to use your arm, and at sea is a matter of more consequence than on land for a man to have the use of both arms. The ship may give a sudden lurch, and one may have to make a clutch at whatever is nearest to prevent one from rolling into the lee scuppers, and such a wrench as that would take from a weak arm all the good of 3 months' nursing had done it, and might spoil the job of getting the bone to grow straight again altogether. I don't say you are fit to travel yet, but you should be able before long to start on a journey, and I might travel down into Gloucestershire, where, be sure, you will be gladly welcomed by the captain, his dame, and Mistress Nelly. Or, should you not care for that, you might go aboard a ship. There are hundreds of them lying idle in the river, and many families have taken up their homes there, so as to be free from all risks of meeting infected persons in the streets. I think I shall stay here, John, and keep you company. If the plague dies away, well and good. If it gets bad, we can shut ourselves up. You say that the captain has laid in a great store of provisions so that you could live without laying out a penny for a year, and it is sure as anything can be that when the cold weather comes on it will die out. Besides, John, neither you nor I are afraid of the plague. It is certain that it is fear that makes most people take it. If it becomes bad, there will be terrible need for help, and maybe we shall be able to do some good. If we are not afraid of facing death in battle, why should we fear it by the plague? It is as noble a death to die helping one's fellow countrymen in their sore distress as in fighting for one's country. That is true enough, Master Cyril, if folks did but see it so. I do not see what we could do, but if there be aught, you can depend on me. I was in a ship in the Levant when we had a fever, which it seems to me was akin to this plague, though not like it in all its symptoms. Half the crew died, and, as you say, I verily believe that it was partially from the lowness of spirits into which they fell from fear. I used to help nurse the sick and throw overboard the dead, and it never touched me. I don't say that I was braver than others, but it seemed to me as it was just as easy to take things comfortable as it was to fret over them. Towards the end of the month the plague spread rapidly, and all work ceased in the parishes most affected. But just as it had raged for weeks in the western parishes outside the city, so it seemed restricted by certain invisible lines. After it had made its entry within the walls, and while it raged in some parts, others were entirely unaffected, and here shops were open, and the streets still retained something of their usual appearance. There had been great want among the poorer classes, owing to the cessation of work, especially along the riverside. The Lord Mayor, some of the aldermen, and most of the rich citizens had hastened to leave the city, while many of the clergy were deserting their flocks, and many doctors their patients. Others remained firmly at their posts and worked incessantly, and did all that was possible in order to check the spread of the plague to relieve the distress of the poor. Numbers of the women were engaged as nurses. Examiners were appointed in each parish, and these, with their assistants, paid house-to-house visitations in order to discover any who were infected, and as soon as the case was discovered, the house was closed, and none suffered to go in or out, a watchman being placed before the door day and night. 2 men, therefore, were needed to each infected house, and this afforded employment for numbers of poor. Others were engaged in digging graves or in going round at night with carts collecting the dead. "Bring out your dead." So great was the dread of the people at the thought of being shut up in their houses without communication with the world that every means was used for concealing the fact that one of the inmates was smitten down. This was the more easy because the early stages of the disease were without pain, and people were generally ignorant that they had been attacked until within a few hours, and sometimes within a few minutes of their death. Consequently, when the plague had once spread, all the precautions taken to prevent its increase were useless, while they caused great misery and suffering, and doubtless very much greater loss of life. For owing to so many being shut up in the houses with those affected, and there being no escape from the infection, whole families with the servants and apprentices sickened and died together. Cyril frequently went up to view the infected districts. He was not moved by curiosity, but by a desire to see if there were no way of being of use. There was not a street, but many of the houses were marked with the Red Cross. In front of these the watchmen sat on stools or chairs lent by the inmates, or borrowed from some house whence the inhabitants had all fled. The air rang with pitiful cries. Sometimes women, distraught with terror or grief, screamed wildly through open windows. Sometimes people talked from the upper stories to their neighbors on either hand, or opposite, prisoners like themselves, each telling their lamentable tale of misery, how many had died and how many remained. It was by no means uncommon to see on the pavement men and women who, in the excess of despair or pain, had thrown themselves headlong down. While such sounds and sights filled Cyril with horror, they aroused still more of his feelings of pity and desire to be of some use. Very frequently he went on errands for people who called down from above to him, Money was lowered in a tin or dish or other vessel, in which it lay covered with vinegar as a disinfectant. Taking it out, he would go and buy the required articles, generally food or medicine, and returning, place them in the basket that was again lowered. The watchmen mostly excused these commissions, but many of them were surly fellows, and as they were often abused and cursed by those whom they held prisoners, would do but little for them. They had, moreover, an excuse for refusing to leave the door, because, as often happened, it might be opened in their absence and the inmates escape. It was true that the watchmen had the keys, but the screws were often drawn from the locks inside, and so frequently was this done that at last chains with padlocks were fashioned to all the doors as soon as the watch was set over them. But even this did not avail. Many of the houses had communications at the back into other streets, and so eluded the vigilance of the watch, while in other cases communications were broken through the walls into other houses, empty either by desertion or death, and the escape could thus be made under the very eye of the watchman. Very frequently Cyril went into a church when he saw the doors open. Here very small congregations would be gathered, for there was fear on the part of all meeting with strangers, for these might, unknown to themselves, be already stricken with the pest, and all public meetings of any kind were, for this reason, strictly forbidden. One day he was passing a church that had hitherto been always closed, its incumbent being one of those who had fled at the outbreak of the plague. Upon entering, he saw a larger congregation than usual, some 20 or 30 people being present. The minister had just mounted the pulpit and was beginning his address as Cyril entered. The latter was struck with his appearance. He was a man of some 30 years of age, with a strangely earnest face. His voice was deep but soft and flexible, and in the stillness of the almost empty church its lowest tones seemed to come with impressive power. And Cyril thought that he had never heard such preaching before. The very text seemed strange at such a time. "Rejoice ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand." From most of the discourse he had heard, Cyril had gone out depressed rather than inspirited. They had been pitched in one tone. The terrible scourge that raged round them was held up as a punishment sent by the wrath of God upon a sinful people, and the congregation were warned to prepare themselves for the fate that might at any moment be theirs by repentance and humiliation. The preacher to whom Cyril was now listening spoke in an altogether different strain. "You are all soldiers of Christ," he said, "and now is an opportunity given to you to show that you are worthy soldiers. When the troops of a worldly monarch go into battle, they do so with head erect, with proud and resolute being, with flashing eye and with high courage, determined to bear aloft his banner and to crown it with victory, even though it cost them their lives. Such is the mien that soldiers of Christ should bear in the mortal strife now raging round us. Let them show the same fearlessness of death, the same high courage, the same unlimited confidence in their leader. What matter if they die in his service? He has told them what their work should be. He has bidden them visit the sick and comfort the sorrowing. What if there be danger in the work? Did he shrink from the cross which was to end his work of love? And is it for his followers to do so? Though you go down into the pit, he has said, I am there also, and with his companionship one must be craven indeed to tremble. This is a noble opportunity for holding high the banner of Christ. There is work to be done for all, and as the work is done, men should see by the calm courage, the cheerfulness, and the patience of those that do it, that they know that they are doing his work, and that they are content to leave the issue, whatever it be, in his hands." Such was the tone in which for half an hour he spoke. When he had finished, he offered up a prayer, gave the blessing, and then came down from the pulpit and spoke to several of the congregation. He was evidently personally known to most of them. One by one, after a few words, they left the church. Cyril remained to the last. "I am willing to work, sir," he said as the preacher came up, "but so far no work has come my way." "Have you father or mother, or any dependent on you?" "No one, sir." "Then come along with me. I lodge close by. I have eaten nothing today, and must keep up my strength."
and I have a long round of calls to make."
"This is the first time I've seen the church open," Cyril said as he went out.
"It is not my church, sir, nor do I belong to the Church of England. I am an independent. But as many of the pastors have fled and left their sheep unattended, so have we. For there are others besides myself who have done so, taken possession of their empty pulpits, none gainsaying us, and are doing what good we can. You have been in the war, I see," he went on, glancing at Cyril's arm, which was carried in a sling.
"Yes, I was at the Battle of Lowestoft, and having been wounded there, came to London to stay in a friend's house till I was cured. He and his family have left, but I am living with a trusty foreman who is in charge of the house. I have a great desire to be useful. I myself have little fear of the plague."
"That is the best of all preservations from its ravages, although not a sure one, for many doctors who have labored fearlessly have yet died. Have you thought of any way of being useful?"
"No, sir, that is what's troubling me. As you see, I have but use of one arm, and I have not got back my full strength by a long way."
"Every one can be useful if he chooses," the minister said. "There is need everywhere among the stricken, frightened, helpless people of men of calm courage and cool heads. 9 out of 10 are so scared out of their senses, when once the plague enters the houses, as to be well nigh useless, and yet the law hinders those who would help if they could. I am compelled to labor, not among those who are sick, but among those who are well. When one enters a house with the Red Cross on the door, he may leave it no more until he is either borne out to the dead cart, or the plague has wholly disappeared within it, and a month has elapsed. The sole exception are the doctors. They are no more exempt from spreading the infection than other men. But as they must do their work so far as they can, they have free passage. And yet so few is their number, and so heavy already their losses, that not 1 in 100 of those that are smitten can have their aid. Here is one coming now, one of the best, Dr. Hodges. If you are indeed willing so to risk your life, I will speak to him. But I know not your name."
"My name is Cyril Shenstone."
The clergyman looked at him suddenly, and would have spoken, but the doctor was now close to them. "Ah, Mr. Wallace," he said, "I am glad to see you, and to know that, so far, you have not taken the disease, although constantly going into the worst neighborhoods. Like yourself, Dr. Hodges, I have no fear of it." "I do not say I have no fear," the doctor replied. "I do my duty so far as I can, but I do not doubt that, sooner or later, I shall catch the malady, as many of us have done already. I take such precautions as I can, but the distemper seems to baffle all precautions. My only grief is that our skill avails so little. So far we have found nothing that seems to be of any real use. Perhaps if we could attack it in the earlier stages, we might be more successful. The strange nature of the disease and the way in which it does its work well nigh to the end, before the patient himself is aware of it, puts it out of our power to combat it. In many cases I am not sent for until the patient is at the point of death, and by the time I reach his door I am met with the news that he is dead. But I must be going." "One moment, Dr. Hodges. This young gentleman has been expressing to me his desire to be of use. I know nothing of him, save that he was one of the congregation this morning, but as he fears not the plague and is moved by a desire to help his fellows in distress, I take it that he is a good youth. He was wounded in the Battle of Lowestoft, and being ready to encounter the plague as he was the Dutch, would now fight in the cause of humanity. Would you take him as an assistant? I doubt if he knows anything of medicine, but I think he is one that would see your orders carried out. He has no relations or friends, and therefore considers himself free to venture his life." The doctor looked earnestly at Cyril, and then raised his hat. "Young sir," he said, "since you are willing so to venture your life, I will gladly accept your help. There are few enough clear heads in this city, God knows. As for the nurses, they are Jezebels. They have the choice of starving or nursing, and they nurse. But they neglect their patients, they rob them, and there is little doubt that in many cases they murder them, so that at the end of their first nursing they may have enough money to live on without going to another house. But I am pressed for time. Here is my card.
call on me this evening at 6, and we will talk further on the matter." Shaking hands with the minister, he hurried away. "Come as far as my lodgings," Mr. Wallace said to Cyril, "and stay with me while I eat my meal. 'Tis a diversion to one's mind to turn for a moment from one topic that all men are speaking of. Your name is Shenstone. I come from Norfolk. There was a family of that name formerly had estates near my native place. One Sir Aubrey Shenstone was at its head, a brave gentleman, and I remember seeing him when I was a boy. But he took the side of the king against the Parliament, and, as we learn, passed over with Charles to France when his cause was lost. I have not heard of him since." "Sir Aubrey was my father," Cyril said quietly. "He died a year ago. I am his only son."
"And therefore Sir Cyril," the minister said, "though you did not so name yourself."
"It was needless," Cyril said. "I have no estates to support my title, and though it is true that when at sea with Prince Rupert I was called Sir Cyril, it was because the prince had known my father, and knew that I, at his death, inherited the title, though I inherited nothing else." They now reached the door of Mr. Wallace's lodging and went up to his room on the first floor.
"Neglect no precaution," the minister said. "No one should throw away his life. I myself, although not a smoker nor accustomed to take snuff, use it now, and would, as the doctors advise, chew a piece of tobacco, but it is too nasty, and when I tried it I was so ill that I thought even the risk of the plague was preferable. But I carry camphor in my pockets, and when I return from preaching among people of whom some may well have the infection, I bathe my face and hands with vinegar, and pouring some on to the hot iron, fill the room with its vapor. My life is useful, I hope, and I would fain keep it as long as it is the Lord's will to work in his service. As a rule, I take wine and bread before I go out in the morning, though today I was pressed for time and neglected it. I should advise you always to do so. I am convinced that a full man has less chance of catching the infection than a fasting one, and that it is the weakness many men suffer from their fears and from their loss of appetite from grief that causes them to take it so easily. When the fever was so bad in St. Giles, I heard that in many instances, where whole families are being carried away, the nurses shut up with them were untouched with the infection, and I believe this was because they had become hardened to the work, and ate and drank heartily, and troubled not themselves at all at the grief of those around them. They say that many of those harpies have grown wealthy, loading themselves with everything valuable they could lay hands on in the houses of those they attended. After the meal, in which he insisted upon Cyril joining him, was concluded, Mr. Wallace uttered a short prayer that Cyril might safely pass through the work he had undertaken. "I trust," he said, "that you will come here frequently. I generally have a few friends here of the evening. We try to be cheerful and to strengthen each other, and I am sure we all have comfort at these meetings."
"Thank you. I will come sometimes, sir, but as a rule I must return home, for my friend John Wilkes would sorely miss my company, and is so good and faithful a fellow I would not seem to desert him on any account."
"Do as you think right, lad, and remember there will always be a welcome for you here when you choose to come."
John Wilkes was dismayed when he heard of Cyril's intention. "Well, Master Cyril," he said after smoking his pipe in silence for some time, "it is not for me to hinder you in what you have made up your mind to do. I don't say that if I wasn't on duty here that I mightn't go and do what I could for those poor creatures. But I don't know. It is one thing to face a deadly fever like this plague if it comes on board your own ship, for there is no getting out of it. But as you have got to face it, why, says I, do it as a man. But as for going out of your way to put yourself in the middle of it, that is going a bit beyond me." "Well, John, you didn't think it foolish when I went as a volunteer to fight the Dutch. It was just the same thing, you know." "I suppose it was," John said reluctantly after a pause. "But then, you see, you were fighting for your country." "Well, but in the present case I shall be fighting for my countrymen and countrywomen, John. It is awful to think of the misery that people are suffering, and it seems to me that, having nothing else to do here, it was specially my duty to put my hand to the work of helping as far as I can. The risk may, at present, be greater than it would be if I stayed at home, but the plague spreads, and it looks as if all the city would presently be affected. All will have to run the risk of contagion. There are thousands of women now who voluntarily enter the houses as nurses for a small rate of pay. Even robbers, they say, will enter and ransack the houses of the dead in search of plunder. It will be a shame indeed, then, if one should shrink from doing so when possibly one might do good. I will say nothing more against it, Master Cyril. Still, I do not see exactly what you are going to do. With one arm you could scarce hold down a raving man. I'm not going to be a nurse, certainly, John, Cyril said with a laugh. I expect that a doctor wants certain cases watched. Either he may doubt the nurses, or he may want to see how some particular drug works. Nothing so far seems of use, but that may be partly because the doctors are all so busy that they cannot watch the patients and see from hour to hour how the medicines act. When I was in the Levant, and the pest was bad there, John Wilkes said, I heard that the Turks, when seized with the distemper, sometimes wrapped themselves up in a great number of clothes, so that they sweated heavily, and that this seemed in some cases to draw off the fever, and so the patient recovered. That seems a sensible sort of treatment, John, and worth trying with this plague. On calling on Dr. Hodges that afternoon, Cyril found that he had rightly guessed the nature of the work that the doctor wished him to perform. I can never rely upon the nurses, he said. I give instructions with medicines, but in most cases I am sure that the instructions are never carried out. The relations and friends are too frightened to think or act calmly, too full of grief for the sick and anxiety for those who have not yet taken the illness to watch the changes in the patient. As to the nurses, they are often drunk the whole time they are in the house. Sometimes they fear to go near the sick man or woman. Sometimes, undoubtedly, they hasten death. In most cases it matters little, for we are generally called in too late to be of any service. The poor people view us almost as enemies. They hide their malady from us in every way. Half of our time, too, is wasted uselessly, for many are there who frighten themselves into the belief that they are ill and send for us in all haste. So far, we feel that we are working altogether in the dark. None of us can see that any sort of drug avails even in the slightest degree when the malady has once got a hold. 1 in 20 cases may live, but why we know not. Still, the fact that some do live shows that the illness is not necessarily mortal, and that, could the right remedy be found, we might yet overcome it. The first thing, however, is to try to prevent its spread. Here we have 10 or more people shut up in a house with one sick person. It is a terrible necessity, for it is a sentence of death to many, if not to all. We give the nurses instructions to fumigate the room by evaporating vinegar upon hot irons, by burning spices and drugs, by sprinkling perfumes. So far, I cannot see that these measures have been of any service, but I cannot say how thoroughly they have been carried out. And I sorely need an assistant to see that the system is fairly tried. It is not necessary that he should be a doctor, but we must have the influence and power over those in the house. He must be calm and firm, and he must be regarded by the people as a doctor. If you will undertake this, you must put on a wig, for you know that it is looked upon as a necessary part of a doctor's outfit by people in general. I shall introduce you as my assistant, and say that you are to be obeyed as implicitly as if I were present. There is another reason why you must pass as a doctor, for you would otherwise be a prisoner and unable to pass in and out. You had best wear a black suit, and I will lend you one of my canes and a snuff-box, and should advise you to take snuff, even if it is not your habit, for I believe that it is good against infection, and one of the experiments I wish to try is as to what its result may be if burnt freely in the house. Are you ready to undertake this work? Quite ready, sir. Then come around here at 8 in the morning. I shall have heard by that hour from the examiners of this parish of any fresh case they had found. They begin their rounds at 5 o'clock. The next day Cyril presented himself at the doctor's, dressed in black, with white ruffles to his shirt, and a flowing wig he had purchased the night before. Here are the cane and the snuff-box, Dr. Hodges said. Now you will pass muster very well as my assistant. Let us be off at once, for I have a long list of cases. Cyril remained outside while Dr. Hodges went into 3 or 4 houses. Presently he came down to the door and said to him, "This is a case where things are favorable for a first trial. It is a boy who is taken ill, and the parents, though deep in grief, seem to have some sense left." He turned to the watchman, who had already been placed at the door. The man, who evidently knew him, had saluted respectfully when he entered the house. "This gentleman is my assistant," he said, "and you will allow him to pass in and out just as you would myself. He is going to take this case entirely in his hand, and you will regard him as being in charge here." He then re-entered the house with Cyril and led him to the room where the parents of the boy and the 2 elder sisters were assembled. "This is my assistant," he said, "and he has consented to take entire charge of the case, though I myself shall look in and consult with him every morning. In the first place, your son must be taken to the top story of the house. You say that you are ready to nurse him yourselves, and do not wish that a paid nurse should be handed in. I commend your determination, for the nurses are, for the most part, worse than useless, and carry the infection all over the house. But only one of you must go into the room, and whoever goes in must stay there. It is madness for all to be going in and out and exposing themselves to the infection when no good can be done. When this is the case, one or other is sure to take the malady, and then it spreads to all. Which of you will undertake the duty?" All 4 at once offered themselves, and there was an earnest contest between them for the dangerous post. Dr. Hodges listened for a minute or 2, and then decided upon the elder of the 2 sisters, a quiet, resolute-looking girl with a healthy face. "This young lady shall be nurse," he said. "I feel that I can have confidence in her. She looks healthy and strong, and would, methinks, best resist the malady, should she take it. I am leaving my assistant here for a time to see to the fumigation of the house. You will please see that his orders are carried out in every respect. I have every hope that if this is done, the plague will not spread further. But much must depend upon yourselves. Do not give way to grief, but encourage each other, and go about with calm minds. I see," he said, pointing to the Bible on the table, "that you know where to go for comfort and strength. The first thing is to carry the boy up to the room that we choose for him."
"I will do that,"
the father said. "He had better be left in the blankets in which he is lying. Cover him completely over with them, for above all it is necessary that you should not inhale his breath. You had better take the head and your daughter the feet, but first see that the room upstairs is prepared." In a few minutes the lad was transferred to the upper room, the doctor warning the others not to enter that from which he had been carried until it had been fumigated and sprinkled with vinegar. "Now," he said to the girl who was to remain with the patient, "keep the window wide open, as there is no fireplace, and keep a brazier of coal burning near the window. Keep the door shut, and open it only when you have need for something. Give him a portion of this medicine every half-hour. Do not lean over him. Remember that his breath is a fatal poison. Put a pinch of these powdered spices into the fire every few minutes. Pour this perfume over your handkerchief and put it over your mouth and nose whenever you approach the bed. He is in a stupor now, poor lad, and I fear that his chance of recovery is very slight. But you must remember that your own life is of value to your parents, and that it behooves you to do all in your power to preserve it, and that if you take the contagion, it may spread through the house. We shall hang a sheet soaked in vinegar outside the door." "We could not have had a better case for a trial," he said as he went downstairs and joined Cyril, whom he had bidden wait below. "The people are all calm and sensible, and if we succeed not here, there is small chance of our succeeding elsewhere." The doctor then gave detailed orders as to the fumigating of the house and left. Cyril saw at once that the brazier of charcoal was lighted and carried upstairs, and he called to the girl to come out and fetch it in. As soon as she had done so, the sheet was hung over the door. Then he took another brazier, placed it in the room from which the boy had been carried, and laid several lumps of sulphur upon it, and then left the room. All the doors of the other rooms were then thrown open, and a quantity of tobacco, spices, and herbs
were burnt on a red-hot iron at the foot of the stairs until the house was filled with a dense smoke. Half an hour later, all the windows were opened. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Father and Son. The process of fumigation had well nigh suffocated the wife and daughter of the trader, but as soon as the smoke cleared away, Cyril set them all to work to carry up articles of furniture to another bedroom on the top floor. "When your daughter is released from nursing, madam," he said, "she must at once come into this room, and remain there secluded for a few days. Therefore it will be well to make it as comfortable as possible for her, for food must be taken up and put outside the door so that she can take it in there without any of you going near her." The occupation was a useful one, as it distracted the thoughts of those engaged in it from the sick room. Cyril did not enter there. He had told the girl to call him should there be any necessity, but said, "Do not call me unless it is absolutely needful. If, for instance, he becomes violent, in which case we must fasten the sheets across him so as to restrain him. But it is of no use your remaining shut up there if I go in and out of the room and carry the infection to the others." "You have hurt your arm, doctor," the mother said when the arrangements were well made, and they had returned to the room below. "Yes," he said, "I met with an accident, and must for a short time keep my arm in a sling." "You look young, sir, to be running these fearful perils." "I am young," Cyril said, "and have not yet completed all my studies, but Dr. Hodges judged that I was sufficiently advanced to be able to be of service to him, not so much in prescribing as by seeing that his orders were carried out." Every half hour he went upstairs and inquired through the door as to the state of the boy. Late in the afternoon he heard the girl crying bitterly within. He knocked, and she cried out, "He is dead, sir. He has just expired." "Then you must think of yourself and the others," he said. "The small packet I placed on the chair contains sulphur. Close the window, then place the packet on the fire, and leave the room at once and go into the next room, which is all ready for you. There, I pray you, undress and sponge yourself with vinegar. Then make your clothes into a bundle and put them outside the door. There will be a bowl of hot broth in readiness for you there. Drink that, and then go to bed at once, and keep the blankets over you and try to sleep." He went part of the way downstairs, and in a minute or two heard a door open and shut, then another door shut. Knowing that the order had been carried out, he went downstairs. "Madam," he said, "God has taken your boy. The doctor had but little hope for him. For the sake of yourself and those around you, I pray you all bear up against the sorrow." The mother burst into tears, and leaving her with her husband and daughter, Cyril went into the kitchen, where the maid and an apprentice were sitting with pale faces, and bade the servant at once warm up the broth that had already been prepared. As soon as it was ready, he carried the basin upstairs. The bundle of clothes had already been placed outside the girl's room. He took this down and put it in the kitchen fire. "Now," he said, "take 4 basins up to the parlor, and do you and the boy each make a hearty meal. I think there is little fear of the plague spreading, and your best chance of avoiding it is by keeping up your spirits and not fretting about it." As soon as the broth had been taken into the parlor, he went in and persuaded them to eat and to take a glass of wine with it, while he himself sat down with them. "You are all weak," he said, "for doubtless you have eaten nothing today, and you need strength as well as courage. I trust that your daughter will presently go off into a sound sleep. The last thing before you go to bed, take up with you a basin of good posset with a glass of wine in it, knock gently at her door, and if she is awake, tell her to come out and take it as soon as you have gone. But if she does not reply, do not rouse her. I can be of no further use tonight, but will return in the morning when I hope to find all as well." The father accompanied him to the door. "You will, of course, bring the poor boy down tonight. It were best that you made some excuse to sleep in another room. Let your daughter sleep with her mother. When you go in to fetch him, be careful that you do not enter at once, for the fumes of the sulphur will scarcely have abated. As you go in, place a wet handkerchief to your mouth, and make to the window and throw it open, closing the door behind you. Sit at the window till the air is tolerable, then wrap the blankets round him and carry him downstairs when you hear the bell. After he is gone, tell the servant to have a brazier lighted and to keep up the kitchen fire. As soon as he is gone, burn on the brazier at the foot of the stairs tobacco and spices as we did before. Then take off your clothes and burn them in the kitchen fire. Then go up to bed. You can leave the doors and windows of the rooms that are not in use open so that the smoke may escape." "God bless you, sir," the man said. "You have been a comfort indeed to us, and I have good hopes that the plague will spread no further among us." Cyril went first to the doctors and reported what had taken place. "I will go round in the morning and see how they are," he concluded, "and bring you round word before you start on your rounds." "You have done very well indeed," the doctor said. "If people everywhere would be as calm and obey orders as well as those you have been with, I should have good hopes that we might check the spread of the plague. But you will find that they are quite the exception." This indeed proved to be the case. In many instances, people were so distracted with grief and fear that they ran about the house like mad persons, crying and screaming, running in and out of the sick chamber or sitting there crying helplessly, and refusing to leave the body until it was carried out to the dead cart. But with such cases Cyril had nothing to do, as the doctor would only send him to the houses where he saw that his instructions would be carried out. To his great satisfaction, Cyril found that the precautions taken in the first case proved successful. Regularly, every morning, he inquired at the door and received the answer, "All are well." In August, the plague greatly increased in violence, the deaths rising to 10,000 a week. A dull despair had now seized the population. It seemed that all were to be swept away. Many went out of their minds. The quacks no longer drove a flourishing trade in their pretend nostrums. These were now utterly discredited, for nothing seemed of the slightest avail. Some went to the opposite extreme, and affected to defy fate. The taverns were filled again, and boisterous shouts and songs seemed to mock the dismal cries from the houses with the Red Cross on the door. Robberies were rife. Regardless of the danger of the pest, robbers broke into the house where all the inmates had perished by the plague, and rifled them of their valuables. The nurses plundered the dying. All natural affection seemed at an end. Those stricken were often deserted by all their relatives, and left alone to perish. Bands of reckless young fellows went through the streets singing and dressing up in masks, performed the dance of death. The dead were too many to be carried away in carts at night to the great pits prepared for them, but the dismal tones of the bell and the cries of "Bring out your dead" sounded in the streets all day. It was no longer possible to watch the whole of the infected houses. Sometimes plague-stricken men would escape from their beds and run through the streets until they dropped dead. One such man, in the height of his delirium, sprang into the river, and after swimming about for some time returned to the shore, marvelously cured of his malady by the shock. Cyril went occasionally in the evening to the lodgings of Mr. Wallace. At first he met several people gathered there, but the number became fewer every time he went. He had told the minister that he thought that it would be better for him to stay away, exposed as he was to the infection, but Mr. Wallace would take no excuses on this score. "We are all in the hands of God," he said. "The streets are full of infected people, and I myself frequently go to pray with my friends in the earliest stages of the malady. There is no longer any use in precautions. We can but all go on doing our duty until we are called away, and even among the few who gather here of an evening there may be one or more who are already smitten, though unconscious yet that their summons has come." Among others, Cyril was introduced to Mr. and Mrs. Harvey, who were, the minister told him, from the country, but were staying in town on account of a painful family business. "I have tried to persuade them to return home and stay there until the plague ceases, but they conceive it their duty to remain. They are, like myself, independents, and are not easily to be turned from a resolution they have taken." Cyril could easily understand that Mr. Harvey was exactly what he, from the description he had heard of him, had pictured to himself that a Roundhead soldier would be. He had a stern face, eyes deeply sunk in his head, high cheekbones, a firm mouth, and a square jaw. He wore his hair cut close. His figure was bony, and he must, as a young man, have been very powerful. He spoke in a slow, deliberate way that struck Cyril as being the result of long effort, for a certain restless action of the fingers and quick movement of the eye told of a naturally impulsive and fiery disposition. He constantly used scriptural texts in the course of his speech. His wife was gentle and quiet, but it was evident that there was a very strong sympathy between them, and Cyril found, after meeting them once or twice, that he liked them far better than he thought he should do on their first introduction. This was no doubt partly due to the fact that Mr. Harvey frequently entered into conversation with him and appeared to interest himself in him. He was, too, a type that was altogether new to the lad. From his father and his father's companions he had heard nothing good of Puritans, but the evident earnestness of this man's nature was, to some extent, in accordance with his own disposition, and he felt that, widely as he might differ from him on all points of politics, he could not but respect him. The evenings were pleasant. As if by common consent, the conversation never turned on the plague, but they talked of other passing events, of the trials of their friends, and of the laws that were being put in force against nonconformists. "What think you of these persecutions, young sir?" Mr. Harvey abruptly asked Cyril one evening, breaking off in the midst of a general conversation. Cyril was a little confused at the unexpected question. "I think all persecutions for conscience sake are wrong," he said after a moment's pause, "and generally recoil upon the persecutors. Spain lost Holland owing to her persecution of the people. France lost great numbers of her best citizens by her laws against the Protestants. I agree with you thoroughly that the persecution of the nonconformists at present is a grievous error and a cruel injustice. But at the same time, if you will excuse my saying so, it is a natural consequence of the persecution by the nonconformists when they were in power of the ministers of the Church of England. My tutor in France was an English clergyman, who had been driven from his living, like thousands of other ministers, because he would not give up his opinions. Therefore, you see, I very early was imbued with a hatred of persecution in any form. I trust that I have not spoken too boldly, but you asked for my opinion, and I was forced to give it." "At any rate, young sir, you have spoken manfully, and I like you none the worse for it, nor can I altogether gainsay your words. But you must remember that we had before been oppressed, and that we have been engaged in a desperate struggle for liberty of conscience, which, having won for ourselves, we proceeded to deny to others," Mr. Wallace said with a smile. "Cyril has us fairly, Mr. Harvey. We are reaping what our fathers sowed. They thought that the power they had gained was to be theirs to hold always, and they used it tyrannously, being thereby false to all their principles. It is ever the persecuted, when he attains power, who becomes the persecutor, and hard as is the pressure of the laws now, we should never forget that we have in our time been persecutors, and that in defiance of the rights of conscience we had fought to achieve. Man's nature is, I fear, unchangeable. The slave longs above all things for freedom, but when he rises successfully against his master, he in turn becomes a tyrant, and not infrequently a cruel and bloodthirsty one. Still, we must hope. It may be in the good days that are to come that we may reach a point when each will be free to worship in his own fashion, without any fear or hindrance, recognizing the fact that each has a right to follow his own path to heaven, without its being a subject of offense to those who walk in other ways." One or two of the other visitors were on the point of speaking when Mr. Wallace put a stop to further argument by fetching a Bible from his closet and preparing for the short service of prayer with which the evening always closed. One evening Mr. Harvey and his wife were absent from the usual gathering. "I feel anxious about them," Mr. Wallace said. "They have never, since they arrived in town, missed coming here at 7 o'clock. The bells are usually striking the hour as they come. I fear that one or the other of them may have been seized by the plague." "With your permission, sir, I will run round and see," Cyril said. "I know their lodging, for I have accompanied them to the door several times, It is but 5 minutes' walk from here. If one or the other is ill, I will run round to Dr. Hodges, and I am sure at my request he will go round at once to see them." Cyril walked fast towards the lodging occupied by the Harveys. It was at the house of a mercer, but he and his family had 3 weeks before gone away, having gladly permitted his lodgers to remain, as their presence acted as a guard to the house. They had brought up an old servant with them, and were therefore able to dispense with other attendants. Cyril hurried along, trying as usual to pay as little heed as he could to the doleful cries that rose from many of the houses. Although it was still broad daylight, there was scarce a soul in the streets, and those he met were, like himself, walking fast, keeping as far as possible away from any one they met, so as to avoid contact. As he neared the house, he heard a woman scream. A moment later, a casement was thrown open, and Mrs. Harvey's head appeared. She gave another piercing cry for help, and was then suddenly dragged back, and the casement was violently closed. Cyril had so frequently heard similar cries that he would have paid no attention to it had it come from a stranger, but he felt that Mrs. Harvey was not one to give way to wild despair, even had her husband been suddenly attacked with the plague. Her sudden disappearance and the closing of the casement too were unaccountable, unless, indeed, her husband were in a state of violent delirium. He ran to the door and flung himself against it. "Help me to force it down," he cried to a man who was passing. "You are mad," the man replied. "Do you not see that they have got the plague? You may hear hundreds of such cries every day." Cyril drew his sword, which he always carried when he went out for an evening, for, owing to the deaths among the city watch, deeds of lawlessness and violence were constantly perpetrated, and struck with all his strength with the hilt upon the fastening of the casement next to the door. Several of the small panes of glass fell in, and the whole window shook. Again and again he struck upon the same spot, when the fastening gave way, and the window flew open. He sprang in at once, ran through the shop into the passage, and then upstairs. The door was open, and he nearly fell over the body of a man. As he ran into the room, he heard the words, "For the last time will you sign the deed? You think I will not do this, but I am desperate." As the words left his mouth, Cyril sprang forward between the man and Mr. Harvey, who was standing with his arms folded, looking steadfastly at his opponent, who was menacing him with a drawn sword. The man, with a terrible oath, turned to defend himself, repeating the oath when he saw who was his assailant. "I let you off last time lightly, you scoundrel!" Cyril exclaimed. "This time it is your life or mine." The man made a furious lunge at him. Cyril parried it, and would at the next moment have run him through had not Mr. Harvey suddenly thrown himself between them, hurling Cyril's antagonist to the ground. "Put up your sword," he said to Cyril. "This man is my son, scoundrel and villain, yet still my son, even though he has raised his hand against me. Leave him to God." Cyril stepped a pace back in his surprise. At first he thought that Mr. Harvey's trouble had turned his brain. Then it flashed across him that this ruffian's name was indeed John Harvey. The man was about to rise from the floor when Cyril again sprang forward. "Drop that sword," he exclaimed, "or I'll run you through. Now, sir," he said to Mr. Harvey, "will you draw out that pistol, whose butt projects from his pocket, or your son may do one of us mischief yet?" That such had been the man's intention was evident from the glance of baffled rage he threw at Cyril. "Now, sir, go," his father said sternly. "Remember that henceforth you are no son of mine. Did I do my duty, I should hand you over to the watch. Not for your threats to me, but for the sword thrust you have given to Joseph Edmonds, who has many times carried you on his shoulder when a child. You may compass my death, but be assured that not 1 farthing will you gain thereby. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. I leave it to him to pay it. Now go." John Harvey rose to his feet and walked to the door. Then he turned and shook his fist at Cyril. "Curse you," he said. "I will be even with you yet." Cyril now had time to look round. His eye fell upon the figure of Mrs. Harvey, who had fallen insensible. He made a step towards her, but her husband said, "She has but fainted. This is more pressing. and he turned to the old servant. Cyril aided him in lifting the old man up and laying him on the couch. "He breathes," said he.
"He is wounded to death," Mr. Harvey said sadly, "and my son hath done it."
Cyril opened the servant's coat. "Here is the wound, high up on the left side. It may not touch a vital part. It bleeds freely, and I have heard that that is a good sign."
"It is so," Mr. Harvey said excitedly. "Perhaps he may yet recover. I would give all that I am worth that it might be so. Bad as he may be, the sin of this murder should not rest on my son's soul."
"I will run for the doctor, sir, but before I go, let me help you lift your wife. She will doubtless come round shortly, and will aid you to staunch the wound till the doctor comes." Mrs. Harvey was indeed already showing signs of returning animation. She was placed on a couch, and water sprinkled on her face. As soon as he saw her eyes open, Cyril caught up his hat and ran to Dr. Hodges. The doctor had just finished his supper, and was on the point of going out again to see some of his patients. On hearing from Cyril that a servant of some friends of his had been wounded by a robber, he put some lint and bandages in his pocket and started with him. "These robberies are becoming more and more frequent," he said, "and so bold and reckless are the criminals that they seem to care not a jot whether they add murder to their other crimes. Where do you say the wound is?" Cyril pointed below his own shoulder. "It's just about there, doctor." "Then it may be above the upper edge of the lung. If so, we may save the man. Half an inch higher or lower will make all the difference between life and death. As you say that it was bleeding freely, it is probable that the sword has missed the lung, for had it pierced it, the bleeding would have been chiefly internal, and the hope of saving him would have been slight indeed." When they reached the house, Cyril found that Mrs. Harvey had quite recovered. They had cut open the man's clothes, and her husband was pressing a handkerchief, closely folded, upon the wound. "It is serious, but I think not vital," Dr. Hodges said after examining it. "I feel sure that the sword has missed the lung." After cutting off the rest of the man's upper garments, he poured from a vial he had brought with him a few drops of a powerful styptic into the wound, placed a thick pad of lint over it, and bandaged it securely. Then, giving directions that a small quantity of spirits and water should be given to the patient from time to time, and, above all things, that he should be kept perfectly quiet, he hurried away. "Is there anything more I can do, sir?" Cyril asked Mr. Harvey.
"Nothing more. You'll understand, sir, what our feelings are, and that our hearts are too full of grief and emotion for us to speak. We shall watch together tonight and lay our case before the Lord." "Then I will come early in the morning and see if there is aught I can do, sir. I'm going back now to Mr. Wallace, who was uneasy at your absence. I suppose you would wish me to say only that I found that there was a robber in the place, who, having wounded your servant, was on the point of attacking you when I entered, and that he fled almost immediately." "That will do. Say to him that for tonight we shall be busy nursing, and that my wife is greatly shaken. Therefore I would not that he should come round, but I pray him to call here in the morning."
"I will do so, sir."
Cyril went downstairs, closed the shutters of the window into which he had broken, and put up the bars, and went out at the door, taking special pains to close it firmly behind him. He was glad to be out of the house. He had seen many sad scenes during the last few weeks, but it seemed to him that this was the saddest of all. Better 1,000 times to see a son stricken by the plague than this. He walked slowly back to the minister's. He met Mr. Wallace at the door of his house. "I was coming round," the latter said. "Of course, one or the other of them are stricken?"
"No, sir. It was another cause that prevented their coming. Just as I reached the house, I heard a scream, and Mrs. Harvey appeared at the casement calling for help. I forced open a window and ran up. I found that a robber had entered the house. He had seriously wounded the old servant, and was on the point of attacking Mr. Harvey when I entered. Taken by surprise, the man fled almost immediately. Mrs. Harvey had fainted. At first we thought the servant was killed, but, finding that he lived, I ran off and fetched Dr. Hodges, who has dressed his wound, and thinks that the man has a good chance of recovery." As Mrs. Harvey had now come round and was capable of assisting her husband, they did not accept my offer to stay and do anything I could. I said I was coming to you, and Mr. Harvey asked me to say that, although they were too much shaken to see you this evening, they should be glad if you would go round to them the first thing in the morning."
"Then the robber got away unharmed?" Mr. Wallace asked.
"He was unharmed, sir. I would rather you did not question me on the subject. Mr. Harvey will doubtless enter fully into the matter with you in the morning. We did not exchange many words, for as he was greatly disturbed in spirit at the wounding of his old servant and the scene he had gone through, and seeing that he and his wife would rather be alone with their patient, I left almost directly after Dr. Hodges went away. However, I may say that I believe there are private matters in the affair which he will probably himself communicate to you."
"Then I will ask no more questions, Cyril. I am well content to know that it is not as I feared, and that the plague had not attacked them."
"I said I would call round in the morning, sir, but I have been thinking of it as I came along, and consider that, as you will be there, it is well that I should not do so. I will come round here at 10 o'clock, and should you not have returned, will wait until you do. I do not know that I can be of any use whatever, and do not wish to intrude there. Will you kindly say this to them, but add that should they really wish me to go, I will of course do so."
Mr. Wallace looked a little puzzled. "I will do as you ask me, but it seems to me that they will naturally wish to see you, seeing that if it had not been for your arrival, they might have been robbed and perhaps murdered."
"You will understand better when you have seen Mr. Harvey, sir. Now I will be making for home. It is about my usual hour, and John Wilkes will be beginning to wonder and worry about me."
To John, Cyril told the same story as to Mr. Wallace.
"But how was it that you let the villain escape, Master Cyril? Why did you not run him through the body?" "I had other things to think of, John. There was Mrs. Harvey lying insensible, and the servant desperately wounded, and thought more of these than of the robber, and was glad enough when he ran out to be able to turn my attention to them." "Aye, that was natural enough, lad. But 'tis a pity that the villain got off scot-free. Truly it is not safe for two old people to be in an empty house by themselves in these times, especially as may be the houses on either side are also untenanted, and robbers can get into them and make their way along the roof, and so enter a house they like by the windows there. It was a mercy you chanced to come along. Men are so accustomed now to hear screams and calls for aid that none trouble themselves as to such sounds. And you still feel quite well?" "Never better, John, except for the occasional twitches on my shoulder." "It does not knit so fast as it should do," John said. "In the first place, you are always on the move. Then no one can go about into infected houses without his spirits being disturbed. And of all things, a calm and easy disposition is essential for the proper healing of wounds. Lastly, it is certain that when there is poison in the air, wounds do not heal so quickly as at other times." "It is going on well enough, John. Indeed, I could not desire it to do better. As soon as it is fairly handled, I ought to join Prince Rupert again. But in truth I do not wish to go, for I would fain to see this terrible plague come to an end before I leave, for never since the days of the Black Death hundreds of years ago was there so strange and terrible a malady in this country." Mr. Wallace had returned to his house when Cyril called the next morning.
"Thinking over what you said last night, Cyril, I arrived at a pretty correct conclusion as to what had happened, though I thought not that it could be as bad as it was. I knew the object with which Mr. Harvey and his wife had come up to London, at a time when most men were fleeing from it. Their son has, ever since he came up 3 years ago, been a source of grievous trouble to them, as he was, indeed, for a long time previously. Some natures seem naturally to turn to evil, and this boy's was one of them. It may be that the life at home was too rigid and severe, and that he revolted against it. Certain it is that he took to evil courses and consorted with bad companions. Severity was unavailing. He would break out of the house at night and be away for days. He was drunken and dissolute. At last, just after a considerable sum of money had come into the house from the tenants' rents, he stole it, and went up to London. His name was not mentioned at home, though his father learned from correspondence here that he had become a hanger-on of the court, where, his father being a man of condition, he found friends without difficulty. He was a gambler and a brawler, and bore a bad reputation even among the riff-raff of the court. His father learnt that he had disappeared from sight at the time the court went to Oxford early in June, and his correspondent found that he was reported to have joined a band of abandoned ruffians, whose least crimes were those of robbery. When the plague spread rapidly, Mr. Harvey and his wife determined to come up to London to make one more effort to draw him from his evil courses. The only thing that they had been able to learn for certain was that he was one of the performers in that wicked mockery of Dance of Death, but their efforts to trace him have otherwise failed. They had intended, if they had found him, and he would have made promises of amendment, to have given him money that would have enabled him to go over to America and begin a new life there, promising him a regular allowance to maintain him in comfort. As they have many friends over there, some of whom went abroad to settle before the Civil War broke out here, they would be able to have news how he was going on, and if they found he was living a decent life and truly repented his past course, they would in 5 years have had him back again and reinstated him as their heir. I knew their intentions in the matter, and have done my best to gain them news of him. I did not believe in the reformation of one who had shown himself to be of such evil spirit, but God is all-powerful, and might have led him out from the slough into which he had fallen. Yesterday evening, half an hour before you went there, his father and mother were astonished at his suddenly entering. He saluted them at first with ironical politeness, and said that having heard from one of the same part of the country that he had seen them in London, he had had the streets thereabouts watched, and having found where they lodged, had come to pay his respects. There was a reckless bravado in his manner that alarmed his mother, and was not long before the purpose of his visit came out. He demanded that his father should at once sign a deed which he had brought down out in readiness, assigning to him at once half his property. "You have," he said, "far more than you can require. Living as you do, you must save 3/4 of your income, and it would be at once an act of charity, and save you the trouble of dealing with money that is of no use to you." His father indignantly refused to take any such step, and then told him the plans he had himself formed for him. At this he laughed scoffingly. "You have the choice," he said, "of giving me half, or of my taking everything." And then he swore with terrible oaths that unless his father signed the paper, that day should be his last. "You are in my power," he said, "and I am desperate. Do you think that if 3 bodies were found in a house now, any will trouble to inquire how they came to their end? They'll be tossed into the plague cart, and none will make inquiry about them." Hearing voices raised in anger, an old servant ran in. At once the villain drew and ran at him, passing his sword through his body. Then, as if transported at the sight of the blood he had shed, he turned upon his father. It was at this moment that his mother ran to the window and called for help. He dragged her back, and as she fell fainting with horror and fear, he again turned upon his father. His passion grew hotter and hotter, as the latter, upbraiding him with the deed he had done, refused to sign, and there is no doubt that he would have taken his life had you not luckily ran in at this moment. It has truly been a terrible night for them. They have passed it in prayer, and when I went this morning were both calm and composed, though it is easy to see by their faces how they have suffered, and how much the blow has told upon them. They have determined to save their son from any further temptation to enrich himself by their deaths. I fetched a lawyer for them, and when I left, Mr. Harvey was giving him instructions for drawing up his will, by which every farthing is left away from him. They request me to go to them this evening with 2 or 3 of our friends to witness it, as it is necessary in a time like this that a will should be witnessed by as many as possible, as some may be carried off by the plague, and should all witnesses be dead, the will might be disputed as a forgery. So the lawyer will bring his clerks with him, and I shall take 4 or 5 of our friends. They will return to the country as soon as their servant can be moved. Dr. Hodges came when I was there, and gives hopes that the cure will be a speedy one. We are going to place some men in the house. I have among my poorer friends 2 men who would be glad to establish themselves there with their wives, seeing that they will pay no rent and will receive wages as long as Mr. Harvey remains there. There will thus be no fear of any repetition of the attempt. Mr. Harvey, on my advice, will also draw up and sign a paper giving a full account of the occurrence of last evening, and will leave this in the hands of the lawyer. This will be protection to him should his son follow him into the country, as he will then be able to assure him that if he proceeds to violence, suspicion will at once fall upon him, and he will be arrested for his murder. But indeed the poor gentleman holds but little to his life, and it was only on my representing to him that this document might be the means of averting the commission of the most terrible of all sins from the head of his son that he agreed to sign it. I gave him your message, and he prays me to say that, deeply grateful as he and his wife are to you, not so much for saving of their lives as for the preventing of their son's soul being stained by the crime, they would indeed rather that you did not call for a time, for they are so sorely shaken that they do not feel equal to seeing you. You will not, I hope, take this amiss?" "By no means," Cyril replied. "It is but a natural feeling, and in truth I myself am relieved that such is their decision, for it would be well nigh as painful to me as to them to see them again, and to talk over the subject." "By the way, Cyril, Mr. Harvey said that when you saw his son you cried out his name, and that by the manner in which he turned upon you it was clear that he had some cause for hating you. Is this so, or was it merely his fancy?" "It was no fancy, sir. It is not long since I thwarted his attempt to carry off the daughter of a city merchant, to whom he had represented himself as a nobleman. He was in the act of doing so, with the aid of some friends, when, accompanied by John Wilkes, I came up. There was a fray, in the course of which I ran him through the shoulder. The young lady returned home with us, and has since heartily repented of her folly. I had not seen the man since that time till I met him yesterday, but certainly the house was watched for some time, as I believe by his associates, who would probably have done me an ill turn had I gone out after nightfall." "That explains it, Cyril. I will tell Mr. Harvey, whose mind has been much puzzled by your recognition of his son."
End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Smitten Down. 2 days later, Cyril started at his usual hour to go to Dr. Hodges, but he had proceeded but a few yards when a man who was leaning against the wall suddenly lurched forward and caught him round the neck. Thinking that the fellow had been drinking, Cyril angrily tried to shake him off. As he did so, the man's hat, which had been pressed down over his eyes, fell off, and, to his astonishment, Cyril recognized John Harvey. "You villain! What are you doing here?" he exclaimed as he freed himself from the embrace, sending his assailant staggering back against the wall. The man's face lit up with a look of savage exultation. "I told you you should hear from me again," he said, "and I have kept my word. I knew the hour you went out, and I have been waiting for you. You are a doomed man. I have the plague, and I have breathed in your face. Before 24 hours have passed, you will be, as I am, a dying man. That is a good piece of vengeance. You may be a better swordsman than I am, but you can't fight with the plague." Cyril drew back in horror. As he did so, a change came over John Harvey's face. He muttered a few words incoherently, swayed backwards and forwards, and then slid to the ground in a heap. A rush of blood poured from his mouth, and he fell over dead. Cyril had seen more than one similar death in the streets, but the horrible malignity of this man and his sudden death gave him a terrible shock. He felt for the moment completely unmanned, and, conscious that he was too unhinged for work, he turned and went back to the house. "You look pale, lad," John Wilkes said as Cyril went upstairs. "What brings you back so soon?" "I have had rather a shock, John," and he told him of what had happened. "That was enough to startle you, lad. I should say the best thing you could do would be to take a good strong tumbler of grog, and then lay down." "That I will do, and I will take a dose of the medicine Dr. Hodges makes everyone take when the infection first shows itself in a house. As you know, I have never had any fear of the plague hitherto. I don't say that I'm afraid of it now, but I have run a far greater risk of catching it than I have ever done before, for until now I have never been in actual contact with anyone with the disease." After a sleep, Cyril rose, and feeling himself again, went to call upon Mr. Wallace. "I shall not come again for a few days," he said after telling him what had happened, but without mentioning the name of John Harvey. "But I will send you a note every other day by John Wilkes. If he does not come, you will know that I have taken the malady, and in that case, Mr. Wallace, I know that I shall have your prayers for my recovery. I am sure that I shall be well cared for by John Wilkes." "Of my prayers you may be sure, Cyril, and indeed I have every faith that, should you catch the malady, you will recover from it. You have neither well nigh frightened yourself to death, nor have you dosed yourself with drugs until nature was exhausted before the struggle began. You will, I am sure, be calm and composed, and above all you have faith in God, and the knowledge that you have done your part to carry out His orders, and to visit the sick and aid those in sorrow." The next day Cyril was conscious of no change except that he felt a disinclination to exert himself. The next morning he had a feeling of nausea. "I think that I'm in for it, John," he said. "But at any rate, it can do no harm to try that remedy you spoke of that is used in the East. First of all, let us fumigate the room. As far as I have seen, the smoke of tobacco is the best preservative against the plague. Now, do you, John, keep a bit of tobacco in your mouth?" "That I mostly do, lad." "Well, keep a bigger bit than usual, John, and smoke steadily. Still, that will not be enough. Keep the fire burning, and an iron plate heated to readiness over it. Bring that into my room from time to time, and burn tobacco on it. Keep the room full of smoke." "I will do that," John said, "but you must not have too much of it. I am an old hand, and have many times sat in a forecastle so full of smoke that one could scarce see one's hands. But you are not accustomed to it, and it may like enough make you sick. There will be no harm in that, John, so that one does not push it too far. Now, how are you going to set about the sweating process? While you undress and get into bed, I will get a blanket ready. It is to be dipped in boiling water, and then wrung out till it is dry as we can get it. Then you are wrapped in that, and then rolled in 5 or 6 dry blankets to keep in the heat. You will keep in that until you feel almost weak with sweating. Then I take you out and sponge you with warmish water, and then wrap you in another dry blanket." "You had better sponge me with vinegar, John." Cyril undressed. When he had done so, he carefully examined himself, and his eye soon fell on a black spot on the inside of his leg just above the knee. It was a well-known sign of the plague. "I have got it, John," he said when the latter entered with a pile of blankets. "Well, then, we have got to fight it, Master Cyril, and we will beat it if it is to be beaten. Now, lad, for the hot blanket. Lay it down on the bed, and I will wrap myself in it, and the same with the others. Now I warn you, you are not to come nearer to me than you can help, and above all, you are not to lean over me. If you do, I will turn you out of the room and lock the door, and fight it out myself. Now puff away at that pipe, and the moment you wrap me up, get the room full of smoke." John nodded. "Don't you bother about me," he growled. "I reckon the plague isn't going to touch such a tough old bit of seasoned mahogany as I am. Still, I will do as you tell me." In a few minutes Cyril was in a profuse perspiration, in which even his head, which was above the blankets, shared. "That is grand," John said complacently. The cloud of tobacco with which the room was soon filled was not long in having the effect that John had predicted, and Cyril was soon violently sick, which had the effect of further increasing the perspiration. "You must open the window and let the smoke out a bit, John," he gasped. "I can't stand any more of it." This was done, and for another hour Cyril lay between the blankets. "I shall faint if I lie here any longer," he said at last. "Now, John, do you go out of the room, and don't come back again until I call you. I see you have put the vinegar handy. It is certain that if this is doing me any good, the blankets will be infected. You say you have got a big fire in the kitchen. Well, I shall take them myself and hang them up in front of it, and you are not to go into the room until they are perfectly dry again. You had better light another fire at once in the parlor, and you can do any cooking there. I will keep the kitchen for my blankets." John nodded and left the room, and Cyril at once proceeded to unroll the blankets. As he came to the last, he was conscious of a strong fetid odor, similar to that he had more than once perceived in houses infected by the plague. "I believe it is drawing it out of me," he said to himself. "I will give it another trial presently." He first sponged himself with vinegar, and felt much refreshed. He then wrapped himself up and lay down for a few minutes, for he felt strangely weak. Then he got up and carried the blankets into the kitchen, where a huge fire had been made up by John. He threw the one that had been next to him into a tub, and poured boiling water on it. The others he hung on chairs round it. Then he went back to his room, and lay down and slept for half an hour. He returned to the kitchen and rearranged the blankets. When John saw him go back to his room, he followed him. "I've got some strong broth handy. Do you think that you could take a cupful?" "Aye, and a good-sized one, John. I feel sure that sweating has done me good, and I will have another turn at it soon. You must go at once and report that I have got it, or when the examiners come round they'll find that the plague is in the house, and you will be fined or perhaps imprisoned. Before you go there, please leave word at Dr. Hodges' that I am ill, and you might also call Mr. Wallace's and leave the same message. Tell them in both cases that I have everything that I want, and trust that I shall make a good recovery." "Aye, aye, sir. I will be off as soon as I have brought you your broth, and will be back here in half an hour." Cyril drank the broth, and then dozed again until John returned. When he heard his step, he called out to him to bring the hot iron, and he filled the room with tobacco smoke before allowing him to enter. "Now, John, the blankets are dry and can be handled again, and I am ready for another cooking." 4 times that day did Cyril undergo the sweating process. By the evening he was as weak as a child, but his skin was soft and cool, and he was free from all feeling of pain or uneasiness. Dr. Hodges called half an hour after he had taken it for the last time, having only received his message when he returned late from a terrible day's work. Cyril had just turned in for the night. "Well, lad, how are you feeling? I am sorry that I did not get your message before." "I'm feeling very well, doctor." "Your hand is moist and cool," Dr. Hodges said in surprise. "You must have been mistaken. I see no signs whatever of the plague." "There was no mistake, doctor. There were the black marks on my thighs, but I think I have pretty well sweated it out of me." He then described the process he had followed, and said that John Wilkes had told him that it was practiced in the Levant. "Sweating is greatly used here, and I have tried it very repeatedly among my patients, and in some cases where I had notice of the disease early, have saved them. Some bleed before sweating, but I have not heard of one who did so who recovered. In many cases the patient, from terror or from weakness of the body, cannot get up the heat required, and even if they arrive at it, have not the strength to support it. In your case you lost no time. You had vital heat in plenty, and you had strength to keep up the heat in full force till you washed, as it were, the malady out of you. Henceforth I shall order that treatment with confidence when patients come to me whom I suspect to have the plague, although it may not yet have fully declared itself. What have you done with the blankets?" "I would not suffer John to touch them, but carried them myself into the kitchen. The blankets next to me throw into a tub and pour boiling water over them. The others I hang up before a huge fire, so as to be dry for the next operation. I take care that John does not enter the kitchen." "How often have you done this?" 4 times, and lay each time for an hour in the blankets. I feel very weak, and must have lost many pounds in weight, but my head is clear, and I suffer no pain whatever. The marks on my legs have not spread, and seem to me less dark in color than they were." "Your case is the most hopeful that I have seen," Dr. Hodges said. "The system has had every advantage, and to this it owes its success. In the first place, you began it as soon as you felt unwell. Most people would have gone on for another 12 hours before they paid much attention to the first symptoms, and might not have noticed the plague marks even when they went to bed. In the second place, you are cool and collected, and voluntarily delivered yourself to the treatment. And in the third place, which is the most important perhaps of all, you are in good health generally. You had not weakened yourself by swallowing every nostrum advertised or wearing yourself out by vain terrors. 99 cases out of 100 would probably be beyond the reach of help before they were conscious of illness, and be too weak to stand so severe a strain on the system that you have undergone. Another thing is that the remedy could hardly be attempted in a house full of frightened people. There would be sure to be carelessness in the matter of blankets, which, unless treated as you have done, would be a certain means of spreading the infection over the house. At any rate, I would continue the sweating as long as you can possibly stand it. Take nourishment in the shape of broth frequently, but in small quantity. I would do it again at midnight. 'Tis well not to let the virus have time to gather strength again. I see you have faith in tobacco. Yes, doctor. I never let John Wilkes into the room after I have taken a bath until it was full of tobacco smoke. I have twice made myself ill with it today. Can't carry it too far, lad, for although I also believe in the virtue of the weed, 'tis a powerful poison, and you do not want to weaken yourself. Well, I can see I can do nothing for you. You and your man seem to me to have treated the attack far more successfully than I should have done, for indeed this month very few of those attacked have recovered, whatever the treatment has been. I shall come round early tomorrow morning to see how you are going on. At present nothing can be better. Since the first outbreak I have not seen a single case in which the patient was in so fair a way towards recovery in so short a time after the discovery of the infection. John Wilkes at this moment came in with a basin of broth. This is my good friend John Wilkes, doctor. You ought to be called Dr. John Wilkes, the doctor, who was one of the most famous of his time, said with a smile as he shook hands with him. Your treatment seems to be doing wonders. It seems to me he is doing well, doctor, but I am afraid he is carrying it too far. He is so weak he can hardly stand. Never mind that, the doctor said. It will be easy enough to build him up when we have once got the plague out of him. I have told him to have another turn in the blankets at 12 o'clock tonight. It will not do to let the malady get a fresh hold of him. But don't push it too far, lad. If you begin to feel faint, stop it, even if you have not been a quarter of an hour in the blankets. Do not cover yourself up too warmly when you have done. Let nature have a rest. I shall be round between 8 and 9, and no doubt you will have had another bath before I come. Do not sleep in the room, Wilkes. He is sure to go off soundly to sleep, and there is no use your running any needless risk. Let his windows stand open. Indeed, it should always be open, except when he gets out of his blankets or is fumigating the room. Let him have a chair by the open windows so as to get as much fresh air as possible. But be sure he is warmly wrapped up with blankets, so as to avoid getting a chill. You might place a handbell by the side of his bed tonight so that he can summons you should he have occasion. When the doctor came next morning, he nodded approvingly as soon as he felt Cyril's hand. Nothing could be better, he said. Your pulse is even quieter than last night. Now, let me look at those spots. They are fainter, Cyril said. A great deal, Dr. Hodges said in a tone of the greatest pleasure. Thank God, my lad, it is dying out. Not about 3 or 4 times since the plague began have I been able to say so. I shall go about my work with a lighter heart today, and shall order your treatment in every case where I see the least chance of its being carried out. But I cannot hope that it will often prove as successful as it has with you. You have had everything in your favor: youth, good constitution, a tranquil mind, an absence of fear, and a faith in God. And a good attendant, doctor, don't forget that. No, that goes for a great deal, lad, for a great deal. Not one nurse out of 100 would carry out my instructions carefully. Not one patient in 1,000 would be able to see that they were carried out. Of course you will keep on with the treatment, but do not push it to extremes. You have pulled yourself down prodigiously, and must not go too far. Do you perceive any change in the odor when you take off the blankets? Yes, doctor, a great change. I could scarcely distinguish it this morning, and indeed allowed John Wilkes to carry them out, as I don't think I myself could have walked as far as the kitchen, though it is but 10 or 12 paces away. I told him to smoke furiously all the time and to come out of the kitchen as soon as he had hung them up. Cyril took 3 more baths in the course of the day, but was only able to sustain them for 20 minutes each, as by the end of that time he nearly fainted. The doctor came in late in the evening. "The spots are gone, doctor," Cyril said. "Then I think you may consider yourself cured, lad. Do not take the treatment again tonight. You can take it once in the morning, and then, if I find the spots have not reappeared by the time I come, I shall pronounce the cure as complete, and shall begin to build you up again." The doctor was able to give this opinion in the morning. "I shall not come again, lad, unless you send for me, for every moment of my time is very precious, and I shall leave you in the hands of Dr. Wilkes. All you want now is nourishment, but take it carefully at first, and not too much at a time. Stick to broths for the next 2 or 3 days, and when you do begin with solids, do so very sparingly." "There was a gentleman here yesterday asking about you," John Wilkes said as Cyril, propped up in bed, sipped his broth. "It was Mr. Harvey. He rang at the bell, and I went down to the lower window and talked to him through that, for of course the watchman would not let me go out and speak to him. I had heard you speak of him as one of the gentlemen you met at the minister's, and he seemed muchly interested in you. He said that you had done him a great service, and of course I knew it was by frightening that robber away. I never saw a man more pleased than he was when I told him that the doctor thought that you were as good as cured, and he thanked God very piously for the same. After he had done that, he asked me first whether you had said anything to me about him. I said that you told me you had met him and his wife at the minister's, and that you said that you had disturbed a robber you found at his house. He said, quite sharp, 'Nothing more?' 'No, not as I can think of. He is always doing good to somebody,' says I, and never a word would he say about it, if it did not get found out somehow. Why, he saved Prince Rupert's ship from being blown up by a fire vessel, and never should we have known of it if the young Lord Oliphant had not written to the captain telling him all about it, and saying that it was the gallantest feat done in the battle. Then there were other things, but they were of the nature of private affairs. 'You can tell me about them, my good man,' he said. 'I am no vain babbler, and as you may well believe from what he did for me, and for other reasons, I would fain know as much as I can of him.' So then I told him about how you found out about the robbery and saved Master from being ruined, and how you prevented Miss Nellie from going off with a rascal who pretended he was an earl." "Then you did very wrong, John," Cyril said angrily. "I say naught about your speaking about the robbery, for that was told in open court, but you ought not on any account to have said a word about Mistress Nellie's affairs." "Well, your honour, I doubt not Mistress Nellie herself would have told the gentleman had she been in my place. I am sure he can be trusted not to let it go further. I took care to tell him what good it had done Mistress Nellie, and that good had come out of the evil." "Well, you ought not to have said anything about it, John. It may be that Mistress Nellie, out of the goodness of her heart, might herself have told, but that is no reason why anyone else should do so. I charge you in future never to open your lips about that to anyone, no matter who. I say not that any harm will come of it in this case, for Mr. Harvey is indeed a sober and God-fearing man, and assuredly asked only because he felt an interest in me, and from no idle curiosity. Still, I would rather that he had not known of the matter touching the honour of Mistress Nellie. Mum's the word in the future, Master Cyril. I will keep the hatches fast down on my tongue. Now, I will push your bed up near the window, as the doctor ordered, and then I hope you will get a good long sleep." The plague in the process by which it had been expelled had left Cyril so weak that it was some days before he could walk across the room. Every morning he inquired anxiously of John how he felt, and the answer was always satisfactory. John had never been better in his life. Therefore, by the time Cyril was able to walk to his easy-chair by the window, he began to hope that John had escaped the infection, which generally declared itself within a day or two, and often within a few hours, of the first outbreak in the house. A week later, the doctor, who paid him a flying visit every 2 or 3 days, gave him the welcome news that he had ordered the Red Cross to be removed from the door, and the watchmen to ease their attendance, as the house might now be considered altogether free from infection. The plague continued its ravages, but with slight abatement, moving gradually eastward, and Aldgate and the district lying east of the walls were now suffering terribly. It was nearly the end of September before Cyril was strong enough to go out for his first walk. Since the beginning of August, some 50,000 people had been carried off, so that the streets were now almost entirely deserted, and in many places the grass was shooting up thickly on the road. In some streets every house bore the sign of a Red Cross, and the tolling of the bells of the dead carts and the pious cries and lamentations were the only sounds that broke the strange silence. The scene was so disheartening that Cyril did not leave the house again for another fortnight. His first visit was to Mr. Wallace. The sight of a watchman at the door gave him quite a shock, and he was grieved indeed when he heard from the man that the brave minister had died a fortnight before. Then he went to Mr. Harvey's. There was no mark on the door, but his repeated knockings met with no response, and a woman looking out from a window opposite called to him that the house had been empty for well nigh a month, and the people that were in it had gone off in a cart, she supposed, into the country. "There was a gentleman and a lady," she said, "who seemed well enough, and their servant who was carried down and placed in the cart. It could not have been the plague, though the man looked as if he had been sorely ill." The next day he called on Dr. Hodges, who had not been near him for the last month. There was no watchman at the door, and his man opened it. "Can I see the doctor?" "Aye, you can see him," he said. "He is cured now, and will soon be out again." "He has had the plague, then?" "That he has, but it is a week now since the watchman left." Cyril went upstairs. The doctor was sitting, looking pale and thin, by the window. "I am grieved indeed to hear that you have been ill, doctor," Cyril said. "Had I known it, I should have come a fortnight since, for I was strong enough to walk this distance then. I did indeed go out, but the streets had so sad an aspect that I shrank from stirring out again." "Yes, I have had it," the doctor said. "Directly I felt it come on, I followed your system exactly, but it had gone further with me than it had with you, and it was a week before I fairly drove the enemy out. I ordered sweating in every case, but as you know, they seldom sent for me until too late, and it is rare that the system got a fair chance. However, in my case it was a complete success. 2 of my servants died. They were taken when I was at my worst. Both were dead before I was told of it. The man you saw was the one who waited on me, and as I adopted all the same precautions you had taken with your man, he did not catch it. And it was only when he went downstairs one day and found the other 2 servants lying dead in the kitchen that he knew they had been ill." "Mr. Wallace is gone, you'll be sorry to hear, sir." "I am sorry," the doctor said, "but no one was more fitted to die. He was a brave man and a true Christian, but he ran too many risks, and your news does not surprise me. The only other friends I have, Mr. Harvey and his wife, went out of town a month ago, taking with them their servant." "Yes, I saw them the day before I was taken ill," the doctor said, "and told them that the man was so far out of danger that he might safely be moved. They seemed very interested in you, and were very pleased when I told them that I had now given up attending you, and that you were able to walk across the room, and would ere long be yourself again. I hope we are getting to the end of it now, lad. As the plague travels east, it abates in the west, and the returns for the last week show a distinct fall in the rate of mortality. There is no further east for it to go now, and I hope that in another few weeks it will have worn itself out. We are half through October, and may look for cold weather before long." "I should think that I'm strong enough to be useful again now, sir." "I don't think you are strong enough, and I am sure I shall not give you leave to do so," the doctor said.
I can hardly say how far a first attack is a protection against a second, for the recoveries have been so few that we have scarce means of knowing. But there certainly have been cases where persons have recovered from a first attack and died from a second. Your treatment is too severe to be gone through twice, and it is, therefore, more essential that you should run no risk of infection than it was before. I can see that you are still very far from strong, and your duty now is, in the first place, to regain your health. I should say get on board ahoy and go to Yarmouth. A week in the bracing air there will do you more good than 6 months here. But it is useless to give you that advice, because, in the first place, no shipping comes up the river, and even if you could get down to Yarmouth by road, no one would receive you. Still, that is what I should do myself as soon as I could get away. Were it not that, in my case, I have duties here. But, Doctor, what you said to me surely applies to yourself also, Cyril said with a smile. I know that, the doctor said good-humouredly, and expected it, but it is not for a doctor to choose. He is not free like other men. He has adopted a vocation in which it is his first duty to go among the sick, whatever their ailment may be, to do all that he can for them, and if, as in the present case, he can do practically nothing else, to set them an example of calmness and fearlessness. Still, for a time at any rate, I shall be able to go no more into houses where the plague is raging. 'Tis more than a month since you were cured, yet you are still a mere shadow of what you were. I had a much harder fight with the enemy, and cannot walk across the room yet without William's help. Therefore it will be a fortnight or 3 weeks yet before I can see patients, and much longer before I shall have strength to visit them in their houses. By that time I trust that the plague will have greatly abated. Thus, you see, I shall not be called upon to stand face to face with it for some time. Those who call upon me here are seldom plague-stricken. They come for other ailments, or because they feel unwell and are nervous lest it should be the beginning of an attack. But of late I have had very few come here. My patients are mostly of the middle class, and these have either fled or fallen victims of the plague, or have shut themselves up in houses like fortresses, and nothing would tempt them to issue abroad. Therefore I expect that I shall have naught to do but to gain strength again. Come here when you will, lad, and the oftener the better. Conversation is the best medicine for both of us, and as soon as I can I will visit you. I doubt not that John Wilkes has many a story of the sea that will take our thoughts away from this sad city. Bring him with you sometimes. He is an honest fellow, and the talk of sailors so smacks of the sea that it seems almost to act as a tonic. Cyril stayed for an hour, and promised to return on the following evening. He said, however, that he was sure John Wilkes would not accompany him. He never leaves the house unless I am in it. He considers himself on duty, although, as I tell him, there is little fear of anyone breaking in, seeing how many houses with much more valuable and more portable goods are empty and deserted. He holds to his purpose, saying that even with the house altogether empty, it would be just as much his duty to remain in charge. Well, come yourself, Cyril. If we cannot get this old watchdog out, I must wait until I can go to him. I should be very glad to come, Doctor, for time hangs heavily on my hands. John Wilkes spends hours every day in washing and scrubbing decks, as he calls it, and there are but few books in the house. As to that, I can furnish you, and will do so gladly. Go across to the shelves there, and choose for yourself. Thank you very much indeed, sir, but will you kindly choose for me? I have read but few English books, for of course in France my reading was entirely French. Then take Shakespeare. I hold his writings to be the finest in our tongue. I know them nearly by heart, for there is scarce an evening when I do not take them down for an hour, and reading him I forget the worries and cares of my day's work, which would otherwise often keep me from sleep. 'Tis a bulky volume, but do not let that discourage you. It is full of wit and wisdom, and of such romance that you will often find it hard to lay it down. Stay, I have 2 editions, and can well spare one of them, so take the one on that upper shelf, and keep it when you have read it. There is but little difference between them, but I generally use the other, and have come to look upon it as a friend."
"Nay, sir, I will take it as a loan."
"You will do nothing of the sort. I owe you a fee, and a bumping one."
Henceforth Cyril did not find his time hang heavy on his hands. It seemed to him, as he sat in the window and read, that a new world opened to him. His life had been an eminently practical one. He had studied hard in France, and when he laid his books aside, his time had been spent in the open air. It was only since he had been with Captain Dave that he had ever read for amusement, and the captain's library consisted only of a few books of travels and voyages. He had never so much as dreamt of a book like this, and for the next few days he devoured the pages. "You are not looking so well, Cyril," Dr. Hodges said to him abruptly one day. "I'm doing nothing but reading Shakespeare, Doctor."
"Then you are doing wrong, lad. You will never build yourself up unless you take exercise."
"The streets are so melancholy, Doctor, and whenever I go out I return sick at heart and in low spirits."
"That I can understand, lad. But we must think of something."
And he sat for a minute or two in silence. Then he said softly,
"Do you understand the management of a boat?"
"Yes, Doctor. It was my greatest pleasure at Dunkirk to be out with the fishermen."
"That will do, then. Go down at once to the riverside. There are hundreds of boats lying idle there, for there are no passengers and no trade, and half of their owners are dead. You are sure to see some men there, having nothing else to do. Some will be hanging about. Say you want to hire a boat for a couple of months or to buy one. You'll probably get one for a few shillings. Get one with a sail as well as oars. Go out the first thing after breakfast, and go up or down the river as the tide or wind may suit. Take some bread and meat with you, and don't return until supper time. Then you can spend your evenings with Shakespeare. Maybe I myself will come down and take a sail with you sometimes. That will bring the color back into your cheeks and make a new man of you. Would that I thought of it before."
Cyril was delighted with the idea, and, going down to Blackfriars, bought a wherry with a sail for £1. Its owner was dead, but he learned where the widow lived, and effected the bargain without difficulty, for she was almost starving. "I have bought it," he said, "because it may be that I may get it damaged or sunk, but I only need it for 6 weeks or 2 months, and at the end of that time I will give it to you back again. As soon as the plague is over there will be work for boats, and you will be able to let it or sell it at a fair price." John Wilkes was greatly pleased when Cyril came back and told him what he had done.
"That is the very thing for you," he said. "I have been a thickhead not to think of it. I have been worrying for the last week at seeing you sit there and do nothing but read, and yet there seemed nothing else for you to do, for 10 minutes out on the streets is enough to give anyone the heartache. Maybe I will go out for a sail with you myself sometimes, for there is no fear of the house being broken into by daylight." "Not in the slightest, John. I hope you will come out with me always. I should soon find it dull by myself, and besides, I don't think that I am strong enough yet to manage a pair of sculls for long, and one must reckon occasionally on having to row against the tide. Even if the worst happened, and anyone did break in and carry off a few things, I'm sure Captain Dave would not grumble at the loss when he knew that I had wanted you to come out and help me to manage the boat, which I was ordered to use for my health's sake." "That he wouldn't," John said heartily. "Not if they stripped the house and shop of everything that there was in them."
End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. A Stroke of Good Fortune. Having finally disposed of John Wilkes' scruples as to leaving the house during the daytime, Cyril thenceforth went out with him every day. If the tide was in flood, they rowed far up the river, and came down on the ebb. If it was running out, they went down as far as it would take them. Whenever the wind was favorable, they hoisted the sail. At other times, they rowed. The fresh air and the exercise soon did their work. Cyril at first could only take one scull, and that only for a short time. But at the end of a fortnight he was able to manage both for a time, or to row with one for hours. The feeling of lassitude which had oppressed him passed away speedily. The color came back to his cheeks, his muscles strengthened, and he began to put on flesh. They were now in November, and needed warm garments when on the water, and John insisted on completely muffling him up whenever they hoisted the sail. But the colder weather braced him up, and he was often inclined to shout with pleasure as the wind drove the boat along before it. It was cheering to know that others were benefiting by the change. In the week ending October 3rd, the deaths officially given were 4,328, though at least another 1,000 must be added to this, for great numbers of deaths from the plague were put down to other causes, and very many, especially those of infants, were never counted at all. It was said that as many people were infected as ever, but that as the virulence of the disease was abated, and that, whereas in August scarce one of those attacked recovered, in October but one of every 3 died of the malady. In the second week of October the number of deaths by the plague was but 2,665, and only 1,250 in the third week, though great numbers were still attacked. People, however, grew careless, and ran unnecessary risks, and in consequence, in the first week of November the number of deaths rose by 400. After this it decreased rapidly, and the people who had fled began to come back again. The more so because it had now spread to other large cities, and it seemed that there was less danger in London, where it had spent its force, than in places where it had but lately broken out. The shops began to open again, and the streets to resume their former appearance. Cyril had written several times to Captain Dowsett telling him how matters were going on, and in November, hearing that they were thinking of returning, he wrote begging them not to do so. "Many of those who have returned have fallen sick and died," he said. "It seems to me but a useless risk of life, after taking so much pains to avoid infection, to hurry back before the danger is altogether past. In your case, Captain Dave, there is the less reason for it, since there is no likelihood of the shipping trade being renewed for the present. All the ports of Europe are closed to our ships, and it is like to be a long time before they lose fear of us. Even the coasting trade is lost for the present. Therefore, my advice is very strongly against your returning for some weeks. All is going on well here. I am getting quite strong again, and by the orders of the doctor, go out with John daily for a long row, and have gained much benefit from it. John sends his respects. He says that everything is ship-shape above and below, and the craft holding well on her way. He also prays you not to think of returning at present, and says that it would be as bad seamanship as for a captain who has made a good offing in a gale, and has plenty of sea room to run down close to a rocky shore under the lee, before the storm has altogether blown itself out." Captain Dave took the advice, and only returned with his wife and Nellie a week before Christmas. "I am glad indeed to be back," he said after the first greetings were over. "'Twas well enough for the women, who used to help in the dairy, and to feed the fowls and gather the eggs and make the butter. But for me there was nothing to do, and it seemed as if the days would never come to an end." "It was not so bad as that, Father," Nellie said. "First of all, you had your pipe to smoke. Then, once a week, you used to go over with the market cart to Gloucester to look at the shipping there, and to talk with the masters and sailors. Then, on a Sunday, of course, there was church. So there were only 5 days each week to get through, and you know you took a good deal of interest in the horses and cows and pigs." "I tried to take an interest in them, Nellie, but it was very hard work." "Well, Father, that is just what you are saying you wanted, and I'm sure you spent hours every day walking about with the children or telling them stories."
"Well, perhaps when I think of it, it was not so very bad after all," Captain Dave admitted. "At any rate, I'm heartily glad to be back here again. We will open the shop tomorrow morning, John." "That we will, master. We shan't do much trade at present. Still, a few coasters have come in, and I hope that every day things will get better. Besides, all the vessels that have been lying in the pool since June will want painting up and getting into trim again before they sail out of the river. So things may not be so slack after all. You will find everything in order in the store. I have had little to do but to polish up brass work and keep the metal from rusting. When do the apprentices come back again?" "I shall write for them as soon as I find that there is something for them to do. You're not thinking of running away as soon as we come back, I hope, Cyril. You said when you last wrote that you are fit for sea again.
I am not thinking of going for some little time, if you'll keep me, Captain Dave. There is no news of the fleet fitting out at present, and they will not want us on board till they are just ready to start. They say that Albemarle is to command this time instead of the Duke, at which I am right glad, for he has fought the Dutch at sea many times, and although not bred up to the trade, he has shown that he can fight as steadily on sea as on land. All say that the Duke showed courage and kept a firm countenance at Lowestoft, but there was certainly great slackness in the pursuit, though this, 'tis said, was not so much his fault as that of those who were over-careful of his safety. Still, he is the heir to the throne. It is but right that he should be kept out of the fighting.
It is like to be stirring work next time, Cyril, if what I hear be true, owing partly to all the men's minds being occupied by the plague, and partly to the great sums wasted by the king in his pleasures. Nothing whatever has been done for the fleet. Of course, the squadron at sea has taken great numbers of prizes, but the rest of the fleet is laid up, and no new ships are being built. While they say that the Dutch are busy in all their shipyards, and will send out a much stronger fleet this spring than that which fought us at Lowestoft. I suppose you have not heard of any of your grand friends?
No, I should have written to Sidney Oliphant, but I knew not whether he was at sea or at home, and moreover I read that most folks in the country are afraid of letters from London, thinking that they might carry contagion. Many noblemen have now returned to the West End, and when I hear that the Earl is also come back with his family, it will, of course, be my duty to wait upon him, and on Prince Rupert also. But I hope the Prince will not be back yet, for he will be wanting me to go to court again, and for this, in truth, I have no inclination. And moreover, it cannot be done without much expense for clothes, and I have no intention to go into expenses on follies or gewgaws, or to trench upon the store of money that I had from you, Captain Dave. They had just finished breakfast on the day before Christmas when one of the apprentices came up from the shop and said that one Master Goldsworthy, a lawyer in the Temple, desired to speak to Sir Cyril Shenstone. Cyril was about to go down when Captain Dave said, "Show the gentleman up, Susan. We will leave you here to him, Cyril." "By no means," Cyril said. "I do not know him, and he can assuredly have no private business with me that you may not hear." Mrs. Dowsett and her daughter, however, left the room. The lawyer, a grave-looking gentleman of some 50 years of age, glanced at Cyril and the captain as he entered the room, and then advanced towards the former. "My name is unknown to you, Sir Cyril," he said, "but it has been said that a bearer of good news needs no introduction, and I come in that capacity. I bring you, sir, a Christmas box." And he took from a bag he carried a bundle of some size and a letter. "Before you open it, sir, I will explain the character of its contents, which should take you some time to decipher and understand, while I can explain them in a very few words. I may tell you that I am the legal adviser to Mr. Ebenezer Harvey, of Upmead Court, Norfolk. You are, I presume, familiar with the name?" Cyril started. Upmead Court was the name of his father's place, but with the name of its present owner he was not familiar. Doubtless he might sometimes have heard it from his father, but the latter, when he spoke of the present possessor of the court, generally did so as "that Roundhead dog," or "that canting Puritan." "The court I know, sir," he said gravely, "as having once been my father's, but I do not recall the name of its present owner, though it may be that in my childhood my father mentioned it in my hearing." "Nevertheless, sir, you know the gentleman himself, having met him, as he tells me, frequently at the house of Mr. Wallace, who was minister of the chapel at which he worshipped, and who came up to London to minister to those sorely afflicted and needing comfort. Not only did you meet with Mr. Harvey and his wife, but you rendered to them very material service." "I was certainly unaware," Cyril said, "that Mr. Harvey was the possessor of what had been my father's estate, but had I known it, it would have made no difference in my feeling towards him. I found him a kind and godly gentleman, whom, more than others there, was good enough to converse frequently with me, and to whom I was pleased to be of service." "The service was of a most important nature," the lawyer said, "being nothing less than the saving of his life,
and probably that of his wife. He sent for me the next morning, and then drew out his will. By that will he left you the estates which he had purchased from your father." Cyril gave a start of surprise, and would have spoken, but Master Goldsworthy held up his hand and said, "Please let me continue my story to the end. This act was not the consequence of the service that you rendered him. He had previously consulted me on the subject, and stated his intentions to me. He had met you at Mr. Wallace's, and at once recognized your name, and learned from Mr. Wallace that you were the son of Sir Aubrey Shenstone. He studied your character, had an interview with Dr. Hodges, and learnt how fearlessly you were devoting yourself to the work of aiding those stricken with the plague. With his own son he had reason for being profoundly dissatisfied. The young man had thrown off his authority, had become a notorious reprobate, and had, he believed, sunk down to become a companion of thieves and highwaymen. He had come up to London solely to make a last effort to save him from his evil courses and to give him a chance of reformation by sending him out to New England. Mr. Harvey is possessed of considerable property in addition to the estates purchased of your father, for previous to that purchase he had been the owner of large tanneries at Norwich, which he has ever since maintained, not so much for the sake of the income he derived from them, as because they afforded a livelihood to so large a number of workmen. He had therefore ample means to leave to his son, should the latter accept his offer and reform his life, without the estates of Upmead. When he saw you, he told me his conscience was moved. He had, of course, a legal right to the estates, but he had purchased them for a sum not exceeding a fifth of their value, and he considered that in the 20 years he held them, he had drawn from them sums amply sufficient to repay him for the price he had given for them, and had received a large interest on the money in addition. He questioned, therefore, strongly whether he had any right longer to retain them. When he consulted me on the subject, he alluded to the fact that, by the laws of the Bible, persons who bought lands were bound to return the land to its former possessors at the end of 7 times 7 years. He had already then made up his mind to leave that portion of his property to you, and at the same time it became, alas, but too evident to him that his son was hopelessly bad, and that any money whatever left to him would assuredly be spent in evil courses, and would do evil rather than good. Therefore, when I came in the morning to him, he said, "My will must be made immediately. Not 1 penny is to go to my son. I may be carried off tomorrow by the plague, or my son may renew his attempt with success. So I must will it away from him at once. For the moment, therefore, make a short will bequeathing the estate of Upmead to Sir Cyril Shenstone, all my other possessions to my wife for her lifetime, and at her death also to Sir Cyril Shenstone. I may alter this later on," he said, "but for the present I desire chiefly to place them beyond my son's reach. Please draw up the document at once, for no one can say what half an hour may bring forth to either of us. Get the document in form by this evening, when some friends will be here to witness it. Pray bring your 2 clerks also." A few days later he called upon me again. "I have been making further inquiries about Sir Cyril Shenstone," he said, "and have learnt much concerning him from a man who is in the employment of the trader with whom he lives. What I have learnt more than confirms me in my impression of him. He came over from France 3 years ago, a boy of scarce 14. He was clever at figures, and supported his reprobate father for the last 2 years of his life by keeping the books of small traders in the city. So much was he esteemed that at his father's death Captain Dowsett offered him a home in his house. He rewarded the kindness by making the discovery that the trader was being foully robbed, and brought about the arrest of the thieves, which incidentally led to the breaking up of one of the worst gangs of robbers in London. Later on he found that his employer's daughter was in communication with a hanger-on of the court, who told her that he was a nobleman. The young fellow set a watch upon her, came upon her at the moment she was about to elope with his villain, ran him through the shoulder, and took her back to her home. and so far respected her secret that her parents would never have known of it had she not some time afterwards confessed it to them. That villain, Mr. Goldsworthy, he said, was my son. Just after that, Sir Cyril obtained the goodwill of the Earl of Weisbeck, whose 3 daughters he saved from being burnt to death at a fire in the Savoy. Thus, you see, this youth is in every way worthy of good fortune, and can be trusted to administer the estate of his fathers worthily as well. I wish you to draw out at once a deed conveying to him these estates, and rehearsing that, having obtained them at a small price, and having enjoyed them for a time long enough to return to me the money I paid for them with ample interest thereon, I now return them to him, confident that they will be in good hands, and that their revenues will be worthily spent. In this parcel is the deed in question, duly signed and witnessed, together with the parchments, deeds, and titles which he became possessed at his purchase of the estate. I may say, Sir Cyril, that I have never carried out a legal transfer with greater pleasure to myself, considering as I do that the transaction is alike just and honourable on his part, and most creditable to yourself. He begged me to hand the deeds to you myself. They were completed 2 months since, but he himself suggested that I should bring them to you on Christmas Eve, when it is the custom for many to give to their friends tokens of their regard and goodwill. I congratulate you heartily, sir, and rejoice that, for once, merit has met with a due reward.
I do not know, sir, Cyril replied, how I can express my feelings of deep pleasure and gratitude at the wonderful tidings you have brought me. I had set it before me as the great object of my life that some day, should I live to be an old man, I might be enabled to repurchase the estate of my fathers. I knew how improbable it was that I should ever be able to do so, and I can scarce credit that what seemed presumptuous, even as a hope, should have thus been so strangely and unexpectedly realized. I certainly do not feel that it is any way my due to what you are good enough to call my merits, for in all these matters that you have spoken of, there has been nothing out of the way, or, so far as I can see, in any way praiseworthy in what I have done. It would seem, indeed, that all these matters, and in the saving of my life from the plague, things have arranged themselves so as to fall out for my benefit.
That is what Mr. Harvey feels very strongly, Sir Cyril. He has told me over and over again that it seemed to him that the finger of God was specially manifest in thus bringing you together, and in placing you in a position to save his life. And now I will take my leave. I may say that in all legal matters connected with the estate I have acted for Mr. Harvey, and should be naturally glad if you will continue to entrust such matters to me. I have some special facilities in the matter, as Mr. Popham, a lawyer of Norwich, is married to my daughter, and we therefore act together in all business connected with the estate, he performing what may be called the local business, while I am advised by him as to matters requiring attention here in London. I shall be glad indeed if you and Mr. Popham will continue to act in the same capacity for me, Cyril said warmly. I am, as you see, very young, and know nothing of the management of an estate, and shall be grateful if you will, in all matters, act for me until I am of an age to assume the duties of the owner of Upmead. I thank you, Sir Cyril, and we shall, I trust, afford you satisfaction. The deed, you will observe, is dated the 29th of September, the day on which it was signed, though there have been other matters to settle. The tenants have already been notified that from that date they are to regard you as their landlord. Now that you authorize us to act for you, my son-in-law will at once to proceed to collect the rents for this quarter. I may say that roughly they amount to £1,700 a year, and as it may be a convenience to you to draw at once, if it so please you, I will place on Monday next the sum of £400 to your credit with Messrs. Murchison and Graham, who are my bankers, or with any other firm you may prefer.
With the bankers you name, by all means, Cyril said, and I thank you heartily for so doing, for as I shall shortly rejoin the fleet, a portion at least of the money will be very useful to me.
Mr. Goldsworthy took his hat. There is one thing further I have forgotten. Mr. Harvey requested me to say that he wished for no thanks in this matter, He regards it as an act of rightful restitution, and although you will doubtless write to him, he would be pleased if you will abstain altogether from treating it as a gift."
"I will try to obey his wishes," Cyril said, "but it does not seem to me that it will be possible for me to abstain from any expression of gratitude for his noble act." Cyril accompanied the lawyer to the door, and then returned upstairs.
"Now I can speak," Captain Dowsett said. "I have had hard work to keep a stopper in my tongue all this time, for I have been well nigh bursting to congratulate you. I wish you joy, my lad," and he wrung Cyril's hand heartily, "and a pleasant voyage through life. I am as glad, aye, and a deal more glad, than if such a fortune had come in my way, for it would have been of little use to me, seeing I have all the heart of man could desire."
He ran to the door and shouted loudly for his wife and daughter.
"I have news for you both," he said as they came in. "What do you think? Cyril, like the king, has come to his own again, and he is now Sir Cyril Shenstone, the owner of the estate of Upmead."
Both broke into exclamations of surprise and pleasure. "How has the wonder come about?" Nellie asked after the first congratulations were over. "What good fairy has brought this round?"
"The good fairy was the Mr. Harvey whose name Cyril once mentioned casually, and whose life, as it now appears, he saved, though he has said nothing to us about it. That gentleman was, most strangely, the man who bought the estate from his father. He, it seems, is a wealthy man, and his conscience has for some time been pricked with the thought that he had benefited too largely from the necessities of Sir Aubrey, and that having received back from all the rents all the money he paid and a goodly interest thereon, he thought to restore the estate to its former owner. Possibly he might never have acted on this thought, but he considered the circumstance that he had so strangely met Cyril here at the time of the plague, and still more strangely that Cyril had saved his life, was a matter of more than chance, and was a direct and manifest interposition of Providence. And he has therefore made restitution, and that parcel on the table contains a deed of gift to Cyril of all his father's estates."
"He has done quite rightly," Mrs. Dowsett said warmly, "though indeed it was not everyone who would see matters in that light. If men always acted in that spirit, it would be a better world."
"Aye, wife. There are not many men who, having got the best of a bargain, voluntarily resign the profits they have made. It is pleasant to come across one who so acts, more especially when one's friend is the gainer. Aye, Nellie, what a pity some good fairy did not tell you of what was coming. What a chance you have lost, girl. See what might have happened if you had set your cap at Cyril."
"Indeed, it is terrible to think of," Nellie laughed. "It was hard on me that he was not 5 or 6 years older. Then I might have done it, even if my good fairy had not whispered in my ear about this fortune. Never mind, I shall console myself by looking forward to dance at his wedding. That is, if he will send me an invitation." "Like as not, you'll be getting past your dancing days by the time that comes off, Nellie. I hope that years before then I shall have danced at your wedding. That is to say," he said, imitating her, "if you will send me an invitation."
"What are you going to do next, Cyril?" Captain Dave asked when the laugh had subsided.
"I don't know, I'm sure," Cyril replied. "I have not really woke up to it all yet. It'll be some time before I realize that I am not a penniless young baronet, and that I can spend £1 without looking at it a dozen times. I shall have to get accustomed to the thought before I can make any plans. I suppose that one of the first things to do will be to go down to Oxford and see Prince Rupert, who, I suppose, is with the court, though this I can doubtless learn at the offices of the Admiralty, and to tell him that I am ready to rejoin his ship as soon as he puts to sea again. Then I shall find out where Sidney Oliphant is, and how his family have fared in the plague. I would fain find out what has become of the Partons, to whom, and especially to Lady Parton, I owe so much. I suppose, too, I shall have to go down to Norfolk, but that I shall put off as long as I can, for it will be strange and very unpleasant at first to go down as master to a place I have never seen. I shall have to get you to come down with me, Captain Dave, to keep me in countenance."
"Not I, my lad. You'll want a better introducer. I expect that the lawyer who is here will give you a letter to his son-in-law, who will, of course, place himself at your service, establishing you in your house and taking you around to your tenants."
"Oh, yes," Nellie said, clapping her hands. "And there will be fine doings, and bonfires, and arches, and all sorts of festivities. I do begin to feel how much I have missed the want of that good fairy."
"It will all be very disagreeable," Cyril said seriously, whereat the others laughed. Cyril then went downstairs with Captain Dave and told John Wilkes of the good fortune that had befallen him, at which he was as much delighted as the others had been. 10 days later, Cyril rode to Oxford and found that Prince Rupert was at present there. The prince received him with much warmth. "I have wondered many times what had become of you, Sir Cyril," he said. "From the hour when I saw you leave us in the Fan, I have lost sight of you altogether. I have not been in London since, for the plague had set in badly before the ships were laid up, and as I had naught particular to do there, I kept away from it. Albemarle has stayed through it, and he and Mr. Pepys were able to do all there was to do, but I have thought of you often and wondered how you fared, and hoped to see you here, seeing that there was, as it seemed to me, nothing to keep you in London after your wounds had healed. I have spoken often to the king of the brave deed by which you saved us all, and he declared that, had it not been that you are already a baronet, he would knight you as soon as you appeared, as many of the captains and others have already received that honour, and he agreed with me that none deserved it better than yourself. Now, what has become of you all this time?" Cyril related how he had stayed in London, had the plague, and had recovered from it. "I must see about getting you a commission at once in the Navy," the prince said, "though I fear you'll have to wait until we fit out again. There will be no difficulty then, for of course there were many officers killed in the action." Cyril expressed his thanks, adding, "There is no further occasion for me to take a commission, Prince, for, strangely enough, the owner of my father's property has just made it over to me. He is a good man, and, considering that he has already reaped large benefits by his purchase, and has been repaid his money with good interest, his conscience will no longer suffer him to retain it." "Then he is a prince of the Roundheads," the prince said, "and I most heartily congratulate you. I believe that the king will be as pleased as I am. He said but the other day, when I was speaking of him to you, that it grieved him sorely that he was powerless to do anything for so many that had suffered in his cause, and that after the bravery you had shown, he was determined to do something, and would insist with his ministers that some office should be found for you, though it is not an easy matter, when each of them has special friends of his own among whom to divide any good things that fall vacant. He holds a court this evening, and I will take you with me." The king was most gracious when the prince again presented Cyril to him and told him of the good fortune that had befallen him. "By my faith, Sir Cyril, you were born under a lucky star. First of all, you saved my Lord of Weisbeck's daughters. Then, as Prince Rupert tells me, you saved him and all on board his ship from being burned, and now a miracle has well nigh happened in your favour. I see, too, that you have use of your arm, which the prince doubted would ever altogether recover." "More still, your majesty," the prince said. "He had the plague in August, and recovered from it." "I shall have to keep you about me, Sir Cyril," the king said, "as a sort of amulet to guard me against ill luck." "I am going to take him to sea first," Prince Rupert broke in, seeing that Cyril was about to disclaim the idea of coming to court. "I may want him to save my ship again, and I suppose he will be going down to visit his estate till I want him. You have never seen it, have you, Sir Cyril?" "No, sir, at least not to have any remembrance of it. I naturally long to see Upmead, of which I have heard much from my father. I should have gone on at once, but I thought it my duty to come hither and to report myself to you as being ready to sail again as soon as you put to sea." "Duty first and pleasure afterwards," the king said. "I am afraid that is a little beyond me. Eh, Rupert?" "Very much so, I should say, cousin Charles," the prince replied with a smile. "However, I have no doubt Sir Cyril will not grudge us a few days before he leaves. There are several of the gentlemen who were his comrades on the Henrietta here, and they will be glad to renew their acquaintance with him, knowing, as they all do, that they owe their lives to him." As Cyril was walking down the High Street, he saw a student coming along whose face seemed familiar to him. He looked hard at him. "Surely you must be Harry Parton," he said. "That is my name, sir, though I cannot recall where I have met you.
Yet there seems something familiar in your face, and still more in your voice. I am Cyril Shenstone." "Why, what has become of you, Cyril?" Harry said, shaking him warmly by the hand. "I have searched for you a year ago when I was in London, but could obtain no tidings whatever of you, save that you lost your father. We are alike there, for my father died a few months after yours did." "I'm sorry indeed, Harry. I had not heard of it before. I was not indeed in the way of doing so, as I was working in the city and knew nothing of what was passing elsewhere. This is my college, Cyril. Come up to my room. There we can talk comfortably, and we have much to tell each other. How is it that you have never been near us?" he went on, when they were seated in front of a blazing fire in his room. "I know that there was some quarrel between our fathers, but when we heard of Sir Aubrey's death, both my father and mother thought that you would come to see us or would have written. For indeed it was not until after my father's death that we paid a visit to London. It was then that my mother asked me to search for you, and after great difficulty I found the quarter in which you had lived, and then from the parish register learned where your father had died. Going there I learned that you had left the lodging directly after his death, but more than that the people could not tell me. I should have come to see your mother and Sir John, Harry. I know how deeply I am indebted to them, and as long as I live I shall never cease to be grateful for Lady Parton's kindness to me, but I had received so much kindness that I shrank from seeming to wish to presume upon it further. I had, of course, to work for my living, and I wanted, before I recalled myself to them, to be able to say that I had not come as a beggar for further favours, but that I was making my way independently. Sooner or later I should have come, for your father once promised me that if I followed out what you remember was my plan of entering foreign service, he would give me letters of introduction that would be useful to me. Had I that favour still to ask, I could do it without shame. But more than that I would not have asked, even if I wanted bread, which, thank God, was never the case. I can understand your feelings, Cyril, but my mother assuredly would always have been pleased to see you. You know you were a favourite of hers. Had you been near town, Harry, I should certainly have come to see her and you as soon as I had fairly established myself. But I heard from my father that you had all gone away into the country, soon after the unfortunate quarrel he had with Sir John, and therefore delayed taking any step for the time, and indeed did not know in what part of the country your father's estates lay. I know that he recovered them as soon as he returned." "They had never been forfeited," Harry said. "My father retired from the struggle after Naseby, and as he had influential friends among the Puritans, there was no forfeiture of his estates, and we were therefore able, as you know, to live in comfort at Dunkirk, his steward sending over such moneys as were required. And now about yourself. Your brains must have served you rarely somehow, for you are dressed in the latest fashion, and indeed I took you for a court gallant when you accosted me. I have been truly fortunate, Harry, and indeed everything has turned out as if specially designed for my good. And in a most strange and unlooked-for manner, I have just come into my father's estates again." "I'm glad to hear it, Cyril. Tell me how it has all come about." Cyril told the story of his life since he had come to London. "You have indeed had strange adventures, Cyril, and though you say little about it, you must have done something special to have gained Prince Rupert's patronage and introduction to the court. But I shall worm all that out of you some day, or get it from other lips. What a contrast your life has been to mine. Here you have been earning your living bravely, fighting in the great battle against the Dutch, going through that terrible plague and winning your way back to fortune, while I have been living the life of a schoolboy. Our estates lie in Shropshire, and as soon as we went down there my father placed me at a school at Shrewsbury. There I remained till his death, and then, as was his special wish, entered here. I have still a year of my course to complete. I only came up into residence last week. When the summer comes I hope you will come down to Ardleigh and stay with us. It will give my mother great pleasure to see you again, for I never see her but she speaks of you, and wonders what has become of you, and if you are still alive." "Assuredly I will come, and that with the greatest pleasure," Cyril said, "providing only that I am then not at sea, which is, I fear, likely, as I rejoin the ship as soon as Prince Rupert takes the sea again against the Dutch. However, directly we return I will write to you. If you do so, let it be to Ardleigh, near Shrewsbury, Shropshire. Should I be here when your letter arrives, my mother will forward it to me." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Taking Possession. Cyril stayed a week at Oxford. He greatly enjoyed the visit, and not only was he most warmly received by his former comrades on board the Henrietta, but Prince Rupert spoke so strongly in his favour to other gentlemen to whom he introduced him that he no longer felt a stranger at court. Much of his spare time he spent with Harry Parton, and in his room saw something of college life, which seemed to him a very pleasant and merry one. He had ascertained, as soon as he arrived, that the Earl of Weisbeck and his family were down at his estate, near the place from which he took his title, and had at once written to Sidney, from whom he received an answer on the last day of his stay at Oxford. It contained a warm invitation for him to come down to Weisbeck. "You say you'll be going to Norwich to take possession of your estate. If you ride direct from Oxford, our place will be but little out of your way. Therefore, we shall take no excuse for your not coming to see us, and shall look for you within a week or so from the date of this. We were all delighted to get your missive, for although what you say about infection carried by letters is true enough, and indeed there was no post out of London for months, we had begun to fear that the worst must have befallen you when no letter arrived from you in December. Still, we thought that you might not know where we were, and so hoped that you might be waiting until you could find that out. My father bids me say that he will take no refusal. Since my return he more than ever regards you as being the good genius of the family, and it is certainly passing strange that after saving my sisters' lives from the fire, you should, though in so different a way, have saved me from a similar death. So set off as soon as you get this, that is, if you can tear yourself away from the gaieties of Oxford." Cyril had indeed been specially waiting for Sidney's answer, having told him that he should remain at Oxford until he received it, and on the following morning he packed his valise and rode for Weisbeck, where he arrived 3 days later. His welcome at the Earl's was a most cordial one. He spent a week there, at the end of which time Sidney, at his earnest request, started for Norwich with him. The Earl had insisted on Cyril's accepting a splendid horse, and behind him, on his other animal, rode a young fellow, the son of a small tenant on the Earl's estate, whom he had engaged as a servant. He had written 3 days before to Mr. Popham, telling him that he would shortly arrive, and begging him to order the 2 old servants of his father, whom he had at his request engaged to take care of the house, to get 2 or 3 chambers in readiness for him, which could doubtless be easily done, as he had learnt from the deed that the furniture and all the contents of the house had been included in the gift. After putting up at the inn, he went to the lawyer's. Mr. Popham, he found, had a room prepared in readiness for him at his house, but Cyril, while thanking him for so doing, said that, as Lord Oliphant was with him, he would stay at the inn for the night. The next morning they rode over with Mr. Popham to Upmead, which was 6 miles distant from the town. "That is the house," the lawyer said, as a fine old mansion came in sight. "There are larger residences in the county, but few more handsome. Indeed, it is almost too large for the estate, but as perhaps you know, that was at one time a good deal larger than it is at present, for it was diminished by one of your ancestors in the days of Elizabeth." At the gate where they turned into the park, an arch of evergreens had been erected. "You don't mean to say that you let them know I was coming home?" Cyril said, in a tone of such alarm that Lord Oliphant laughed, and Mr. Popham said apologetically, "I certainly wrote to the tenant, sir, when I received your letter, and sent off a message saying that you would be here this morning. Most of them, or their fathers, were here in the old time, for Mr. Harvey made no changes, and I'm sure they would have been very disappointed if they had not had notice that Sir Aubrey's son was coming home. Of course it was quite right for you to do so, Mr. Popham, but you see I am quite unaccustomed to such things, and would personally have been much more pleased to have come home quietly. Still, as you say, it is only right that the tenant should have been informed, and at any rate it will be a satisfaction to get it all over at once." There were indeed quite a large number of men and women assembled in front of the house, all the tenants, with their wives and families, having gathered to greet their young landlord, and loud bursts of cheering arose as he rode up, Sidney and Mr. Popham reining back their horses a little to allow him to precede them. Cyril took off his hat and bowed repeatedly in reply to the acclamations that greeted him,
The tenants crowded round, many of the older men pressing forward to shake him by the hand. "Welcome back to your own again, Sir Cyril." "I fought under your father, sir, and a good landlord he was to us all." Such were the exclamations that rose round him till he reached the door of his mansion, and, dismounting, took his place at the top of the steps. Then he took off his hat again, and when there was silence, he said, "Thank you heartily, one and all, good friends, for the welcome that you have given me. Glad indeed I am to come down to my father's home, and to be so greeted by those who knew him, and especially by those who followed him in the field in the evil days which have, we may hope, passed away forever. You all know, perhaps, that I owe my return here as master to the noble generosity of Mr. Harvey, your late landlord, who restored me the estates, not being bound in any way to do so, but solely because he considered that he had already been repaid the money he gave for them. This may be true, but nevertheless there is not one man in 100,000 who would so despoil himself of the benefits of a bargain lawfully made, and I beg you therefore to give 3 cheers as hearty as those with which you greeted me for Mr. Harvey. 3 cheers as long and loud as those that had before risen responded to the appeal. Such a man," Cyril went on when they subsided, "must have been a just and good landlord to you all, and I shall do my best to give you no cause for regret at the change that has come about." He paused for a moment to speak to Mr. Popham, who stood beside him, and then went on. "I did not know whether I could ask you all to drink to my health, but I learned from Mr. Popham that the cellars have been left well filled. Therefore, my first orders on coming to the house of my fathers will be that a cask of wine shall be speedily broached, and that you shall be enabled to drink my health. While that is being done, Mr. Popham will introduce you to me one by one." Another loud cheer arose, and then the tenants came forward with their wives and families. Cyril shook hands with them all, and said a few words to each. The elder men had all ridden by his father in battle, and most of the younger ones said, as he shook hands with them, "My father fell under Sir Aubrey at Naseby, or at Worcester, or in other battles." By the time all had been introduced, a great cask of wine had been broached, and after the tenants had all drunk to his health, and he had in turn pledged them, Cyril entered the house with Sidney and Mr. Popham, and proceeded to examine it under the guidance of the old man who had been his father's butler, and whose wife had also been a servant in Sir Aubrey's time. "Everything is just as it was then, Sir Cyril. A few fresh articles of furniture have been added, but Mr. Harvey would have no general change made. The family pictures hang just where they did, and your father himself would scarce notice the changes." "It is indeed a fine old mansion, Cyril," Lord Oliphant said, when they had made a tour of the house. "And now that I see it and its furniture, I am even more inclined than before to admire the man who could voluntarily resign them. I shall have to modify my ideas of the Puritans. They have shown themselves ready to leave the country and cross the ocean to America, and begin life anew for conscience' sake, that is to say, to escape persecution. And they fought very doftily, and we must own very successfully, for the same reason. But this is the first time I have ever heard of one of them relinquishing a fine estate for conscience' sake." "Mr. Harvey is indeed a most worthy gentleman," Mr. Popham said, "and has the esteem and respect of all, even of those who are of wholly different politics. Still it may be that although he would in any case, I believe, have left this property to Sir Cyril, he might not have handed it over to him in his lifetime, had he not received so great a service at his hands." "Why, what is this, Cyril?" Sidney said, turning upon him. "You have told us nothing whatever of the services rendered. I never saw such a fellow as you are for helping other people." "There was nothing worth speaking of," Cyril said, much vexed. Mr. Popham smiled. "Most people would think it was a very great service, Lord Oliphant. However, I may not tell you what it was, although I have heard all the details from my father-in-law, Mr. Godsworthy. They were told in confidence, and in order to enlighten me as to the relations between Mr. Harvey and Sir Cyril, and as they relate to painful family matters, I am bound to preserve an absolute silence. I shall be content to wait, Cyril, till I get you to myself. It is a peculiarity of Sir Cyril Shenstone, Mr. Popham, that he goes through life doing all sorts of services for all sorts of people. You may not know that he saved the lives of my 3 sisters in a fire at our mansion in the Savoy. He also performed the trifling service of saving Prince Rupert's ship and the lives of all on board, among whom was myself from a Dutch fire ship in the Battle of Lowestoft. These are insignificant affairs that he would not think it worth while to allude to, even if you knew him for 20 years. You do not know Lord Oliphant, Mr. Popham, Cyril laughed, or you would be aware that his custom is to make mountains out of molehills. But let us sit down to dinner. I suppose it is your forethought, Mr. Popham, that I have to thank for having warned them to make this provision. I thought that we should be lucky if the resources of the establishment sufficed to furnish us with a meal of bread and cheese. I sent on a few things with my messenger yesterday evening, Sir Cyril, but for the hare and those wild ducks, methinks you have to thank your tenants, who doubtless guessed that an addition to the larder would be welcome. I have no doubt that, good landlord as Mr. Harvey was, they are really delighted to have you among them again. As you know, these eastern counties were the stronghold of Puritanism, and that feeling is still held by the majority. It is only among the tenants of many gentlemen who, like your father, were devoted royalists, that there is any very strong feeling the other way. As you heard from their lips, most of your older tenants fought under Sir Aubrey, while the fathers of the younger ones fell under his banner. Consequently, it was galling to them that one of altogether opposite politics should be their landlord, and although in every other respect they had reason to like him, he was, as it were, a symbol of their defeat, and I suppose they viewed him a good deal as the Saxons of old times regarded their Norman lords. I can quite understand that, Mr. Popham. Another feeling has worked in your favour, Sir Cyril, the lawyer went on. It may perhaps be a relic of feudalism, but there can be no doubt that there exists, in the minds of English country folks, a feeling of respect and something like affection for their landlords when men of old family, and that feeling is never transferred to new men who may take their place. Mr. Harvey was in their eyes a new man, a wealthy one, no doubt, but owing his wealth to his own exertions, and he would never have excited among them the same feeling as they gave to the family who had, for several 100 years, been owners of the soil. Cyril remained for a fortnight at Upmead, calling on all tenants and interesting himself in them and their families. The day after his arrival he rode into Norwich, and paid a visit to Mr. Harvey. He had, in compliance to his wishes, written but a short letter of acknowledgment of the restitution of the estate, but he now expressed the deep feeling of gratitude that he entertained. "I have only done what is right," Mr. Harvey said quietly, "and would rather not be thanked for it. But your feelings are natural, and I have therefore not checked your words. It was assuredly God's doing in so strangely bringing us together, and making you an instrument in saving our lives, and so awakening an uneasy conscience into activity. I have had but small pleasure from Upmead. I have a house here which is more than sufficient for all my wants, and I have, I hope, the respect of my townsfellows and the affection of my workmen. At Upmead I was always uncomfortable. Such of the country gentlemen who retained their estates looked askance at me. The tenants I knew, though they doffed their hats as I passed them, regarded me as an usurper. I had no taste for the sports and pleasures of country life, being born and bred a townsman. The ill-doing of my son cast a gloom over my life of late. I have lived chiefly here with a society of friends of my own religious and political feeling. Therefore I have made no sacrifice in resigning my tenancy of Upmead, and I pray you say no further word of your gratitude. I have heard from one who was there yesterday how generously you spoke of me to your tenants, and I thank you for so doing, for it is pleasant for me to stand well in the thoughts of those whose welfare I have had at heart." "I trust that Mrs. Harvey is in good health?" Cyril said. "She is far from well, Cyril. The events of last night in London have told heavily upon her, as is not wonderful, for she has suffered much sorrow for years, and this last blow has broken her sorely. She mourns as David mourned over the death of Absalom, over the wickedness of her son. but she is quite as one with me in the measures that I have taken concerning him, save that in her earnest prayer I have made a provision for him which will keep him from absolute want, and will leave him no excuse to urge that he was driven by poverty into crime. Mr. Goldsworthy has not yet discovered means of communicating with him, but when he does so, he will notify him that he has my instructions to pay him £15 on the 1st of every month, and that the offer of assistance to pay his passage to America is still open to him, and that on arriving there he will receive for 3 years the same allowance as here. Then, if a favourable report of his conduct is forthcoming from the magistrates and deacons of the town where he takes up his residence, a correspondent of Mr. Goldsworthy's will be authorized to expend £4,000 on the purchase of an estate for him, and to hand him another 1,000 for the due working and maintenance of the same. For these purposes I have already made provisions in my will, with proviso that if, at the end of 5 years after my death, no news of him shall be obtained, the money set aside for these purposes shall revert to the main provisions of the will. It may be that he died of the plague. It may be that he has fallen or will fall a victim to his own evil courses and evil passions. But I am convinced that, should he be alive, Mr. Goldsworthy will be able to obtain tidings of him long before the 5 years have expired. And now," he said, abruptly changing the subject, "what are you thinking of doing, Sir Cyril?" "In the first place, sir, I'm going to sea again with the fleet very shortly. I entered as a volunteer for the war, and could not, well, even if I wished it, draw back." "They are stiff-necked people," Mr. Harvey said. "That the sovereigns of Europe should have viewed with displeasure the overthrow of the monarchy here was natural enough, but in Holland, if anywhere, we might have looked for sympathy, seeing that as they had battled for freedom of conscience, so we had done here. And yet they were our worst enemies, and again had Blake to sail forth to chastise them. They say that Monk is to command this time?" "I believe so, sir." "Monk is the bruised reed that pierced our hand, but he is a good fighter. And after the war is over, Sir Cyril, you will not, I trust, waste your life in the court of the profligate king?" "Certainly not," Cyril said earnestly. "As soon as the war is over, I shall return to Upmead to take up my residence there. I have lived too hard a life to care for the gaieties of court, still less of a court like that of King Charles. I shall travel for a while in Europe if there is a genuine peace. I have lost the opportunity of completing my education, and am too old now to go to either of the universities. Not too old, perhaps, but I have seen too much of the hard side of life to care to pass 3 years among those who, no older than myself, are still as boys in their feelings. The next best thing, therefore, as it seems to me, would be to travel, and perhaps to spend a year or two in one of the great universities abroad." "The matter is worth thinking over," Mr. Harvey said. "You are assuredly young yet to settle down alone at Upmead, and will reap much advantage from speaking French, which is everywhere current, and may greatly aid you in making your travels useful to you. I have no fear of your falling into popish error, Sir Cyril, but if my wishes have any weight with you, I would pray you choose the schools of Leyden or Haarlem, should you enter a foreign university, for they turn out learned men and good divines." "Certainly your wishes have weight with me, Mr. Harvey, and should events so turn out that I can enter one of the foreign universities, it shall be one of those you name. That is, should we, after this war is ended, come into peaceful relations with the Dutch." Before leaving the Earl, Cyril had promised faithfully that he would return thither with Sidney, and accordingly, at the end of the fortnight, he rode back with him there, and 3 weeks later journeyed up to London with the Earl and his family. It was the middle of March when they reached London. The court had come up a day or two before, and the fleet was, as Cyril learnt, being fitted out in great haste. The French had now, after hesitating all through the winter, declared war against us, and it was certain that we should have their fleets as well as that of the Dutch to cope with. Calling upon Prince Rupert on the day he arrived, Cyril learnt that the fleet would assuredly put to sea in a month's time, "Would you rather join at once, or wait until I go on board?" the prince said. "I would rather join at once, sir. I have no business to do in London, and it would be no use for me to take an apartment when I am to leave so soon. Therefore, if I can be of any use, I would gladly join at once." "You would be of no use on board," the prince said, "but assuredly you could be of use in carrying messages and letting me know frequently from your own report how matters are going on. I heard yesterday that the Fan is now fitted out. You shall take the command of her. I will give you a letter to the boatswain, who is at present in charge, saying that I have placed her wholly under your orders. You will, of course, live on board. You'll be chiefly at Chatham and Sheerness. If you call early tomorrow, I will have a letter prepared for you, addressed to all captains holding commands in the White Squadron, bidding them to acquaint you, whensoever you go on board, with all the particulars of how matters have been pushed forward, and to give you a list of all things lacking. Then, twice a week, you will sail up to town and report to me, or, should there be any special news at other times, send it to me by a mounted messenger. Mr. Pepys, the secretary, is a diligent and hard-working man, but he cannot see to everything, and Albemarle so pushes him that I think that the White Squadron does not get a fair share of attention. But if I can go to him with your reports in hand, I may succeed in getting what is necessary done." Bidding farewell to the Earl and his family, and thanking him for his kindness, Cyril stopped that night at Captain Dave's, and told him of all that had happened since they met. The next morning he went early to Prince Rupert's, received the 2 letters, and rode down to Chatham. Then, sending the horses back by his servant, who was to take them to the Earl's stable, where they would be cared for until his return, Cyril went on board the Fan. For the next month he was occupied early and late with his duties. The cabin was small, but very comfortable. The crew was a strong one, for the yacht rode 12 oars, with which she could make good progress even without her sails. He was waited on by his servant, who returned as soon as he had left the horse in the Earl's stables. His cooking was done for him in the yacht's galley. On occasions, as the tide suited, he either sailed up to London in the afternoon, gave his report to the prince late in the evening, and was back by Sheerness by daybreak, or he sailed up at night, saw the prince as soon as he rose, and returned at once. The prince highly commended his diligence, and told him that his reports were of great use to him, as with them in his hand he could not be put off at the Admiralty with vague assurances. Every day 1 or more of the ships went out to join the fleet that was gathering in the Downs, and on April 20th, Cyril sailed in the Fan in company with the last vessel of the White Squadron, and there again took up his quarters on board the Henrietta, the Fan being anchored hard by in charge of the boatswain. On the 23rd, the prince, with the Duke of Albemarle, and a great company of noblemen and gentlemen, arrived in Deal, and came on board the fleet, which on May 1st weighed anchor. Lord Oliphant was among the volunteers who came down with the prince, and as many of the other gentlemen had also been on board during the first voyage, Cyril felt that he was among friends, and had none of the feeling of strangeness and isolation he had before experienced. The party was indeed a merry one. For upwards of a year the fear of the plague had weighed on all of England. At the time it increased so terribly in London that all thought it would, like the Black Death, spread over England, and that once again half of the population of the country might be swept away. Great as the mortality had been, it had been confined almost entirely to London and some of the great towns, and now that it had died away even in these, there was great relief in men's minds, and all felt that they had personally escaped from a terrible and imminent danger. That they were about to face peril even greater than that from which they had escaped did not weigh on the spirits of the gentlemen on board Prince Rupert's ship. To be killed fighting for their country was an honourable death that none feared, while there had been in the minds of even the bravest a horror of death by the plague, with all its ghastly accompaniments. Sailing out to sea to the Downs, then, they felt that the past year's events lay behind them as an evil dream, and laughed and jested and sang with light-hearted mirth. And yet the Dutch had not put out from port, and for 3 weeks the fleet cruised off their coast. Then, finding that the enemy could not be tempted to come out, they sailed back to the Downs. The day after they arrived there, a messenger came down from London with orders to Prince Rupert to sail at once with the White Squadron to engage the French fleet, which was reported to be on the point of putting to sea. The prince had very little belief that the French really intended to fight. Hitherto, although they had been liberal in their promises to the Dutch, they had done nothing whatever to aid them, and the general opinion was that France rejoiced at seeing her rivals damage each other, but had no idea of risking her ships or men in the struggle. "I believe, gentlemen," Prince Rupert said to his officers, "that this is but a ruse on the part of Louis to aid his Dutch allies by getting part of our fleet out of the way. Still, I have nothing to do but to obey orders, though I fear it is but a fool's errand on which we are sent." The wind was from the northeast, and was blowing a fresh gale. The prince prepared to put to sea. While the men were heaving at the anchors, a message came to Cyril that Prince Rupert wished to speak to him in his cabin. "Sir Cyril, I am going to restore you to your command. The wind is so strong, and the sea will be so heavy, that I would not risk my yacht and the lives of the men by sending her down the channel. I do not think that there is any chance of our meeting the French, and believe that it is here that the battle will be fought. For with this wind the Dutch can be here in a few hours, and I doubt not that as soon as they learn that one of our squadrons has sailed away, they will be out. The Fan will sail with us, but will run into Dover as we pass. Here is a letter that I have written ordering you to do so, and authorizing you to put out and join the Admiral's fleet should the Dutch attack before my return. If you like to have young Lord Oliphant with you, he can go, but he must go as a volunteer under you. You are the captain of the Fan, and have been so for the last 2 months. Therefore, although your friend is older than you are, he must, if he choose to go, be content to serve under you. Stay, I will put it to him myself." He touched the bell and ordered Sidney to be sent for. "Lord Oliphant," he said, "I know that you and Sir Cyril are great friends. I do not consider that the Fan, of which he has for some time been commander, is fit to keep the sea in a gale like this, and have therefore ordered him to take her into Dover. If the Dutch come out to fight the Admiral, as I think they will, he will join the fleet, and although the Fan can take but small share in the fighting, she may be useful in carrying messages from the Duke while the battle is going on. It seems to me that, as the Fan is more likely to see fighting than my ships, you as a volunteer might prefer to transfer yourself to her until she again joins us. Sir Cyril is younger than you are, but if you go, you must necessarily be under his command, seeing that he is captain of the yacht. It is for you to choose whether you will remain here or go with him." "I should like to go with him, sir. He has had a good deal of experience of the sea, while I have never set foot on board a ship till last year, and after what he did at Lowestoft, I should say that any gentleman would be glad to serve under him." "That is the right feeling," Prince Rupert said warmly. "Then get your things transferred to the yacht. If you join Albemarle's fleet, Sir Cyril, you will, of course, report yourself to him, and say that I directed you to place yourself under his orders." 5 minutes later, Cyril and his friend were on board the Fan. Scarcely had they reached her when a gun was fired from Prince Rupert's ship as a signal, and the ships of the White Squadron shook out their sails, and with the wind free, raced down towards the South Foreland. "We are to put into Dover," Cyril said to the boatswain, a weather-beaten old sailor. "The Lord be praised for that, sir. She is a tight little craft, but there will be a heavy sea on as soon as we are beyond shelter of the sands, and with these 2 guns on board of her she will make bad weather. Besides, in a wind like this it ain't pleasant being in a little craft in the middle of a lot of big ones, for if we were not swamped by the sea we might very well be run down. We had better keep her close to the point, your honour, and then run along under shelter of the cliffs into Dover. The water will be pretty smooth in there, though we had best carry as little sail as we can, for the gusts will come down from above fit to take the mast out of her." "I am awfully glad you came with me, Sidney," Cyril said as he took his place with his friend near the helmsman, "but I wish the prince had put you in command. Of course it is only a nominal thing, for the boatswain is really the captain in everything that concerns making sail and giving orders to the crew. Still, it would have been much nicer the other way." "I don't see that it would, Cyril," Sidney laughed, for you know as much more about handling a boat like this than I do, as the boatswain does, than yourself. You have been on board her night and day for more than a month, and even if you knew nothing about her at all, Prince Rupert would have been right to choose you as a recognition of your great services last time. Don't think anything about it. We are friends, and it does not matter a fig which is the nominal commander. I was delighted to come, not only to be with you, but because it will be a very great deal pleasanter being our own masters on board this pretty little yacht than being officers on board the Henrietta, where we would have been only in the way except when we went into action." As soon as they rounded the point, most of the sail was taken off the Fan, but even under the small canvas she carried, she laid over until her lee rail was almost under water, when the heavy squall swooped down upon her from the cliffs. The rest of the squadron was keeping some distance out, presenting a fine sight as the ships lay over, sending the spray flying high into the air from their bluff bows, and plunging deeply into the waves. "Yes, it is very distinctly being better where we are," Lord Oliphant said as he gazed at them. "I was beginning to feel qualmish before I got under shelter of the point, and by this time, if I had been on board the Henrietta, I should have been prostrate, and should have had I know not how long misery before me." A quarter of an hour later, they were snugly moored in Dover harbor. For 24 hours the gale continued. The wind then fell somewhat, but continued to blow strongly from the same quarter. 2 days later it veered round to the southwest, and shortly afterwards the English fleet could be seen coming out past the point. As soon as they did so, they headed eastward. "They are going out to meet the Dutch," Sidney said as they watched the ships from the cliffs. "The news must have arrived that their fleet has put out to sea. Then we shall be off after them, Sidney. They will sail faster than we shall in this wind, for it is blowing too strongly for us to carry much sail." They hurried on board. A quarter of an hour later the Fan put out from the harbor. The change of wind had caused an ugly cross sea, and the yacht had made bad weather of it, the waves constantly washing over her decks. But before they were off Calais, she had overtaken some of the slower sailors of the fleet. The sea was less violent as they held on, for they were now to some extent sheltered by the coast. In a short time Cyril ran down into the cabin where Sidney was lying ill. "The Admiral has given the signal to anchor, and the leading ships are already bringing up. We will choose a berth as near the shore as we can. With our light draught we can lie well inside of the others, and shall be in comparatively smooth water." Before dusk the fleet was at anchor, with the exception of 2 or 3 of the fastest frigates, which were sent on to endeavor to obtain some news of the enemy. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. The Fight off Dunkirk. As soon as the Fan had been brought to an anchor, the boat was lowered, and Cyril was rowed on board the Admiral's ship. Albemarle was on the poop, and Cyril made his report to him.
"Very well, sir," the Duke said. "I dare say I shall be able to make you of some use. Keep your craft close to us when we sail. I seem to know your face."
"I am Sir Cyril Shenstone, my Lord Duke. I had the honour of meeting you first at the fire in the Savoy, and Prince Rupert afterwards was good enough to present me to you."
Yes, I remember. And it was you who saved the Henrietta from the fire ship at Lowestoft. You have begun well indeed, young sir, and are like to have further opportunities of showing your bravery."
Cyril bowed, and then going down the side to his boat, returned to the Fan. She was lying in almost smooth water, and Sidney had come up on deck again. "You heard no news of the Dutch, I suppose, Cyril?" "No. I asked a young officer as I left the ship, and he said that so far as he knew nothing had been heard of them. But news had come in before the Admiral sailed from the Downs that everything was ready for sea, and that orders were expected every hour for them to put out." "It is rather to be hoped that they won't put out for another 2 days," Sidney said. "That will give the Prince time to rejoin with his squadron. The wind is favourable now for his return, and I should think as soon as they hear in London that the Dutch are on the point of putting out, and Albemarle has sailed, they will send him orders to join us at once. We have only about 60 sail, while they say that the Dutch have over 90. which is too heavy odds against us to be pleasant. I should think the Duke will not fight until the Prince comes up. I don't think he'll wait for him if he finds the Dutch near. All say that he is overconfident and apt to despise the Dutch too much. Anyhow, he is as brave as a lion, and though he might not attack unless the Dutch begin it, I feel sure he will not run away from them." The next morning early, the Bristol frigate was seen returning from the east. She had to beat her way back in the teeth of the wind, but when still some miles away, a puff of white smoke was seen to dart out from her side, and presently the boom of a heavy gun was heard. Again and again she fired, and the signal was understood to be a notification that she had seen the Dutch. The signal for the captains of the men of war to come on board was at once run up to the masthead of the flagship, followed by another for the fleet to be prepared to weigh anchor. Captain Bacon of the Bristol went on board as soon as the ship came up. In a short time the boats were seen to put off, and as the captains reached their respective ships, the signal to weigh anchor was hoisted. This was hailed with a burst of cheering throughout the fleet, and all felt that it signified that they would soon meet the Dutch. The Fan was under sail long before the men of war had got up their heavy anchors, and, sailing out, tacked backwards and forwards until the fleet were under sail, when Cyril told the boatswain to place her within a few cables' length of the flagship on her weather quarter. After 2 hours' sail, the Dutch fleet were made out, anchored off Dunkirk. The Blue Squadron under Sir William Berkeley led the way, the Red Squadron under the Duke following. "I will put a man in the chains with the lead," the boatswain said to Cyril. "There are very bad sands off Dunkirk, and though we might get over them in safety, the big ships would take ground, and if they did so, we should be in a bad plight indeed." "In that case, we had better slack out the sheet a little, and take up our post on the weather bow of the Admiral, so that we can signal to him if we find water failing." The topsail was hoisted, and the Fan, which was a very fast craft in comparatively smooth water, ran past the Admiral's flagship. "Shall I order them back, your Grace?" the captain said angrily. Albemarle looked at the Fan attentively. "They have got a man sounding," he said. "It is a wise precaution. The young fellow in command knows what he is doing. We ought to have been taking the same care. See, he is taking down his topsail again. Set an officer to watch the yacht, and if they signal, go about at once." The soundings continued for a short time at 6 fathoms, when suddenly the man at the lead called out sharply, 3 fathoms! Cyril ran to the flagstaff, and as the cry came, 2 fathoms! hauled down the flag and stood waving his cap, while the boatswain, who had gone to the tiller, at once pushed it over to starboard and brought the yacht up into the wind. Cyril heard orders shouted on board the flagship and saw her stern sweeping round. A moment later her sails were aback, but the men who already clustered round the guns were not quick enough in hauling the yards across, and to his dismay saw the main topmast bend, and then go over the side with a crash. All was confusion on board, and for a time it seemed as if the other topmast would also go. "Run her alongside within hailing distance," Cyril said to the boatswain. "They will want to question us." As they came alongside the flagship, the Duke himself leant over the side. "What water had you when you came about, sir?" "We went suddenly from 6 fathoms to 3, your Grace," Cyril shouted, "and a moment after we found but 2. "Very well, sir," the Duke called back. "In that case you have certainly saved our ship. I thought perhaps that you had been over hasty, and thus cost us our topmast. But I see it was not so, and thank you. Our pilot assured us there was plenty of water on the course we were taking." The ships of the Red Squadron had all changed their course on seeing the flagship come about so suddenly, and considerable delay and confusion was caused before they again formed in order, and in obedience to the Duke's signal followed the support of the Blue Squadron. This had already dashed into the midst of the Dutch fleet, who were themselves in some confusion, for so sudden had been the attack that they had been forced to cut their cables, having no time to get up their anchors. The British ships poured in their broadsides as they approached, while the Dutch opened a tremendous cannonade. Besides their great inferiority in numbers, the British were under a serious disadvantage. They had the weather gauge, and the wind was so strong that it heeled them over, so that they were unable to open their lower ports.
and were therefore deprived of the use of their heaviest guns. 4 of the ships of the Red Squadron remained by the flagship to protect her if attacked, and to keep off the fire ships while her crew labored to get up another topmast. More than 3 hours were occupied in this operation, but so busily did the rest of the fleet keep the Dutch at work that they were unable to detach sufficient ships to attack her. As soon as the topmast was in place and the sails hoisted, the flagship and her consorts hasted to join their hard-pressed comrades. The fight was indeed a desperate one. Sir William Berkeley and his ship, the Swiftsure, a second-rate, was taken, and the Essex, a third-rate. The Henry, commanded by Sir John Harman, was surrounded by foes. Her sails and rigging were shot to pieces, so she was completely disabled, and the Dutch Admiral Cornelius Everts summoned Sir John Harman to surrender. "It has not come to that yet," Sir John shouted back, and continued to pour such heavy broadsides into the Dutch that several of their ships were greatly damaged, and Everts himself killed. The Dutch captains drew off their vessels and launched 3 fire ships at the Henry. The first one, coming up on her starboard quarter, grappled with her. The dense volumes of smoke rising from her prevented the sailors from discovering where the grapnels were fixed, and the flames were spreading to her when the boatswain gallantly leapt on board the fire ship, and by the light of its flames discovered the grapnels and threw them overboard, and succeeded in regaining his ship. A moment later the second fire ship came up on the port side, and so great a body of flames swept across the Henry that her captain and 50 men sprang overboard. Sir John, however, drew his sword, and threatened to cut down the first man who refused to obey orders, and the rest of the crew, setting manfully to work, succeeded in extinguishing the flames, and in getting free of the fire ship. The halyards of the main yard were, however, burnt through, and the spar fell, striking Sir John Harman to the deck and breaking his leg. The third fire ship was received with the fire of 4 cannon loaded with chain shot. These brought her mast down, and she drifted by, clear of the Henry, which was brought safely into Harwich. The fight continued the whole day, and did not terminate until 10 o'clock in the evening. The night was spent in repairing damages, and in the morning the English recommenced the battle. It was again obstinately contested. Admiral Van Tromp threw himself into the midst of the British line, and suffered so heavily that he was only saved by the arrival of the Admiral de Ruyter. He, in his turn, was in an almost perilous position, and his ship disabled, when fresh reinforcements arrived. And so the battle raged, until, in the afternoon, as if by mutual consent, the fleets drew off from each other, and the battle ceased. The fighting had been extraordinarily obstinate and determined on both sides. Many ships had been sunk, several burnt, and some captured. The sea was dotted with wreckage, masts and spars, fragments of boats, and debris of all kinds. Both fleets presented a pitiable appearance. The hulls, but 48 hours ago so trim and smooth, were splintered and jagged. Portholes were knocked into one, bulwarks carried away, and stern galleries gone. The sails were riddled with shot holes. Many of the ships had lost 1 or more masts, while the light spars had been, in most cases, carried away, and many of the yards had come down owing to the destruction of the running gear. In so tremendous a conflict the little Fan could bear but a small part. Cyril and Lord Oliphant agreed at the commencement of the first day's fight that it would be useless for them to attempt to fire their 2 little guns, but that their efforts should be entirely directed against the enemy's fire ships. During each day's battle, then, they hovered round the flagship, getting out of the way whenever she was engaged, as she often was on both broadsides, and although once or twice struck by stray shots, the Fan received no serious damage. In this encounter of giants, the little yacht was entirely overlooked, and none of the great ships wasted a shot upon her. 2 or 3 times each day, when the Admiral's ship had beaten off her foes, the fire ship directed its course against her. Then came the Fan's turn for action. Under the pressure of her 12 oars, she sped towards the fire ship, and on reaching her a grapnel was thrown over the end of the bowsprit, and by the efforts of the rowers her course was changed, so that she swept harmlessly past the flagship. Twice, when the vessels were coming down before the wind at a rate of speed that rendered it evident that the efforts of the men at the oars would be insufficient to turn her course, The Fan was steered alongside, grapnels were thrown, and, headed by Lord Oliphant and Cyril, the crew sprang on board, cut down or drove overboard the few men who were in charge of her. Then, taking the helm and trimming the sails, they directed her against one of the Dutch men of war, threw the grapnels on board, lighted the train, leapt back into the Fan, rowed away, and took up their place near the admiral, the little craft being greeted with hearty cheers by the whole ship's company. The afternoon was spent in repairing damages as far as practicable, but even the Duke saw it was impossible to continue the fight. The Dutch had received a reinforcement while fighting was going on that morning, and although the English had inflicted terrible damage upon the Dutch fleet, their own loss in ships was greater than that which they had caused their adversaries. A considerable portion of their vessels were not in a condition to renew the battle, and the carpenters had hard work to save them from sinking outright. Albemarle himself embarked on the Fan and sailed from ship to ship, ascertaining the condition of each and the losses its crew had suffered. As soon as night fell, the vessels most disabled were ordered to sail for England as they best could. A crew of 3, which were totally dismasted and could hardly be kept afloat, were taken out and divided between the 28 vessels which alone remained in a condition to renew the fight. These 3 battered hulks were, early the next morning, set on fire, and the rest of the fleet, in good order and prepared to give battle, followed their companions that had sailed on the previous evening. The Dutch followed, but at a distance, thinking to repair their damages still farther before they again engaged. In the afternoon, the sails of a squadron were seen ahead, and a loud cheer ran from ship to ship, for all knew that this was Prince Rupert coming up with the White Squadron. A serious loss, however, occurred a few minutes afterwards. The Royal Prince, the largest and most powerful vessel in the fleet, which was somewhat in the rear of the line, struck on the sands, the tide being with them and the wind light. The rest of the fleet tried in vain to return to her assistance, and as the Dutch fleet were fast coming up, and some of the fire ships making for the Royal Prince, they were forced to give up the attempt to succor her, and Sir George Askew, her captain, was obliged to haul down his flag and surrender. As soon as the White Squadron joined the remnant of the fleet, the whole advanced against the Dutch, drums beating and trumpets sounding, and twice made their way through the enemy's line. But it was now growing dark, and the 3rd day's battle came to an end. The next morning it was seen that the Dutch, although considerably stronger than the English, were almost out of sight. The latter at once hoisted sail and pursued, and at 8 o'clock came up with them. The Dutch finding the combat inevitable, the terrible fight was renewed and raged without intermission until 7 in the evening. 5 times the British passed through the line of the Dutch. On both sides many ships fell out of the fighting line wholly disabled. Several were sunk, and some on both sides forced to surrender, being so battered as to be unable to withdraw from the struggle. Prince Rupert's ship was wholly disabled, and that of Albemarle almost as severely damaged, and the battle, like those of the preceding days, ended without any decided advantage on either side. Both nations claimed the victory, but equally without reason. The Dutch historians compute our loss at 16 men of war, of which 10 were sunk and 6 taken, while we admitted only a loss of 9 ships, and claimed that the Dutch had lost 15 men of war. Both parties acknowledged that it was the most terrible battle fought in this or any other modern war. De Witt, who at that time was at the head of the Dutch Republic, and who was a bitter enemy of the English, owned, some time afterwards, to Sir William Temple, that the English got more glory to their nation through the invincible courage of their seamen during those engagements than by the 2 victories of this war, and that he was sure that his own fleet could not have been brought on to fight the 5th day after the disadvantages of the 4th, and he believed that no other nation was capable of it but the English. Cyril took no part in the last day's engagement, for Prince Rupert, when the Fan came near him on his arrival on the previous evening, returned his salute from the poop, and shouted to him that on no account was he to adventure into the fight with the Fan. On the morning after the battle ended, Lord Oliphant and Cyril rowed on board Prince Rupert's ship, where every unwounded man was hard at work getting up her jury-mast, or patching up the holes in the hull.
"Well, Sir Cyril, I see that you have been getting my yacht knocked about," he said as they came up to him. "There's not much damage done, sir. She has but 2 shot holes in her hull, and my new mainsail's spoiled. Do you know, sir, that I got a severe rating from the Duke yesterday evening on your account?" Cyril looked surprised. "I trust, sir, that I have not in any way disobeyed orders." "No, it was not that. He asked after the Fan, and said that he had seen nothing of her during the day's fighting, and I said that I strictly ordered you not to come into the battle. He replied, 'Then you did wrong, Prince, for that little yacht of yours did yeoman's service during the first 2 days' fighting. I told Sir Cyril to keep her near me, thinking that she would be useful in carrying orders, and during those 2 days she kept close to us, save when we were surrounded by the enemy. 5 times in those 3 days did she avert fire ships from us. We were so damaged that we could sail but slowly, and thinking us altogether unmanageable, the Dutch launched their fire ships. The Fan rowed to meet them. 3 of them were diverted from her course by a rope being thrown over the bowsprit, and the crew rowing so as to turn her head. On the 2nd day there was more wind, and the fire ships would have had their course in spite of the efforts of the men on board the Fan. Twice during the day that little boat was boldly laid alongside them, while the crew boarded and captured them, and then, directing them towards the Dutch ships, grappled and set them on fire. One of the Dutchmen was burned. The other managed to throw off the grapnels. It was all done under our eyes, and 5 times in the 2 days did my crew cheer your little yacht as she came alongside. So you see, Prince, by ordering her out of the fight, you deprived us of the assistance of as boldly handled a little craft as ever sailed. I am quite proud of my little yacht, gentlemen, and I thank you for having given her so good a christening under fire. But I must stay no longer talking. Here is the dispatch I have written of my share of the engagement. You, Sir Cyril, will deliver this. You will now row to the Duke's ship, and he will give you his dispatches, which you, Lord Oliphant, will deliver. I need not say that you are to make all haste to the Thames. We have no ship to spare except the Fan, for we must keep the few that are still able to maneuver in case the Dutch should come out again before we have got the crippled ones in a state to make sail." Taking leave of the prince, they were at once rowed to the Duke's flagship. They had a short interview with the admiral, who praised them highly for the service they had rendered. "You will have to tell the story of the fighting," he said, "for the prince and myself have written but few lines. We have too many matters on our minds to do scribe's work. They will have heard ere now of the first 2 days' fighting, for some of the ships that were sent back have arrived at Harwich before this. By tomorrow morning I hope to have the fleet so far refitted as to be able to follow you." 5 minutes later the Fan, with every stitch of sail set, was on her way to the Thames. As a brisk wind was blowing, they arrived in London 24 hours later, and at once proceeded to the Admiralty, the dispatches being addressed to the Duke of York. They were immediately ushered into him. Without a word he seized the dispatches, tore them open, and ran his eyes down them. "God be praised!" he exclaimed when he finished them. "We had feared even worse intelligence, and have been in a terrible state of anxiety since yesterday, when we heard from Harwich that one of the ships had come in with the news that more than half of the fleet was crippled or destroyed, and that 28 only remained capable of continuing the battle. The only hope was that the White Squadron might arrive in time, and it seems that it has done so. The account of our losses is indeed a terrible one, but at least we have suffered no defeat, and as the Dutch have retreated, they must have suffered well nigh as much as we have done. Come along with me at once, gentlemen. I must go to the king to inform him of this great news, which is vastly beyond what we could have hoped for. The Duke in his dispatch tells me that the bearers of it, Lord Oliphant and Sir Cyril Shenstone, have done very great service, having, in Prince Rupert's little yacht, saved his flagship no less than 5 times from the attacks of the Dutch fire ships." The Duke had ordered his carriage to be in readiness as soon as he learnt that the bearers of the dispatches from the fleet had arrived. It was already at the door, and, taking his seat in it with Lord Oliphant and Cyril opposite to him, he was driven to the palace, learning by the way such details as they could give him of the last 2 days' fighting. He led them at once to the king's dressing-room. Charles was already attired,
for he had passed a sleepless night and had risen early. "What news, James?" he asked eagerly. "Good news, brother. After 2 more days' fighting, and terrible fighting on both sides, the Dutch fleet has returned to its ports." "A victory!" the king exclaimed in delight. "A dearly bought one, with the lives of so many brave men, but a victory nevertheless. Here are the dispatches from Albemarle and Rupert. They have been brought by these gentlemen, with whom you are already acquainted, in Rupert's yacht. Albemarle speaks very highly of their conduct." The king took the dispatches and read them eagerly. "It has indeed been a dearly bought victory," he said. "But it is marvellous indeed how our captains and men bore themselves. Never have they shown greater courage and endurance. Well may Monk say that, after 4 days of incessant fighting and 4 nights spent in the labour of repairing damages, the strength of all is well nigh come to an end, and that he himself can write but a few lines to tell me what has happened, leaving all the details for further occasion. I thank you both, gentlemen, for the speed with which you have brought me this welcome news, and for the services of which the Duke of Albemarle speaks so warmly. This is the 2nd time, Sir Cyril, that my admirals have had occasion to speak of great and honourable service rendered by you. Lord Oliphant, the Earl, your father, will have reason to be proud when he hears you so highly praised. Now, gentlemen, tell me more fully than is done in these dispatches as to the incidents of fighting. I have heard something of what took place in the first 2 days from the officer who posted up from Harwich yesterday." Lord Oliphant related the events of the first 2 days, and then went on. "Of the last 2 I can say less, your majesty, for we took no part in, having Prince Rupert's orders, given as he came up, that we should not adventure into the fight. Therefore we were but spectators, though we kept on the edge of the fight, and if opportunity had offered, and we had seen one of our ships too hard pressed, and threatened by fire ships, we should have ventured so far to transgress orders as to bear in and do what we could on her behalf, but indeed the smoke was so great that we could see but little. It was a strange sight when, on the prince's arrival, his ships and those of the Duke's, battered as they were, bore down on the Dutch line, the drums beating, the trumpets sounding, and the crews cheering loudly. We saw them disappear into the Dutch line, then the smoke shut out all from view, and for hours there was but a thick cloud of smoke and a continuous roar of the guns. Sometimes a vessel would come out from the curtain of smoke torn and disabled. Sometimes it was a Dutchman, sometimes one of our own ships. If the latter, we rowed up to them and did our best with planks and nails to stop the yawning holes close to the waterline, while the crew knotted ropes and got up the spars and yards, and then sailed back into the fight. The first day's fighting was comparatively slight, for the Dutch seemed to be afraid to close with the Duke's ships, and hung behind at a distance. It was not till the White Squadron came up and the Duke turned, with Prince Rupert, and fell upon his pursuers like a wounded boar upon the dogs, that the battle commenced in earnest. But the last day it went on for nigh 12 hours without intermission, and when at last the roar of the guns ceased, and the smoke slowly cleared off, it was truly a pitiful sight, so torn and disabled were the ships. As the 2 fleets separated, drifting apart as it would almost seem, so few were the sails now set, we rowed up among them, and for hours were occupied in picking up men clinging to broken spars and wreckage, for but few of the ships had so much as a single boat left. They were fortunate enough to save well nigh 100, of whom more than 70 were our own men, the remainder Dutch. From these last we learnt that the ships of Van Tromp and Ruyter had been so disabled that they had been forced to fall out of battle, and had been towed away to port. They said that their admirals, Cornelius Everts and Vanderhulst, had both been killed, while on our side we learnt that Admiral Sir Christopher Mings had fallen. Did the Dutch fleet appear to be as much injured as our own? No, your majesty. Judging by the sail set when the battle was over, theirs must have been in the better condition than ours, which is not surprising, seeing how superior they were in force, and for the most part bigger ships and carrying more guns. Then you will have your hands full, James, or they will be ready to take to sea again before we are. Next time I hope that we shall meet them with more equal numbers." "I will do the best I can, brother," the Duke replied. "Though we have so many ships sorely disabled, there have been few lost, and we can supply their places with the vessels that have been building with all haste. If the Dutch will give us but 2 months' time, I warrant that we shall be able to meet them in good force." As soon as the audience was over, Cyril and his friend returned to the Fan, and after giving a crew a few hours for sleep, sailed down to Sheerness, where shortly afterwards Prince Rupert arrived with a portion of the fleet, the rest having been ordered to Harwich, Portsmouth, and other ports, so that they could be more speedily refitted. Although the work went on almost without intermission day and night, the repairs were not completed before the news arrived that the Dutch fleet had again put to sea. 2 days later they arrived off our coast. Finding no fleet ready to meet them, they sailed away to France, where they hoped to be joined by their French allies. 2 days later, however, our ships began to assemble at the mouth of the Thames, and on June 24th the whole fleet was ready to take to sea. It consisted of 80 men of war, large and small, and 19 fire ships. Prince Rupert was in command of the Red Squadron, and the Duke of Albemarle sailed with him, on board the same ship. Sir Thomas Allen was Admiral of the White, and Sir Jeremiah Smith of the Blue Squadron. Cyril remained on board the Fan, Lord Oliphant returning to his duties on board the flagship. Marvels had been effected by the zeal and energy of the crews and the dockyard men. But 3 weeks back the English ships had, for the most part, been crippled seemingly almost beyond repair, but now, with their hulls patched with new spars, and in the glory of fresh paint and new canvas, they made as brave a show as when they had sailed out from the Downs a month previously. They were anchored off the Nore when, late in the evening, the news came out from Sheerness that a mounted messenger had just ridden in from Dover, and that the Dutch fleet had, in the afternoon, passed the town, and had rounded the South Foreland, steering north. Orders were at once issued that the fleet should sail at daybreak, and at 3 o'clock the next morning they were on their way down the river. At 10 o'clock the Dutch fleet was seen off the North Foreland. According to their own accounts, they numbered 88 men of war with 25 fire ships, and were also divided into 3 squadrons under De Ruyter, John Everts, and Van Tromp. The engagement began at noon by an attack by the White Squadron upon that commanded by Everts. An hour later Prince Rupert and the Duke, with the Red Squadron, fell upon De Ruyter, while that of Van Tromp, which was at some distance from the others, was engaged by Sir Jeremiah Smith with the Blue Squadron. Sir Thomas Allen completely defeated his opponents, killing Everts, his vice and rear admirals, capturing the vice admiral of Zealand, who was with them, and burning a ship of 50 guns. The Red Squadron was evenly matched by that of De Ruyter, and each vessel laid itself alongside an adversary. Although De Ruyter himself and his vice-admiral Van Ness fought obstinately, their ships in general, commanded for the most part by men chosen for their family influence rather than for either seamanship or courage, behaved but badly, and all but 7 gradually withdrew from the fight and went off under all sail, and De Ruyter, finding himself thus deserted, was forced also to draw off. During this time Van Tromp, whose squadron was the strongest of the 3 Dutch divisions, was so furiously engaged by the Blue Squadron, which was the weakest of the English divisions, that he was unable to come to the assistance of his consorts. When, however, he saw the defeat of the rest of the Dutch fleet, he too was obliged to draw off, lest he should have the whole of the English down upon him, and was able the more easily to do so as darkness was closing in when the battle ended. The Dutch continued their retreat during the night, followed at a distance by the Red Squadron, which was, next morning, on the point of overtaking them, when the Dutch sought refuge by steering into the shallows, which their light draught enabled them to cross, while the deeper English ships were unable to follow. Great was the wrath and disappointment of the English when they saw themselves thus balked from reaping the full benefit of the victory. Prince Rupert shouted to Cyril, who, in the Fan, had taken but small share in the engagement, as the fire-ships had not played any conspicuous part in it. "Sir Cyril, we can go no farther, but do you pursue De Ruyter, and show him in what contempt we hold him. Cyril lifted his hat to show that he heard and understood the order. Then he ordered his men to get out of their oars, for the wind was very light, and amidst loud cheering, mingled with laughter, for the crews of the vessels that were near enough to hear Prince Rupert's order, the Fan rowed out from the English line in pursuit of the Dutch. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. London in Flames. The sailors laughed and joked as they rowed away from the fleet, but the old boatswain shook his head. "We shall have to be careful, Sir Cyril," he said. "It is like a small cur barking at the heels of a bull. It is good fun enough for a bit, but when the bull turns, perchance the dog will find himself thrown high in the air." Cyril nodded. He himself considered Prince Rupert's orders to be beyond all reason, and given only in the heat of his anger at De Ruyter having thus escaped him, and felt it was very likely to cost the lives of all on board the Fan. However, there was nothing to do but carry it out. It seemed to him that the boatswain's simile was a very apt one, and that, although the spectacle of the Fan worrying the great Dutch battleship might be an amusing one to the English spectators, it was likely to be a very serious adventure for her. De Ruyter's ship, which was in the rear of all the other Dutch vessels, was but a mile distant when the Fan started, and as the wind was so light that it scarce filled her sails, the yacht approached her rapidly. "We're within a half-mile now, your honour," the boatswain said. "I should say we had better go no nearer if we don't want to be blown out of the water." "Yes, I think we may as well stop rowing now, and get the guns to work. There are only those 2 cannons in her stern ports, which can touch us here. She will scarcely come up in the wind to give us a broadside. She is moving so slowly through the water that it would take her a long time to come round, and De Ruyter would feel ashamed to bring his great flagship round to crush such a tiny foe." The boatswain went forward to the guns, round which the men, after laying in their oars, clustered in great glee. "Now," he said, "you have got to make those 2 guns in the stern your mark. Try and send your shots through the portholes. It'll be a waste to fire them at the hull, for the balls will not penetrate the thick timber she is built of. Remember, the straighter you aim, the more chance there is that the Dutch won't hit us. Men don't stop to aim very straight when they are expecting a shot among them every second. We will fire alternately, and one gun is not to fire until the other is loaded again. I will lay the first gun myself." It was a good shot, and the crew cheered as they saw the splinters fly at the edge of the porthole. Shot after shot was fired with varying success. The Dutch made no reply, and seemed to ignore the presence of their tiny foe. The crew were, for the most part, busy aloft repairing damages, and after half an hour's firing without eliciting a reply, the boatswain went aft to Cyril and suggested that they should now aim at the spars. "A lucky shot might do a good deal of damage, sir," he said. "The weather is fine enough at present, but there is no saying when a change may come, and if we could weaken one of the main spars, it might be the means of her being blown ashore, should the wind spring up in the right direction." Cyril assented, and fire was now directed at the masts. A few ropes were cut away, but no serious damage was effected until a shot struck one of the halyard blocks of the spanker, and the sail at once ran down. "It has taken a big bit out of the mast, too," the boatswain called exultingly to Cyril. "I think it will rouse the Dutchmen up." A minute later it was evident that the shot had at least had that effect. 2 puffs of smoke emitted from the stern of the Dutch flagship, and simultaneously with the roar of the guns came the hum of 2 heavy shot flying overhead. Delighted at having excited the Dutchman's wrath at last, the crew of the Fan took off their hats and gave a loud cheer, and then, more earnestly than before, settled down to work, their guns aimed now, as at the first, at the portholes. 4 or 5 shots were discharged from each of the little guns before the Dutch were ready again. Then came the thundering reports. The Fan's topmast was carried away by one of the shot, but the other went wide. 2 or 3 men were told to cut away the wreckage, and the rest continued their fire. One of the next shots of the enemy was better directed,
It struck the deck close to the foot of the mast, committed great havoc in Cyril's cabin, and passed out through the stern below the waterline. Cyril leapt down the companion as he heard the crash, shouting to the boatswain to follow him. The water was coming through the hole in a great jet. Cyril seized a pillow and stuffed it into the shot-hole, being drenched from head to foot in the operation. One of the sailors had followed the boatswain, and Cyril called him to his assistance. "Get out the oars at once," he said to the boatswain. "Another shot like this, and she'll go down. Get a piece cut off a spar and make a plug. There's no holding this pillow in its place, and the water comes in fast still." The sailor took Cyril's post while he ran up on deck and assisted in cutting the plug. This was roughly shaped to the size of the hole and then driven in. It stopped the rush of water, but a good deal still leaked through. By the time this was done, the Fan had considerably increased her distance from De Ruyter. 4 or 5 more shots were fired from the Dutch ship. The last of these struck the mast 10 feet above the deck, bringing it down with a crash. Fortunately, none of the crew were hurt, and, dropping the oars, they hauled the mast alongside, cut the sail from its fastening to the hoops and gaff, and then severed the shrouds and allowed the mast to drift away, while they again settled themselves to the oars. Although every man rowed his hardest, the Fan was half full of water before she reached the fleet, which was 2 miles astern of them when they first began to row. "Well done, Fan!" Prince Rupert shouted as the little craft came alongside. "Have you suffered any damage besides your spars? I see you are low in the water." "We were shot through our stern, sir. We put in a plug, but the water comes in still. Will you send a carpenter on board? For I don't think she will float many minutes longer unless we get the hole better stopped." The prince gave some orders to an officer standing by him. The latter called 2 or 3 sailors and bade them bring some short lengths of thick hawser, while a strong party were set to reeve tackle to the mainyard. As soon as the hawsers, each 30 feet in length, were brought, they were dropped onto the deck of the Fan, and the officer told the crew to pass them under her, 1 near each end, and to knot the hawsers. By the time this was done, 2 strong tackles were lowered and fixed to the hawsers, and the crew ordered to come up onto the ship. The tackles were then manned and hauled on by strong parties, and the Fan was gradually raised. The boatswain went below again and knocked out the plug, and as the little yacht was hoisted up, the water ran out of it. As soon as the hole was above the water level, the tackle at the bow was gradually slackened off until she lay with her forepart in the water, which came some distance up her deck. The carpenter then slung himself over the stern and nailed first a piece of tarred canvas, then a square of plank over the hole. Then the stern tackle was eased off, and the Fan floated on a level keel. Her crew went down to her again, and in half an hour pumped her free of water. By this time the results of the victory were known. On the English side, the Resolution was the only ship lost, she having been burnt by a Dutch fire-ship. 3 English captains and about 300 men were killed. On the other hand, the Dutch lost 20 ships, 4 admirals, a great many of their captains, and some 4,000 men. It was indeed the greatest and most complete victory gained throughout the war. Many of the British ships had suffered a good deal, that which carried the Duke's flag most of all, for it had been so battered in the fight with De Ruyter that the Duke and Prince Rupert had been obliged to leave her and to hoist their flags upon another man of war. The next morning the fleet sailed to Schoenveld, which was the usual rendezvous of the Dutch fleet, and there remained some time, altogether undisturbed by the enemy. The Fan was there thoroughly repaired. On July 29th they sailed for Ulik, where they arrived on August 7th, the wind being contrary. Learning that there was a large fleet of merchantmen lying between the islands of Ulik and Schellig, guarded by but 2 men of war, and that there were rich magazines of goods on these islands, it was determined to attack them. 4 small frigates of a slight draught of water and 5 fire ships were selected for the attack, together with the boats of the fleet, manned by 900 men. On the evening of the 8th, Cyril was ordered to go in the Fan to reconnoitre the position of the Dutch. He did not sail until after nightfall, and on reaching the passage between the islands he lowered his sails, got out his oars, and drifted with the tide silently down through the Dutch merchant fleet, where no watch seemed to be kept, and in the morning carried the news to Sir Robert Holmes, the commander of the expedition,
who had anchored a league from the entrance. Cyril had sounded the passage as he went through, and it was found that 2 of the frigates could not enter it. These were left at the anchorage, and, arriving at the mouth of the harbor, the Tiger, Sir Robert Holmes' flagship, was also obliged to anchor, and he came on board the Fan, on which he hoisted his flag. The captains of the other ships came on board, and it was arranged that the Pembroke, which had but a small draught of water, should enter at once with the 5 fire ships. The attack was completely successful. 2 of the fire ships grappled with the men of war and burnt them, while 3 great merchantmen were destroyed by the others, and the boats dashed into the fleet, and with the exception of 4 or 5 merchantmen and 4 privateers who took refuge in a creek defended by a battery, the whole of the 170 merchantmen, the smallest of which was not less than 200 tons burden, and all heavily laden, were burned. The next day Sir Robert Holmes landed 11 companies of troops on the island of Schoenvelt and burnt Bandaris, its principal town, with its magazines and storehouses, causing a loss to the Dutch, according to their own admission, of 6 million guilders. This and the loss of the great fleet inflicted a very heavy blow upon the commerce of Holland. The Fan had been hit again by a shot from one of the batteries, and on her rejoining the fleet, Prince Rupert determined to send her to England so that she could be thoroughly repaired and fitted out again. Cyril's orders were to take her to Chatham, and to hand her over to the dockyard authorities. "I do not think the Dutch will come out and fight us again this autumn, Sir Cyril, so you can take your ease in London as it pleases you. We are now halfway through August, and it will probably be at least a month after your arrival before the Fan is fit for sea again. It may be a good deal longer than that, for they are busy upon the repairs of the ships sent home after the battle, and will hardly take any hands off these to put on to the Fan. In October we shall be coming home again, so that until next spring it is hardly likely that there will be aught doing." Cyril accordingly returned to London. The wind was contrary, and it was not until the last day of August that he dropped anchor in the Medway. After spending a night at Chatham, he posted up to London the next morning, and, finding convenient chambers in the Savoy, he installed himself there, and then proceeded to the house of the Earl of Weisbeck, to whom he was the bearer of a letter from his son. Finding that the Earl and his family were down at his place near Sevenoaks, he went into the city and spent the evening at Captain Dave's, having ordered his servant to pack a small valise and bring it with 2 horses in the morning. He had gone to bed but an hour when he was awoke by John Wilkes knocking at his door. "There is a great fire burning not far off, Sir Cyril. A man who ran past told me it was in Pudding Lane, at the top of Fish Street. The captain is getting up, and is going out to see it, for, with such dry weather as we've been having, there is no saying how far it may go." Cyril sprang out of his bed and dressed. Captain Dave, accustomed to slip on his clothes in a hurry, was waiting for him, and with John Wilkes they sallied out. There was a broad glare of light in the sky, and the bells of many of the churches were ringing out the fire alarm. As they passed, many people put their heads out from windows and asked where the fire was. In 5 minutes they approached the scene. A dozen houses were blazing fiercely, while from those near the inhabitants were busily removing their valuables. The fire companies with their buckets were already at work, and lines of men were formed down to the river and were passing along buckets from hand to hand. Well nigh half the water was spilt, however, before it arrived at the fire, and in the face of such a body of flame it seemed to make no impression whatever. "They might as well attempt to pump out a leaky ship with a child's squirt," the captain said. "The fire will burn itself out, and we must pray heaven that the wind drops altogether. 'Tis not strong, but it will suffice to carry the flames across these narrow streets. 'Tis lucky that it is from the east, so there is little fear that it will travel in our direction." They learnt that the fire had begun in the house of the fariner, the king's baker, though none knew how it had got alight. It was not long before the flames leapt across the lane, 5 or 6 houses catching fire almost at the same moment. A cry of dismay broke from the crowd, and the fright of the neighbors increased. Half-clad women hurrying from their houses, carrying their babes and dragging their younger children out. Men staggered along with trunks of clothing and valuables. Many wrung their hands helplessly while the city watch guarded the streets leading to Pudding Lane. so as to prevent thieves and vagabonds from taking advantage of the confusion to plunder. With great rapidity the flames spread from house to house. A portion of Fish Street was already invaded, and the church at St. Mangus in danger. The fears of the people increased in proportion to the advance of the conflagration. The whole neighborhood was now alarmed, and in the streets round people were beginning to remove their goods. The river seemed to be regarded by all as the safest place of refuge. The boats from the various landing places had already come up, and these were doing a thriving trade by taking the frightened people, with what goods they carried, to lighters and ships moored in the river. The lines of men passing buckets had long since broken up, it being too evident that their efforts were not of the slightest avail. The wind had, in the last 2 hours, rapidly increased in strength, and was carrying the burning embers far and wide. Cyril and his companions had, after satisfying their first curiosity, set to work to assist the fugitives, by aiding them to carry down their goods to the waterside. Cyril was now between 18 and 19, and had grown into a powerful young fellow, having, since he recovered from the plague, grown fast and widened out greatly. He was able to shoulder heavy trunks, and to carry them down without difficulty. By 6 o'clock, however, all were exhausted by their labors, and Captain Dave's proposal that they should go back and get breakfast and have a wash was at once agreed to. At this time the greater part of Fish Street was in flames. The church of St. Mangus had fallen, and the flames had spread to many of the streets and alleys running west. The houses on the bridge were blazing. "Well, Father, what is the news?" Nellie exclaimed as they entered. "What have you been doing? You are all blackened, like the men who carry out the coals from the ships. I never saw such figures."
"We have been helping people to carry their goods down to the water, Nellie. The news is bad. The fire is a terrible one."
"That we can see, Father. Mother and I were at the window for hours after you left, and the whole sky seemed to blaze. Do you think that there is any danger of its coming here?"
"The wind has taken the flames the other way, Nellie. But in spite of that, I think that there is danger. The heat is so great that the houses catch on this side, and we saw, as we came back, that it had traveled eastwards. Truly, I believe that if the wind keeps on at its present, the whole city will be destroyed. However, we will have a wash first, and then some breakfast, of which we are sorely in need. Then we can talk over what had best be done." Little was said during breakfast. The apprentices had already been out, and so excited were they at the scenes that they had witnessed that they had difficulty in preserving their usual quiet and submissive demeanor. Captain Dave was wearied with his unwonted exertions. Mrs. Dowsett and Nellie both looked pale and anxious, and Cyril and John Wilkes were oppressed by the terrible scene of destruction and the widespread misery they had witnessed. When breakfast was over, Captain Dave ordered the apprentices on no account to leave the premises. They were to put up the shutters at once, and then to await orders. "What do you think we had better do, Cyril?" he said when the boys had left the room. "I should say that you had certainly better go on board a ship, Captain Dave. There is time to move now quietly, and get many things taken on board. But if there were a swift change of wind, the flames would come down so suddenly that you would have no time to save anything. Do you know of a captain who would receive you?" "Certainly, I know of half a dozen." "Then the first thing is to secure a boat before they are all taken up. I will go down to the stairs at once." "Then I should say, John, you had better go off with Captain Dave, and as soon as he has arranged with one of the captains, come back to shore. Let the watermen lie off in the stream, for if the flames come this way, there will be a rush for boats, and people will not stop to ask to whom they belong. It will be better still to take one of the apprentices with you, leave him at the stairs till you return, and then tie up to a ship till we hail him." "That'll be the best plan," Captain Dave said. "Now, wife, you and Nellie and the maid had best set to work at once packing up all your best clothes and other such things as you may think most valuable. We shall have time, I hope, to make many trips." "While you're away, I will go along the street and see whether the fire is making any way in this direction," Cyril said. "Of course, if it is coming slowly, you will have time to take away a great many things, and we may even hope that it may not come here at all." Taking one of the apprentices, Captain Dave and John at once started for the waterside, while Cyril made his way westward. Already people were bringing down their goods from most of the houses. Some acted as if they believed that they took the goods out of the houses they would be safe,
and great piles of articles of all kinds almost blocked the road. Weeping women and frightened children sat on these piles as if to guard them. Some stood at their doors, wringing their hands helplessly. Others were already starting eastward, laden with bundles and boxes, occasionally looking round as if to bid farewell to their homes. Many of the men seemed even more confused and frightened than the women, running hither and thither without purpose, shouting, gesticulating, and seeming almost distraught with fear and grief. Cyril had not gone far when he saw that the houses on both sides of the street, at the farther end, were already in flames. He was obliged to advance with great caution, for many people were recklessly throwing goods of all kinds from windows, regardless of whom they might fall upon, and without thought of how they were to be carried away. He went on until close to the fire, and stood for a time watching. The noise was bewildering. Mingled with the roar of the flames, the crackling of woodwork, and the heavy crashes that told of the fall of roofs or walls, was the clang of the alarm bells, shouts, cries, and screams. The fire spread steadily, but with none of the rapidity with which he had seen it fly along from house to house on the other side of the conflagration. The houses, however, were largely composed of wood. The balconies generally caught first, and the fire crept along under the roofs, and sometimes a shower of tiles and a burst of flame showed that it had advanced there, while the lower portion of the house was still intact. "Is it coming, Cyril?" Mrs. Dowsett asked when he returned. "It is coming steadily," he said, "and can be stopped by nothing short of a miracle. Can I help you in any way?" "No," she said. "We have packed as many things as can possibly be carried. It is well that your things are all at your lodging, Cyril, and beyond the risk of this danger." "It would have mattered little about them," he said. "I could have replaced them easily enough. That is but a question of money. And now, in the first place, I will get the trunks and bundles you have packed downstairs. That will save time." Assisted by the apprentice and Nellie, Cyril got all the things downstairs. "How long do we have, do you think?" Nellie asked. "I should say that in 3 hours the fire will be here," he said. "It may be checked for a little at the cross lanes, but I fear that 3 hours is all we can hope for." Just as they had finished taking down the trunks, Captain Dave and John Wilkes arrived. "I have arranged the affair," the former said. "My old friend Dick Watson will take us on his ship. She lies but 100 yards from the stairs. Now get on your mantle and hood, Nellie, and bring your mother and maid down." The 3 women were soon at the foot of the stairs, and Mrs. Dowsett's face showed signs of tears, but, though pale, she was quiet and calm, and the servant, a stout wench, had gained confidence from her mistress's example. As soon as they were ready, the 3 men each shouldered a trunk. The servant and the apprentice carried one between them. Mrs. Dowsett and her daughter took as many bundles as they could carry. It was but 5 minutes' walk down to the stairs. The boat was lying 20 yards out in the stream, fastened up to a lighter, with the apprentice and the waterman on board. It came at once alongside, and in 5 minutes they reached the Good Venture. As soon as the women had ascended the accommodation ladder, some sailors ran down and helped to carry up the trunks. "Empty them all out in the cabin," Captain Dave said to his wife. "We will take them back with us." As soon as he had seen the ladies into the cabin, Captain Watson called his son Frank, who was his chief mate, and a half-dozen of his men. These carried the boxes, as fast as they were emptied, down into the boat. "We will all go ashore together," he said to Captain Dave. "I was a fool not to think of it before. We will soon make light work of it." As soon as they reached the house, some of the sailors were sent off with the remaining trunks and bundles, while others carried upstairs those they had brought, and quickly emptied them into the remaining contents of the drawers and linen press. So quickly and steadily did the work go on that no less than 6 trips were made to the Good Venture in the next 3 hours, and at the end of that time almost everything portable had been carried away, including several pieces of valuable furniture, and a large number of objects brought home by Captain Dave from his various voyages. The last journey, indeed, was devoted to saving some of the most valuable contents of the store. Captain Dave, delighted at having saved so much, would not have thought of taking more, but Captain Watson would not hear of this. "There is time for one more trip, old friend," he said, "and there are many things in your store that are worth more than their weight in silver.
I will take my other 2 hands this time, and, with the 8 men and our 5 selves, we shall be able to bring a good load." The trunks were therefore this time packed with the ship's instruments and brass fittings of all kinds to the full weight that could be carried. All hands then set to work, and in a very short time a great proportion of the portable goods were carried from a storehouse into an arched cellar beneath it. By the time they were ready to start, there were but 6 houses between them and the fire. "I wish we had another 3 hours before us," Captain Watson said. "It goes to one's heart to leave all this new rope and sailcloth, good blocks, and other things to be burnt. There have been better things than that burnt today, Watson. Few men have saved as much as I have, thanks to your assistance and that of the stout sailors of yours. Why, the contents of these 12 boxes are worth as much as the whole of the goods remaining." The sailors' loads were so heavy that they had to help each other to get them upon their shoulders, and the other 5 were scarcely less weighted. And, short as was the distance, all had to rest several times on the way to the stairs, setting their burdens upon window sills or upon boxes scattered in the streets. One of the ship's boats had, after the first trip, taken the place of the light wherry, but even this was weighted down to the gunwale when the men and goods were all on board. After the first 2 trips, the contents of the boxes had been emptied on deck, and by the time the last arrived, the 3 women had packed away in the empty cabins all the clothing, linen, and other articles that had been taken below. Captain Watson ordered a stiff glass of grog to be given to each of the sailors, and then went down with the others into the main cabin, where the steward had already laid the table for a meal, and poured out 5 tumblers of wine. "I've not had so tough a job since I was before the mast," he said. "What say you, Captain Dave?" "It has been hard morning's work indeed, Watson, and in truth I feel fairly spent. But though weary in body, I am cheerful in heart. It seemed to me at breakfast time that we should have little beyond what we stood in, and now I have rescued well nigh everything valuable that I have. I should have grieved greatly had I lost all those mementos that it took me nigh on 30 years to gather, and those pieces of furniture that belonged to my father I would not have lost for any money. Truly it has been a noble salvage." Mrs. Dowsett and Nellie now joined them. They had quite recovered their spirits, and were delighted at the unexpected rescue of so many things precious to them, and Captain Watson was overwhelmed by their thanks for what he had done. After the meal was over, they sat quietly talking for a time, and then Cyril proposed that they should row up the river and see what progress the fire was making above the bridge. Mrs. Dowsett, however, was too much fatigued by her sleepless night and the troubles and emotions of the morning to care about going. Captain Dave said that he was too stiff to do anything but sit quiet and smoke a pipe, and that he would superintend the getting of their things on deck a little shipshape. Nellie embraced the offer eagerly, and young Watson, who was a well-built and handsome fellow with a pleasant face and manner, said that he would go, and would take a couple of hands to row. The tide had just turned to run up when they set out. Cyril asked the first mate to steer, and he sat on one side of him and Nellie on the other. "You'll have to mind your oars, lads," Frank Watson said. "The river is crowded with boats." They crossed over to the Southwark side, as it would have been dangerous to pass under the arches above which the houses were burning. The flames, however, had not spread right across the bridge, for the houses were built only over the piers, and the opening to the arches had checked the flames, and at these points numbers of men were drawing water in buckets and throwing it over the fronts of the houses, or passing them by ropes to other men on the roofs, which were kept deluged with water. Hundreds of willing hands were engaged in the work, for the sight of the tremendous fire on the opposite bank filled people with terror lest the flames should cross the bridge and spread to the south side of the river. The warehouses and wharves on the bank were black with spectators, who looked with astonishment and awe at the terrible scene of destruction. It was not until they passed under the bridge that the full extent of the conflagration was visible. The fire had made its way some distance along Thames Street, and had spread far up into the city. Gracechurch Street and Lombard Street were in flames, and indeed the fire seemed to have extended a long distance further, but the smoke was so dense that it was difficult to make out the precise point that it had reached. The river was a wonderful sight. It was crowded with boats and lighters, all piled up with goods, while along the quays from Down Gate to the temple, crowds of people were engaged in placing what goods they had saved on board lighters and other craft. Many of those in the boats seemed altogether helpless and undecided as to what had best be done, and drifted along with the tide. But the best part were making either for the marshes at Lambeth or the fields at Millbank, there to land their goods, the owners of the boats refusing to keep them long on board, as they desired to return by the next tide to fetch away other cargoes, being able to obtain any price they chose to demand for their services. Among the boats were floating goods and wreckage of all kinds, charred timber that had fallen from the houses on the bridge, and from the warehouses by the quays, bales of goods, articles of furniture, bedding, and other matters. At times a sudden change of wind drove a dense smoke across the water, flakes of burning embers and papers causing great confusion among the boats, and threatening to set the piles of goods on fire. At Frank Watson's suggestion they landed at the temple, after having been some 2 hours on the river. Going up to Fleet Street, they found a stream of carts and other vehicles proceeding westward, all piled with furniture and goods, mostly of a valuable kind. The pavements were well nigh blocked with people, all journeying in the same direction, laden with their belongings. With difficulty they made their way east as far as St. Paul's. The farther end of Cheapside was already in flames, and they learnt that the fire had extended as far as Moorfields. It was said that efforts had been made to pull down houses and so check the progress, but there was no order or method, and that no benefit was gained by the work. After looking on at the scene for some time, they returned to Fleet Street. Frank Watson went down with Nellie to the boat, while Cyril went to his lodgings in the Savoy. Here he found his servant anxiously awaiting him. "I did not bring the horses this morning, sir," he said. "I heard that there was a great fire, and went on foot as far as I could get, but finding that I could not pass, I thought it best to come back here and await your return." "Quite right, Reuben. You could not have got the horses to me unless you had ridden round the walls and come in at Aldgate, and they would have been useless had you brought them. The house at which I stayed last night is already burnt to the ground. You had better stay here for the present, I think. There is no fear of the fire extending beyond the city. Should you find that it does so, pack my clothes in the valises, and take the horses down to Sevenoaks, and remain at the Earl's until you hear from me." Having arranged this, Cyril went down to the Savoy stairs, where he found the boat waiting for him, and then they rowed back to London Bridge, where the force of the tide now abated. They were able to row through and get to the Good Venture. They had but little sleep that night. Gradually the fire worked its way eastward until it was abreast of them. The roaring and crackling of the flames was prodigious. Here and there the glare was diversified by columns of a deeper red glow, showing where warehouses filled with pitch, tar, and oil were in flames. The heavy crashes of falling buildings were almost incessant. Occasionally they saw a church tower or steeple that had stood for a time black against the glowing sky become suddenly wreathed in flames, and after burning for a time fall with a crash that could be plainly heard above the general roar. "Surely such a fire was never seen before," Captain Dave said. "Not since Rome was burnt, I should think," Cyril replied. "How long ago was that, Cyril? I don't remember hearing about it." "'Tis 1,500 years or so since then, Captain Dave, but the greater part of the city was destroyed, and Rome was then many times bigger than London. It burnt for 3 days. Well, this is bad enough," Captain Watson said. "Even here the heat is well nigh too great to face. Frank, you had better call the crew up and get all the sails off the yards. Were a burning flake to fall on them, we might find it difficult to extinguish them. When they have done that, let the men get all the buckets filled with water and ranged on the deck, and it will be as well to get a couple of hands in the boat and let them chuck water against the side. We shall have all the paint blistered off before morning." So the night passed. Occasionally they went below for a short time, but they found it impossible to sleep, and were soon up again, and felt a relief when the morning began to break. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. After the Fire. Daylight brought little alleviation to the horrors of the scene. The flames were less vivid, but a dense pall of smoke overhung the city. As soon as they had breakfast, Captain Watson, his son, Captain Dowsett, Nellie, and Cyril took their places in the boat and were rowed up the river. An exclamation burst from them all as they saw how fast the flames had traveled since the previous evening. "St. Paul's is on fire!" Cyril exclaimed. "See, there are flames bursting through its roof. I think, Captain Watson, if you will put me ashore at the Temple, I will make my way to Whitehall and report myself there. I may be of use." "I will do that," Captain Watson said. "Then I'll row back to the ship again. We must leave a couple of hands on board in case some of these burning flakes should set anything alight. We will land with the rest and do what we can to help these poor women and children." "I will stay on board and take command if you like, Watson," Captain Dave said. "You ought to have someone there. I have not recovered from yesterday's work and should be of little use ashore." "Very well, Dowsett. That will certainly be best. But I think it will be prudent before we leave to run out a kedge with 40 or 50 fathoms of cable towards the middle of the stream, and then veer out the cable on her anchor, so as to let her ride 30 fathoms or so farther out. We left 6 men sluicing her side and deck, but it certainly would be prudent to get her out a bit farther. Even here the heat is as much as we can stand." As soon as Cyril had landed, he hurried up into Fleet Street. He had just reached Temple Bar when he saw a party of horsemen making their way through the carts. A hearty cheer greeted them from the crowd, who hoped that the presence of the king, for it was Charles who rode in front, was a sign that vigorous steps were about to be taken to check the progress of the flames. Beside the king rode the Duke of Albemarle, and following were a number of other gentlemen and officers. Cyril made his way through the crowd to the side of the Duke's horse. "Can I be of any possible use, my Lord Duke?" he asked, doffing his hat. "Ah, Sir Cyril, it is you, is it? I have not seen you since you bearded the Reuter and the Fan-Fan. Yes, you can be of use. We have 500 sailors and dockmen behind. They have just arrived from Chatham, and 1,000 more have landed below the bridge to fight the flames on that side. Keep by me now, and when we decide where to set to work, I will put you under the orders of Captain Warncliffe, who has charge of them." When they reached the bottom of Fleet Street, the fire was halfway down Ludgate Hill, and it was decided to begin operations along the bottom of Fleet Valley. The dockyard men and sailors were brought up, and following them were some carts laden with kegs of powder. "Warncliffe," Lord Albemarle said as the officer came up at the head of them, "Sir Cyril Shenstone is anxious to help. You know him by repute, and you can trust him in any dangerous business. You had better tell off 20 men under him. You have only to tell him what you want done, and you can rely upon its being done thoroughly." The sailors were soon at work along the line of the Fleet Ditch. All carried axes, and with these they chopped down the principal beams of the small houses clustered by the ditch, and so weakened them that a small charge of powder easily brought them down. In many places they met with fierce opposition from the owners, who, still clinging to the faint hope that something might occur to stop the progress of the fire before it reached their abodes, raised vain protestations against the destruction of their houses. All day the men worked unceasingly, but in vain. Driven by the fierce wind, the flames swept down the opposite slope, leapt over the space strewn with rubbish and beams, and began to climb Fleet Street and Holborn Hill, and the dense mass of houses between them. The fight was renewed higher up. Beer and bread and cheese were obtained from the taverns and served out to the workmen, and these kept at their task all night. Towards morning the wind had fallen somewhat. The open spaces of the temple favored the defenders. The houses to the east of it were blown up, and late in the afternoon the progress of the flames at this spot was checked. As soon as it was felt that there was no longer any fear of its further advance here, the exhausted men, who had for 24 hours labored, half suffocated by the blinding smoke and by the dust made by their own work, threw themselves down on the grass of the temple gardens and slept. At midnight they were roused by their officers and proceeded to assist their comrades, who had been battling with the flames on the other side of Fleet Street. They found that these too had been successful. The flames had swept up to Fetter Lane, but the houses on the west side had been demolished, and although at 1 or 2 points the fallen beams caught fire, they were speedily extinguished. Halfway up Fetter Lane the houses stood on both sides uninjured, for a large open space round St. Andrew's, Holborn, had aided the defenders in their efforts to check the flames. North of Holborn the fire had spread but little, and that only among the poorer houses in Fleet Valley. Ascending the hill they found that, while the flames had overleapt the city wall from Ludgate to Newgate in its progress west, the wall had proved an effective barrier from the sharp corner behind Christ Church up to Aldersgate, and thence up to Cripplegate, which was the farthest limit reached by the fire to the north. To the east the city had fared better. By the river, indeed, the destruction was complete as far as the Tower. Mark Lane, however, stood, and the north of this line of the destruction swept westward to Leadenhall, a massive structure at the entrance to the street that took its name from it and proved a bulwark against the flames. From this point the line of devastated ground swept round by the eastern end of Throgmorton Street to the northern end of Basinghall Street. Cyril remained with the sailors for 2 days longer, during which time they were kept at work beating out the embers of the fire. In this they were aided by a heavy fall of rain, which put an end to all fear of the flames springing up again. "There can be no need for you to remain longer with us, Sir Cyril," Captain Warncliffe said at the end of the second day. "I shall have pleasure in reporting to the Duke of Albemarle the good services that you have rendered. Doubtless we shall remain on duty here for some time, for we may have, for aught I know, to aid in the clearing away of some of the ruins. But at any rate, there can be no occasion for you to stay longer with us." Cyril afterwards learnt that the sailors and dockyard men were on the following day sent back to Chatham. The fire had rendered so great a number of men homeless and without means of subsistence that there was an abundant force on hand for the clearing away of ruins. Great numbers were employed by the authorities, while many of the merchants and traders engaged parties to clear away the ruins of their dwellings, in order to get at the cellars below, in which they had, as soon as the danger from the fire was perceived, stowed away the main bulk of their goods. As soon as he was released from duty, Cyril made his way to the Tower, and, hiring a boat, was rowed to the Good Venture. The shipping presented a singular appearance, their sides being blistered and in many places completely stripped of their paint, while in some cases the spars were scorched and the sails burnt away. There was lively satisfaction at his appearance as he stepped on to the deck of the Good Venture, for, until he did so, he had been unrecognized, so begrimed with smoke and dust was he. "We've been wondering about you," Captain Dave said as he shook him by the hand. "But I can scarce say we had become uneasy. We learnt that a large body of seamen and others were at work blowing up houses, and as you had gone to offer your services, we doubted not that you were employed with them. Truly you must have been having a rough time of it, for not only are you dirtier than any scavenger, but you look utterly worn out and fatigued." "It was uphill work the first 24 hours, for we worked unceasingly, and worked hard too, I can assure you, and that well nigh smothered with smoke and dust. Since then our work has been more easy, but no less dirty. In the 3 days I have not had 12 hours' sleep altogether." "I'll get a tub of hot water placed in your cabin," Captain Watson said, "and should advise you, when you get out from it, to turn into your bunk at once. No one shall go near you in the morning until you wake of your own accord." Cyril was, however, down to breakfast. "Now tell us all about the fire," Nellie said when they had finished the meal. "I have nothing to tell you, for I know nothing," Cyril replied. "Our work was simply pulling down and blowing up houses. I had scarce time so much as to look at the fire. However, as I have since been working all round its course, I can tell you exactly how far it spread." When he brought his story to a conclusion, he said, "And now, Captain Dave, what are you thinking of doing?" "In the first place, I'm going ashore to look at the old house. As soon as I can get men, I shall clear the ground and begin to rebuild it. I have enough laid by to start me again. I should be like a fish out of water with nothing to see to. I have most of the valuable part of my stock still on hand here on deck, and if the cellar has proved staunch, my loss in goods may be small indeed.
for the anchors and chains in the yard will have suffered no damage. But even if the cellar is caved in and its contents are destroyed, and if, when I have rebuilt my house, I find I have not enough left to replenish my stock, I'm sure that I can get credit from the rope and sail makers and iron masters with whom I deal." "Do not trouble yourself about that, Captain Dave," Cyril said. "You came to my help last time, and it will be my turn this time. I am sure that I shall have no difficulty in getting any moneys that may be required for Mr. Goldsworthy, and there is nothing that will give me more pleasure than to see you established again in the place that was the first where I had ever felt I had a home." "I hope that will not be needed, lad," Captain Dave said, shaking his hand warmly. "But if it should, I will not hesitate to accept your offer in the spirit in which it is made, and thus add one more to the obligations that I am under to you." Cyril went ashore with Captain Dave and John Wilkes. The wall of the yard was, of course, uninjured, but the gate was burnt down. The storehouse, which was of wood, had entirely disappeared, and the back wall of the house had fallen over it and the yard. The entrance to the cellar, therefore, could not be seen, and as yet the heat from the fallen bricks was too great to attempt to clear them away to get at it. That night, however, it rained heavily, and in the morning Captain Watson took a party of sailors ashore, and these succeeded in clearing away the rubbish sufficiently to get to the entrance of the cellar. The door was covered by an iron plate, and although the wood behind this was charred and it had not caught fire, and on getting it open it was found that the contents of the cellar were uninjured. In order to prevent marauders from getting at it before preparations could be made for rebuilding, the rubbish was again thrown in so as to completely conceal the entrance. On returning on board, there was a consultation on the future held in the cabin. Captain Dave at once said that he and John Wilkes must remain in town to make arrangements for the rebuilding and to watch the performance of the work. Cyril warmly pressed Mrs. Dowsett and Nellie to come down with him to Norfolk until the house was ready to receive them, but both were in favor of remaining in London, and it was settled that next day they should go down to Stepney, hire a house and a storeroom there, and remove thither their goods on board the ship and the contents of the cellar. There was some little difficulty in getting a house, as so many were seeking for lodgings, but at last they came upon a widow who was willing to let a house, upon the proviso that she was allowed to retain one room for her own occupation. This being settled, Cyril that evening returned to his lodging, and the next day rode down to Norfolk. There he remained until the middle of May, when he received a letter from Captain Dave saying that his house was finished, and that they should move into it in a fortnight, and that they all earnestly hoped he would be present. As he had already been thinking of going up to London for a time, he decided to accept the invitation. By this time he had made the acquaintance of all the surrounding gentry, and felt perfectly at home at Upmead. He rode frequently into Norwich, and whenever he did so paid a visit to Mr. Harvey, whose wife had died in January, never having completely recovered from the shock she had received in London. Mr. Harvey himself had aged much. He still took a great interest in the welfare of the tenants of Upmead, and in Cyril's proposals for the improvement of their homes, and was pleased to see how earnestly he had taken up the duties of his new life. He spoke occasionally of his son, of whose death he felt convinced. "I never have been able to obtain any news of him," he often said, "and assuredly I should have heard of him had he been alive." "It would ease my mind to know the truth," he said one day. "It troubles me to think that if alive he is assuredly pursuing evil courses, and that he will probably end his days in a gallows. That he will repent and turn to better courses I have now no hope whatever. Unless he be living by roguery, he would, long ere this, have written, professing repentance, even if he did not feel it, and begging for assistance. It troubles me much that I can find out nothing for certain of him." "Would it be a relief to you to know surely that he was dead?" Cyril asked. "I would rather know that he was dead than feel, as I do, that if alive he is going on sinning. One can mourn for the dead as David mourned for Absalom, and trust that their sins may be forgiven them. But uncertain as I am of his death, I cannot so mourn, since it may be that he still lives."
"Well, then, sir, I'm in a position to set your mind at rest. I have known for a long time that he died of the plague, but have kept it from you, thinking that it was best you should still think that he might be living. He fell dead beside me on the very day that I sickened with the plague, and indeed it was from him that I took it."
Mr. Harvey remained silent for a minute or two. "'Tis better so," he said solemnly. "The sins of youth may be forgiven, but had he lived, his whole course might have been wicked. How know you that it was he who gave you the plague?"
"I met him in the street. He was tottering in his walk. As he came up, he stumbled, and he grasped me to save himself. I held him for a moment, and then he slipped from my arms and fell on the pavement and died."
Mr. Harvey looked keenly at Cyril and was about to ask a question, but checked himself. "He is dead," he said. "God rest his soul and forgive him his sins. Henceforth I shall strive to forget that he ever lived to manhood and seek to remember him as he was when a child." Then he held out his hand to Cyril to signify that he would fain be alone. On arriving in London, Cyril took up his abode at his former lodgings, and the next day at 12 o'clock, the hour appointed in a letter he found awaiting him on his arrival, he arrived in Tower Street, having ridden through the city. An army of workmen who had come up from all parts of the country were engaged in rebuilding the town. In the main thoroughfares many of the houses were already finished and the shops reopened. In other parts less progress had been made, as the traders were naturally most anxious to resume their business and most able to pay for speed. Captain Dave's was one of the first houses completed in Tower Street, but there were many others far advanced in progress. The front differed materially from that of the old house, in which each story had projected beyond the one below it. Inside, however, there was but little change in its appearance, except that the rooms were somewhat more lofty, and that there were no heavy beams across the ceilings. Captain Dave and his family had moved in that morning.
"It does not quite look like the old place," Mrs. Dowsett said after the first greetings.
"Not quite," Cyril agreed.
"The new furniture, of course, gives it a different appearance as yet, but one will soon get accustomed to that, and you will quickly make it homelike again. I see you have the bits of furniture you saved in their old corners."
"Yes, and it will make a great difference when I get all my curiosities up in their places again," Captain Dave put in. "We pulled them down anyhow, and some of them will want gluing up a bit. And so your fighting is over, Cyril?"
"Yes, it looks like it. The Dutch have evidently had enough of it. They asked for peace, and as both parties consented to the King of Sweden being mediator, and our representatives and those of Holland are now settling affairs at Breda, peace may be considered as finally settled. We have only 2 small squadrons now afloat, and the rest are all snugly laid up. I trust that there is no chance of another war between the 2 nations for years to come."
"I hope not, Cyril. But De Witt is a crafty knave, and is ever in close alliance with Louis. Were it not for French influence, the Prince of Orange would soon oust him from the head of affairs."
"I should think that he would not have any power for mischief in the future," Cyril said. "It was he who brought on the last war, and although it has cost us much, it has cost the Dutch very much more, and the loss of her commerce has well nigh brought Holland to ruin. Besides, the last victory we won must have lowered their national pride greatly."
"You have not heard the reports that are about, then?"
"No, I have heard no news whatever. It takes a long time for it to travel down to Norwich, and I have seen no one since I came up to town last night."
"Well, there is a report that a Dutch fleet of 80 sail has put to sea. It may be that 'tis but bravado to show that, though they have begged for peace, 'tis not because they are in no condition to fight. I know not how this may be, but it is certain that for the last 3 days the naval people have been very busy, and that powder is being sent down to Chatham. As for the fleet, small as it is doubtful whether it would fight, for the men are in a veritable state of mutiny, having received no pay for many months. Moreover, several ships were but yesterday bought by government. For what purpose it is not known, but it is conjectured they are meant for fire ships."
"I cannot but think that it is, as you say, a mere piece of bravado on the part of the Dutch, Captain Dave. They could never be so treacherous as to attack us when peace is well nigh concluded. But, hurt as their pride must be by the defeat we gave them, it is not unnatural that they should wish to show that they can still put a brave fleet on the seas, and are not driven to make peace because they could not, if need be, continue the war."
"And now I have a piece of news for you. We are going to have a wedding here before long."
"I'm right glad to hear it," Cyril said heartily. "And who is the happy man, Nellie?" he asked, turning towards where she had been standing the moment before. But Nellie had fled the moment her father had opened his lips.
"It is Frank Watson," her father said. "A right good lad, and her mother and I are well pleased with her choice."
"I thought that he was very attentive the few days we were on board his father's ship," Cyril said. "I'm not surprised to hear the news."
"There have been 2 voyages since then, and while the Good Venture was in the pool, Master Frank spent most of his time down at Stepney, and was settled a fortnight since. My old friend Watson is as pleased as I am, and the best part of the business is that Frank is going to give up the sea and become my partner. His father owns the Good Venture, and being a careful man, has laid by a round sum, and he settled to give him £1,500, which he will put into the business."
"That is a capital plan, Captain Dave. It will be an excellent thing for you to have so young and active a partner."
"Watson has bought the house down at Stepney that we have been living in, and Frank and Nellie are going to settle there, and Watson will make it his headquarters when his ship is in port, and will, I have no doubt, take up his moorings there when he gives up the sea. The wedding is to be in a fortnight's time, for Watson has set his heart on seeing them spliced before he sails again, and I see no reason for delay. You must come to the wedding, of course, Cyril. Indeed, I don't think Nellie would consent to be married if you were not there. The girl has often spoke of you lately. You see, now that she really knows what love is, and has a quiet, happy life to look forward to, she feels more than ever the service you did her, and the escape she had. She told the whole story to Frank before she said yes, when he asked her to be his wife, and of course he liked her no less for it, though I think it would go hard for that fellow if he ever met him."
"The fellow died of the plague, Captain Dave. His last action was to try and revenge himself on me by giving me the infection, for meeting me in the streets he threw his arms around me and exclaimed, 'I have given you the plague.' They were the last words he ever spoke, and he gave a hideous laugh and then dropped down dead. However, he spoke truly, for that night I sickened of it." "Then your kindness to Nellie well nigh cost you your life," Mrs. Dowsett said, laying her hand on his shoulder while the tears stood in her eyes. "And you never told us this before." "There was nothing to tell," Cyril replied. "If I had not caught it from him, I should have doubtless taken it from someone else, for I was constantly in the way of it, and could hardly have hoped to escape an attack. Now, Captain Dave, let's go downstairs and see the store."
"John Wilkes and the 2 boys were at work there," the captain said as he went downstairs, "and we open our doors tomorrow. I have hurried on the house as fast as possible, and no others in my business have yet opened. I look to do a thriving trade at once. Watson will send all his friends here, and there is scarce a captain who goes in or out of port but knows Frank. I consider that our new partner will greatly extend the business."
Captain Watson and Frank came in at supper time, and after spending a pleasant evening, Cyril returned to his lodgings in the Strand. The next day he was walking near Whitehall when a carriage dashed out at full speed, and as it came along he caught sight of the Duke of Albemarle, who looked in a state of strange confusion. His wig was awry, and his coat was off, and his face was flushed and excited. As his eye fell on Cyril, he shouted out to the postilions to stop. They pulled up. He shouted, "Jump in, Sir Cyril! Jump in for your life!" Astonished at this address, Cyril ran to the door, opened it, and jumped in, and the Duke shouted to the postilions to go on. "What do you think, sir? What do you think?" roared the Duke.
Those treacherous scoundrels, the Dutch, have appeared with a great fleet of 70 men of war, besides fire ships, off Sheerness this morning at daybreak, and have taken the place, and Chatham lies open to them. We have been bamboozled and tricked. While the villains were pretending they were all for peace, they have been secretly fitting out, and there they are at Sheerness. A mounted messenger brought in the news but 10 minutes ago." "Have they taken Sheerness, sir?" "Yes. There were but 6 guns mounted on the fort, and no preparations made. The ships that were there did nothing. The rascals are in mutiny, and small wonder when they can get no pay, the money voted for them being wasted by the court. It is enough to drive one wild with vexation, and, had I my will, there are a dozen men whose names are the foremost in the country, whom I would hang with my own hands. The wind is from the east, and if they go straight up the Midway, they may be there this afternoon, and have the whole of our ships at their mercy. It is enough to make Blake turn in his grave that such an indignity should be offered us, though it be but the outcome of treachery on the part of the Dutch, and gross negligence on ours. But if they give us a day or 2 to prepare, we will, at least, give them something to do before they can carry out their design, and, if one could rely on the sailors, we might even beat them off. But it is doubtful whether the knaves will fight. The forts are unfinished, though the money was voted for them 3 years since. And all this is not the worst of it, for after they have taken Chatham, there is naught to prevent their coming up to London. We have had plague and we have had fire, and to be bombarded by the Dutchmen would be the crowning blow, and would be like to bring about another revolution in England." They posted down to Chatham as fast as the horses could gallop. The instant the news had arrived, the Duke had sent off a man, on horseback, to order horses to be in readiness to change at each posting station. Not a minute, therefore, was lost. In a little over 2 hours from the time of leaving Whitehall, they drove into the dockyard. "Where is Sir Edward Sprague?" the Duke shouted as he leapt from the carriage. "He has gone for the new fort, your grace," an officer replied. "Have a gig prepared at once, without the loss of a moment," the Duke said. "What is being done?" he asked another officer as the first ran off. "Sir Edward is taking 4 frigates down to the narrow part of the river, and preparations have been made for placing a great chain there. Several of the ships are being towed out into the river, and are to be sunk in the passage." "Any news of the Dutch having left Sheerness?" "No, sir. A shallop rode up at noon, but was chased back again by one of our pinnaces." "That is better than I had hoped. Come, we shall make a fight for it yet," and he strode away towards the landing. "Shall I accompany you, sir?" Cyril asked. "Yes, there is nothing for you to do until we see exactly how things stand. I shall use you as my staff officer, that is, if you are willing, Sir Cyril. I have carried you off without asking whether you consented or no, but knowing your spirit and quickness, I felt sure you would be of use." "I am at your service altogether," Cyril said, "and am glad indeed that your grace encountered me, for I should have been truly sorry to have been idle at such a time." An 8-oared gig was already at the stairs, and they were rowed rapidly down the river. They stopped at Upnor Castle, and found that Major Scott, who was in command there, was hard at work mounting cannon and putting the place in a posture of defence. "You will have more men from London by tomorrow night, at the latest," the Duke said, "and powder and shot in abundance was sent off yesterday. We passed a train on our way down, and I told them to push on with all speed. As the Dutch have not moved yet, they cannot be here until the afternoon of tomorrow, and, like enough, will not attack until next day, for they must come slowly or they will lose some of their ships on the sands. We will try to get up a battery opposite, so as to aid you with a crossfire. I am going down to see Sir Edward Sprague now." Taking their places at the boat again, they rowed around the horseshoe curve down to Gillingham, and then along to the spot where the frigates were moored. At the sharp bend lower down, here the Duke found the Admiral, and they held a long consultation together. It was agreed that the chain would be placed somewhere higher up, where a lightly armed battery on either side would afford some assistance, that behind the chain the 3 ships, the Matthias, the Unity, and Charles V., all prizes taken from the Dutch should be moored, and that the Jonathan and fort of Honningen, also a Dutch prize, should be also posted there. Having arranged this, the Duke was rowed back to Chatham, there to see about getting some of the great ships removed from their moorings off Gillingham up the river. To his fury he found that, of all the 1,800 men employed in the yard, not more than half a dozen had remained at their work, the rest being, like all the townsmen, occupied in removing their goods in great haste. Even the frigates that were armed had but a third at most of their crews on board, so many having deserted owing to the backwardness of their pay. That night Sir W. Coventry, Sir W. Penn, Lord Brouncker, and other officers and officials of the Admiralty came down from London. Some of these, especially Lord Brouncker, had a hot time of it with the Duke, who rated them roundly for the state of things which prevailed, telling the latter that he was the main cause of all the misfortunes that might occur, owing to his having dismantled and disarmed all the great ships. In spite of the efforts of all these officers, but little could be done, owing to the want of hands, and to the refusal of the dockyard men, and most of the sailors, to do anything. A small battery of sandbags was, however, erected opposite Upnor, and a few guns placed in position there. Several ships were sunk in the channel above Upnor, and a few of those lying off Gillingham were towed up. Little help was sent down from London, for the efforts of the authorities were directed wholly to the defence of the Thames. The train bands were all under arms, fire ships were being fitted out and sent down to Gravesend, and batteries erected there and at Tilbury, while several ships were sunk in the Channel. The Dutch remained at Sheerness from the 7th to the 12th, and had it not been for the misconduct of the men, Chatham would have been put into a good state for defence. As it was, but little could be effected, and when, on the 12th, the Dutch fleet were seen coming up the river, the chances of successful resistance were small. The fight commenced by a Dutch frigate, commanded by Captain Brackle, advancing against the chain. Carried up by a strong tide and east wind, the ship struck it with such force that it at once gave way. The English frigates, but weakly manned, could offer but slight resistance, and the Jonathan was boarded and captured by Brackle. Following his frigate were a host of fire ships, which at once grappled with the defenders. The Matthias, Unity, Charles V, and fort of Honningen were speedily in flames. The light batteries on the shore were silenced by the guns of the fleet, which then anchored. The next day 6 of their men of war with 5 fire ships advanced, exchanged broadsides as they went along with the Royal Oak, and presently engaged Upnor. They were received with so hot a fire from the castle, and from the battery opposite, where Sir Edward Spragge had stationed himself, that after a time they gave up the design of ascending to the dockyard, which at that time occupied a position higher up the river than at present. The tide was beginning to slacken, and they doubtless feared that a number of fire bridges might be launched at them did they venture higher up. On the way back they launched a fire ship at the Royal Oak, which was commanded by Captain Douglas. The flames speedily communicated to the ship, and the crew took to the boats and rowed ashore. Captain Douglas refused to leave his vessel, and perished in the flames. The report given by the 6 men of war decided the Dutch not to attempt anything further against Chatham. On the 14th they set fire to the hulks, the Loyal London and the Great James, and carried off the bulk of the Royal Charles, after the English had twice tried to destroy her by fire. As this was the ship in which the Duke of Albemarle, then General Monk, had brought the king over to England from Holland, her capture was considered a special triumph for the Dutch and a special dishonor to us. The Duke of Albemarle had left Chatham before the Dutch came up, as the want of the crews prevented his being of any use there, and he saw that Sir Edward Spragge would do all that was possible in defence of the place. He posted back to London, where his presence was urgently required, a complete panic reigning. Crowds assembled at Whitehall and insulted the king and his ministers as the cause of the present misfortunes, while at Deptford and Wapping the sailors and their wives paraded the streets, shouting that the ill treatment of their sailors had brought these things about, and so hostile were their manifestations that the officials of the Admiralty scarce dared show themselves in the streets. Cyril had remained at Chatham, the Duke having recommended him to Sir Edward Sprade, and he, with some other gentlemen and a few sailors, had manned the battery opposite Upnor. The great proportion of the Dutch ships were still at the Nore, and it would have been dangerous to have hazarded so great a fleet in the narrow water of the Medway. As it was, 2 of their men of war on the way back from Chatham ran ashore and had to be burnt. They had also 6 fire ships burnt, and lost over 150 men. Leaving Admiral Van Ness with part of the fleet in the mouth of the Thames, de Ruyter sailed first for Harwich, where he attempted to land with 1,600 men in boats, supported by the guns of the fleet. The boats, however, failed to effect a landing, being beaten off with considerable loss by the county militia, and Ruyter then sailed for Portsmouth, where he also failed, then went to Torbay, where he was likewise repulsed, and then returned to the mouth of the Thames. On July 23rd, Van Ness, with 25 men of war, sailed up the Hope, where Sir Edward Sprade had now hoisted his flag on board a squadron of 18 ships, of whom 5 were frigates and the rest fire ships. A sharp engagement ensued, but the wind was very light, and the English, by towing their fire ships, managed to lay them alongside the Dutch fire ships, and destroyed 12 of these with the loss of only 6 English ships. But the wind then rising, Sir Edward retired from the Hope to Gravesend, where he was protected by the guns at Tilbury. The next day, being joined by Sir Joseph Jordan with a few small ships, he took the offensive, and destroyed the last fire ship that the Dutch had left, and compelled the men of war to retire. Sir Edward had followed them with his little squadron, and Van Ness, as he retired down the river, was met by 5 frigates and 14 fire ships from Harwich. These boldly attacked him, 2 of the Dutch men of war narrowly escaped being burnt, another was forced ashore and greatly damaged, and the whole of the Dutch fleet was compelled to bear away. While these things had been happening in the Thames, the negotiations of Breda continued, and just as the Dutch retreated, the news came that peace had been signed. The Dutch on their side were satisfied with the success with which they had closed the war, while England was at the moment unable to continue it, and the king, seeing the intense unpopularity that had been excited against him by the affair at Chatham, was glad to ratify the peace, especially as we thereby retained possession of several islands we had taken in the West Indies from the Dutch, and it was manifest that Spain was preparing to join the coalition of France and Holland against us. A peace concluded under such circumstances was naturally but a short one. When the war was renewed 3 years later, the French were in alliance with us, and after several more desperate battles in which no great advantages were gained on either side, the Dutch were so exhausted and impoverished by the loss of trade that the final peace was arranged in terms far more advantageous to us than those secured by the Treaty of 1667. The De Witts, the authors of the previous wars, had both been killed in a popular tumult. The Prince of Orange was at the head of the state, and the fact that France and Spain were both hostile to Holland had reawakened the feeling of England in favor of the Protestant Republic, and the friendship between the 2 nations has never since been broken. Cyril took no part in the last war against the Dutch. He, like the majority of the nation, was opposed to it, and although willing to give his life in defense of his country when attacked, felt it by no means his duty to do so when we were aiding the designs of France in crushing a brave enemy. Such was in fact the result of the war, for although peace was made on even terms, the wars of Holland with England, and the ruin caused to her by the trade thereby, inflicted a blow upon the Republic from which she never recovered. From being the great rival of England, both on the sea and in her foreign commerce, her prosperity and power dwindled until she ceased altogether to be a factor in European affairs. After the Peace of Breda was signed, Cyril went down to Upmead, where for the next 4 years he devoted himself to the management of his castle. His friendship with Mr. Harvey grew closer and warmer until the latter came to consider him in reality the light of a son, and when he died in 1681, it was found that his will was unaltered, and that with the exception of the legacies to many of his old employees at his factory, the whole of his property was left to Cyril. The latter received a good offer for the Tanyard, and upon an estate next to his own, coming shortly afterwards into the market, he purchased it, and thus the Upmead estates became as extensive as they had been before the time of his ancestor, who had so seriously diminished them during the reign of Elizabeth. His friendship with the family of the Earl of Weisbeck had remained unaltered, and he had every year paid them a visit, either at Weisbeck or at Sevenoaks. A year after Mr. Harvey's death he married Dorothy, who had previously refused several flattering offers. Captain Dave and his wife lived to a good old age. The business had largely increased, owing to the energy of their son-in-law, who had, with his wife and children, taken up his abode at the next house to theirs, which had been bought to meet the extension of their business. John Wilkes, at the death of Captain Dave, declined Cyril's pressing offer to make his home with him. "It would never do, Cyril," he said. "I should be miserable out of the sight of ships, and without a place where I could meet seafaring men and smoke my pipe and listen to their yarns." He therefore remained with Frank Watson, nominally in charge of the stores, but doing in fact as little as he chose, until, long past the allotted age of man, he passed quietly away. End of chapter 22. End of When London Burned by G.A. Henty. Recording by Keith Salis.